Hey everybody, welcome to IPL3. We are here with the League of Legends tournament. I am Phreak. I'm joined here with Rivington III.
How's it going?
It's going pretty well. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. An amazing event here at Bally's Casino and Resort. We have a lot of awesome StarCraft games that have already gone on for the past 3 days. I guess this would be the third itself that we've had going. So just amazing matches there. And now to debut the League of Legends tournament here for IPL3.
Yeah, so we are actually into pretty much the second series. We have Counterlogic Gaming and GOOSE. Right now, actually, we have Epic Gamer playing against, I had it at the tip of my tongue.
V8.
Yeah, against V8, right. Epic is up 1-0 on V8 right now. They've chosen this almost the exact same lineup between the two games. And we'll be kind of getting over into how the other matches have been going across the day. But we do have CLG and GOOSE here today, so I'm going to tell them it's go time.
Indeed.
I almost said goo time.
Yep.
We should work for GOOSE.
Time.
Yeah, it's GOOSE time. And we are actually into Champion Select indeed. So for what's going on here, the draft format real quick, it's 3 bans per side, all 10 picks of course. CLG is getting first ban and first pick, and GOOSE is going to be blue team. So for what that's worth, when you see us get into the game, that's that whole spiel. Now, for those of you who aren't League of Legends fans or are new League of Legends players and want kind of the rundown of the gameplay.
You're about to be.
You're about to be informed. Yeah, you're about to know what's going on. So League of Legends, we're playing on Summoner's Rift. It's a 5 versus 5 map, so both teams are going to run 5 players. Each player picks a champion. A champion, you're going to, if you see on the screen here, they can pick one of multiple champions to play, and you're going to see the icons, and I'll kind of scroll through. For example, Lisa and the Blind Monk over here, Leona the Radiant Dawn. There's a lot of champions you can play, and they all have different play styles and roles on a team. And you actually see within these teams, these players, I'm a support player, or I'm a ranged AD carry, or I'm a jungler, and you have all these different roles and types of champions to play, assassins and mages and whatnot. And the goal of the game is to fight the other team. It's 5 versus 5, and pick a champion, and you actually fight the enemy champions. You try to kill them and make them respawn. You kill these minions across the map, and you start destroying the enemy base. The entire goal of the game is to actually destroy the enemy nexus. It's the heart of their base. It's a big structure right there. When you blow that up, the game ends and you win. And along the way, you have to kill minions and turrets and enemy champions to get yourself to that point. There's a couple other things added on. You level up over time. Your champion will gain skills and items and gold, and you'll power up over the course of the game. So you start out kind of weak. You don't really get to kill bases at the very beginning. It's a lot of team-based combat, and then as you get more and more powerful, you get to the point where you can kind of like 3-shot enemy champions. You can kind of clear entire minion waves. You kill turrets really quickly. And there's more and more resources on top of that. There are neutral monsters you want to kill. Dragon and Bear and Nash are 2 of the big ones. Where you kill them, your entire team gets a nice buff. It really helps you out. So you have a lot of resources to fight over, a lot of things to sort of do. And right now we are in Champion Select. Part of the game, part of the pregame, is you actually take turns picking who you want to play. You can see in the bottom right and the bottom left corner, Morgana, Lee Sin, Kog'Maw, Cassiopeia, Zillion, Caitlyn. These are banned champions. It starts out with bans. Both teams say, I don't want to fight against this champion. We're going to kick them out of the pool of available choices. We're going to take someone else. So you can see right now, CLG has picked up Galio. The first pick, Galio, is a big tanky mage-type guy. It's a big gargoyle. His ultimate, all champions have an ultimate at level 6. They gain the ability to cast an extremely powerful spell every couple of minutes. This is an area of effect taunt. He casts it, he channels for a little while, and all the enemies around him are forced to attack him for 2 seconds. At the end of that timer, he breaks out, everyone takes a bunch of damage, and it's sort of a way to initiate a fight to really draw attention away from maybe the squishier targets. You can build up durability or damage or a mix of both, and Galio's a really tanky kind of guy, and he really wants to draw fire for his team.
Right, and the thing that actually is very big in this is these players know each other. They come into this game knowing certain mains for other characters, knowing they kind of can secondary this one, but I'd rather ban the main out. And as Phreak was saying, that's why they ban, and that's why the picks go back and forth. We can see that the right team here has chosen a jungler as the first one. That's going to be GOOSE picking that up. So we're going to see how they fare with that. As Phreak said, they picked up a tank on CLG's side, so we'll have to see now, seeing they have a lot of AD, that's attack damage, from both Vayne and from Nocturne. So there's no AP, there's no mage, so to speak, on that team. So we'll have to see what CLG comes to pick out.
Yeah, and you're going to see sort of the picks go back and forth. So right now, CLG has Udyr as a potential choice. They've sort of clicked that. They've not locked it in just yet. And there's Janna. And Janna's one of the support champions in the game. And that's going to be handed over to Elementz, who's a support player for the CLG lineup. And Janna's really cool. She does a lot of, she's actually kind of a wind mage type. She has a lot of sort of knockback movement speed effects. Her ultimate Monsoon, she casts it, and immediately all enemies around her are popped backwards. So between Janna casting Monsoon or Galio's ultimate Idol of Rond. Basically, when the enemy team comes in, Galio can all taunt them on top of himself and sort of lock them up and make them die. And when that's done, Janna can choose just to pop her ult, pop Monsoon, and they're all pushed back. And so you can kind of de-initiate the enemy team. If they jump in there, you're like, no, you go away now. We're going to deal with you later. Yeah, and you can kind of go back and forth. So CLG right now has a lot of control available to them. A couple other Janna's abilities. Zephyr is just a big single target slow, lasts quite a while. You can use that to pick off enemy targets. And you can see more of the choices come here from Goose. They have Sona, that's their support pick. Singed is typically solos the top lane. He's a big tanky fighter. He's akin to Galio, where he sort of wants to get in there and fight. He's really tanky, but he's actually much more about positional sort of gameplay. His best ability is probably his fling, and he runs at you, grabs you, tosses you over his shoulder, and then you're placed behind him and probably in the middle of the enemy team and probably gonna die.
It's really a big initiation.
Yeah. He's really good at just jumping in there and making things happen. You see CLG's gonna pick their last two picks right here. So Galio, Janna, Udyr. They need to pick a ranged AD champion typically. So mandatory Cloud on Vayne right there is she's a physical damage ranged dealer. They typically scale the hardest end of the game, so you kind of like keep beasting throughout the game and they become really powerful. Right now it looks like it might be Ashe the pickup here. Ashe, another ranged DPS champion. Very high on control. Every single person on this team has some kind of crowd control. Ashe's signature ability, her ultimate, Enchanted Crystal Arrow with a long range stun. And here's Kennen picked up. Kennen is their mage choice for this game. Probably going to be solo mid. And he's actually another long range champion. And he throws out thundering shurikens. Has a lot of he's kind of a lightning based mage for what that's worth. And he's really quick, very long range. And he kind of darts around a lot. And we're now going to be here to the 10th pick for Goose. We're going to see what they're going to grab here, and they're going to get their 10th pick underway pretty soon.
And yeah, they are going to see something of a mage type here. And yes, there it is, Karthus. So it is going to be a Kennen versus Karthus in middle. And as Phreak was saying before, you'll see the mages go middle. They scale a little bit harder off of their levels alone. They get a little bit more power just from leveling that skill up. So the ADs go bottom with the support, so they can just farm it out, give that support to give them some help, and then they can just get their items, which is how they really start to scale harder.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things on Summoner's Rift is it's a 5 versus 5 map, but it's divided into 3 major lanes. The lanes mean that the entrance into the enemy base, it goes through one of 3 ways. They're going through the top of the map, through the middle, through the bottom. And with that in mind, you have these minion waves that constantly spawn. These minions will come by and help your team push to the enemy base. And you sort of because the minions are worth gold, there's a lot of value in fighting with minions because they'll take damage for you or they'll deal damage for you, all kinds of cool things. You'll sort of divide your team across these lanes and use them as resources. And typically what we were talking about here is there's that solo mid champion, the solo top, the support plus AD carry bottom. That's sort of the lane assignments that seem most safe for these roles. We've got a mage, in mid lane. Mid lane's pretty short, so if you get caught, you can retreat really quickly and get out of the way and get back to your turret, back to safety, because mages are pretty frail early on. They're definitely not the most durable, especially champions like Karthus, who have no sort of natural escape mechanism. If you catch Karthus can die really fast. Whereas bottom lane, it's a little bit longer, it's a little bit less safe. That's why you pair up a support champion with these late game carries, where Ashe, again, no escapes at all, very easily caught. But if you've got a Janna in your team, Janna will bubble you, will toss out some tornadoes and really help you stay alive and get you out of those battles. And that's sort of the synergies these guys are using. They're sort of playing as a team, getting themselves into these situations.
Right. So we've discussed it. There's that single top, a single mid, and 2 on the bottom, so that leaves 1 left. And on each side of the map, there's going to be what's called the jungle. And one jungler always has his own place in that jungle. He is going to be able to start wherever he wants. Usually they'll start there are 1 of 2 buffs in the jungle. They start at the blue one. That will allow them to get more reduced cooldowns, as well as a little bit of mana regeneration or energy if you're Lee Sin in the jungle, a very good jungler. And then they move around to their camps, choosing to come in and out of the jungle whenever they want, and they can really assist the team. If mid's kind of losing their lane, or they really want to put a lot of pressure on, they send the jungler mid. If you need a little bit of help bottom, you can help with things like Dragon, and that's a little bit more we'll get to while we're in the game. We can tell you about the quest, the visuals, and those really help. There's a lot of based on gold in this game. Gold for 5 items. You'll see that happening a lot. go ahead and just pop out.
Yep. So yeah, the players are going to hop in to the game. They're getting their correct side choices in. They're kind of drafting in one of the games, but actually, now that they actually know which champions they're going to use, they're actually swapping into a new game, making sure their side choices are correct, and then they're going to pop on through. And like we've got 7 of the 10 players in right now. Got about 30 seconds till they're going to kick that one out. And then we're going to be good to go. So, as far as lineups are concerned, we talked a little bit. The Donna Ashe bottom lane. There's the Kennen in mid. There's a lot of interesting choices here. Realistically, what we're going to be most concerned about is how well can one of the teams initiate. One of the biggest concerns in the game is, you've got a lot of defensive structures. You've got the ability to sort of sit in your base and be pretty defensive. And so it's how well can the enemy team sort of pull you out of that situation of this sort of defensive, good position. Team Goose, of course, very strong with that flying V. And they're really going to, want their good position. They're really going to want to be sure that they're in good shape. You're in the wrong game. It looks like we have 2 CLG in that game, and then they're going to hop on through real quick. So, yes, people are getting into the right game. We got 2 more CLG members waiting on them. They're going to kick on in, then we're good to go. But yeah, positioning is really, really important in League of Legends because you have these tanky guys up front. You as your team want them to take the damage because they're really resistant to it. You build them up with their abilities, health, armor, magic resist, things like that. You want them to not die, and their goal is to jump in there and initiate the fight. Maybe pull someone out of position. Again, with champions like Bally who can taunt everyone in, you can pull those champions toward you and pull them into that fight and make them be available. And similarly, champions like Singe can run in, put that fling off on someone like Vayne, and suddenly she's now available to get hit. Even when she positioned herself far back, she's been now displaced and positioned into an advantageous spot. And that's what Goose is going to really rely on, is that Singed initiation. He's really their big initiator. They've got a couple of other guys who can dive in there as well. They've got Nocturne, his ultimate. It's going to allow him to dive right in on an enemy champion. Maybe they can kind of, grab kills there. So that's kind of what they're going to hope for. And realistically, again, champions like Ashe, she's going to be hard-pressed to get away from those. She has no innate escape tools. So if Goose does a really good job jumping in on Ashe, she's going to completely just rely on Janna to keep her safe. That's kind of the only ability they have to keep her alive, because she's frail and she's going to be in the back lines in the hope that she can stay there. And that's going to be the really big issue there. So we're going to see if Goose can make that work, or if the big, sort of the bouncer lineup, because they've got that Janna ultimate, they've got the Galio taunt, they've got Kennen in there with his ultimate, slicing Maelstrom can kind of stun everyone on the enemy team. If they have enough interference, it'll be okay. If they don't have enough, if they don't get farmed enough, if Singe gets really beefy, they can displace Ashe and she's going to drop down. And that's going to be really kind of a cornerstone of those fights.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult, I think, for V8 to come in on this one. Like you said, the Galio, the Kennen, and those are all ults where you said initiation is a huge thing. You don't have to press yourself to get into the fight. They have quite a big range, so you can initiate that fight, not even being in it, and then start to pick off those people that were caught in the outer edge of it. So they have a lot of room to play with those ultis too. Yeah,
and they do have kind of a poke composition as well. Their lineup is Galio's long ranged, Kennen's long ranged, Ashe's long ranged. Janna even has some range to her too. She's going to be a little bit more defensive here. And then, apparently they're still waiting on Elementz and Bigfatlp to get into the game. They seem to not understand what the join game button does, but they're getting in here pretty shortly. And we've got a little bit of downtime to fill. You want to talk about the Epic versus V8 game briefly?
Yeah, Epic coming out really strong. I believe it was Westrice on Vayne we saw in the match that we were watching in the end. He really farmed, went for a Quicksilver Sash to make sure that was in his build actually quite early, as we saw it was one of the first, or in his first match, which means like maybe your first spot, which means like second or third item build after he got some damage down. He had a Bloodthirster and a Phantom Dancer, so he didn't really go for the Infinity Edge, went a little bit cheaper, and it really paid off for him because the damage he was able to do right away really just went off. But him being able to farm, he really wasn't focused too much in fights, and as we saw, the Zillion ultis were being used a little off, and when Vayne should have been focused.
Yeah, Epic won that first game pretty handedly. Their lineup basically consisted of, let's make Vayne as difficult to kill as possible.
Yeah.
So they had Solomon Zillion, and for those who played League of Legends, that Zillion ultimate will revive a teammate. It's a pretty long cooldown, but you get into a fight, and Zillion will make a teammate revive. Solo top, they had Yorick, and that was Dyrus playing that one, and that worked really well. And he would again use his ultimate, and that would make a clone of that Vayne, and so they would have basically 2 Vaynes running through doing a bunch of damage. They had the jungle Nocturne doing a little bit of damage, and then they had the support, I believe it was Janna, and so they just kind of had like big, beefy Vayne, Nocturne running a little bit of interference, and then just like if you killed Vayne, she'd revive, you killed her again, she'd revive again, and then you'd actually kill her for real. And it was just like, and she was like 14-3 or something ridiculous, right? Went Bloodthirster, Down Dancer, Quicksilver Sash. They're fighting against an enemy Galio. There's a couple exhausts in there as well, so she's using that QSS to get out of that Galio taunt that we were talking about earlier. You know, because again, if your primary damage dealer is taunted hitting a tank, she's not killing everyone else. And if that's your only damage source, and you force that damage source to hit someone kind of useless, you've completely mitigated the damage output of that team.
Yeah.
And so that was really powerful. She got that Quicksilver Sash to break that, and then could come in and kill the people she wanted to. Ultimately, they managed to win with just like, you know, the Vayne spam, basically. They positioned themselves really, really well. They won those fights pretty handedly. Yeah. They lost some champions, you know, once in a while, but they kept winning those team fights, and that was really, really, really good for them.
Their goal, I think by the end of the game, they were up by 15,000 or some gold. So you know, that
really
even, you'll see at the top of the spectator screen here, we'll have the builds down bottom, and we'll also have the top. You'll be able to see the kills, turret takedowns, and the gold. And that difference in gold plays a huge part in the game, and we'll have to check that out as it comes. Yep. And one thing we also haven't spoke about a little bit is every champion actually has a passive.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that a little.
Okay, so all the champions in the game, so every League of Legends champion has a passive, 3 regular abilities, and an ultimate. I mean, we mentioned the ultimates a little while ago. At level 6, you can learn the ultimate. You get up to level 18 in the game, so you kind of build power over time, but about a third of the way through, gain your ultimate. But at level 1, everyone automatically gets their passive, and this could be things like, for Vayne's, for example, when she's running towards an enemy champion, she runs faster, so she's a good chaser. She'll make people die if she's going after them. Nocturne's passive really helps him jungle. Every few attacks, he'll do an AoE swipe, an area of effect damage deal, and that will heal him for basically, as he hits more targets, he'll heal more. So he gets to run around and kill jungle monsters. And you'll see the jungle, of course, throughout the game. Karthus is really interesting. Karthus, he's a long-range mage. He kind of has this gameplay between playing really long range and playing really close range. And he kind of goes back and forth and does that. But his passive, when he dies, he actually kind of like is semi-undead for like 6 seconds. And in that state, he actually can keep casting spells but can't move. So even if you do kill that Karthus, he's actually fine. He's like, well, I'm going to keep dealing damage and do awesome stuff. And so we are now into the load screen for CLG versus Goose, and we are good to go. Here we see the lineups. Wallstop for Goose, playing Sona, has that Clairvoyance. Vayne going to be rocking out on Lemongod. We have Mandatory Cloud on to Nocturne. Calimist going to be on Singed, and Atlanta on Karthus. They are the blue team for this game. They're going to be ready to go. They're actually running out of their base. Meanwhile, on Counterlogic Gaming, we have Ashe being played by Chauster. We have HotshotGG on Galio, Saintvicious on Udyr, Elementz on Janna, and Bigfatlp going to be Kennen. And both teams running across the map, getting ready to initiate the first fight of this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do. Looks like it's going to be mirrored on both sides. No, they're kind of split in the middle here, and it looks like CLG is choosing what side they want to go on, maybe seeing a little bit of vision here if anybody kind of poke their head down mid. LP is looking to just do a pull for blue with Galio here, I believe. Looks like he's going to actually start. Saintvicious might even start and take down Wolves real quick.
Yeah, it's pretty smart to have your jungler kill the Wolves. So you can see right here, Udyr, he's a jungling champion. You can see we're kind of... let's actually do some overviews of the map real quick. So you can see here's the base. This is blue team's base. This is their nexus. This is a very important structure. You can see we can run down, top, up, and right. Down the middle of the map, you can see these turrets lining this path. You can see Lemongod there on Vayne. And you're going to run through the map up to the top right, and now you're towards the purple team base, and you see again their champions. There's Elementz on Janna up through these 3 turrets, up to an inhibitor, and then past that are these 2 turrets defending the nexus. So there's the middle lane of the map, and you can see the game. If you look in the bottom right corner, the mini-map, it will show you the top lane right here, the bottom lane down there, and of course the mid lane we were just showing. And then everything else on the map, right here we see these 3 champions. This is the jungle. There are monsters that constantly spawn that either team has the rights to kill, that give you gold and experience, and in some cases really powerful buffs. And you're going to see champions go for these kills and kind of power themselves up this way. So you see there is Singed and Nocturne trying to kill out some of these wolves right here. Mandatory Cloud doing a lot of damage. You see Udyr doing the same thing on the same side, on basically the mirror side of the map as Udyr killing off these wolves. You see gaining 16 gold for each of those kills here. And now he's going to go for the Ancient Golem. This is a pretty big deal. You're going to see Elementz as Janna. There's Zephyr being used, and she's going to pull that one away and kind of have it chase her down as this Udyr goes for the damage output. He's going to switch focuses here, and Udyr's going to keep going for the damage and try to pick off this Golem and use that to gain himself a buff. You see Nocturne actually following a very similar pattern here, taking this one down. 60 gold picked up, and now he's wearing the blue buff right here. Going to highlight that guy. Crest of the Ancient Golem, going to give him some mana regen, some cooldown reduction. And here are the lane matches. You see Atlanta in the mid lane against HotshotGG on Galio. Top lane Singed versus Kennen. So you're going to see this start panning out as these players have now started to fight each other across the map.
go. We're going to see bottom. We do have Elementz and Chauster down there as AD carry and your support. Mirrored on the other side by wallstop and Lemongod. Let's see what they do. Both junglers don't look like anybody's going for a fast gank. They're just going right around in the basic jungle pattern to the Wraiths, and then they're going down possibly to get the red. But actually, Nocturne kind of making a move here. Mandatory may actually go for that quick gank or quick pressure. Looks like he may see that HotshotGG is pushing out a little too far, and he likes that positioning. No, he decides to choose not to do that. Maybe thinks that he's going to waste a little bit too much time. He's going to go ahead, queue up. That makes him move quicker. Back to the XP. You have to be very careful as a jungle because you can take those pivotal moments to know that, you know, I'm going to sit here and wait for the kill, but you can't wait too long because you will lose a lot of experience.
Yeah, you saw that right there. The Nocturne went for the gank, and he's going for the Lizard Camp now, but Udyr had already cleared that one out. You can see he's actually one camp ahead right now, killing these golems, doing a lot of damage here. You see level 4 onto that Udyr, and he's actually heading towards the top of the map right now, and he's actually pinged that Singe, so Saintvicious wants to get that kill. We can see the ping in spectator mode. He wants to get that Singe right there. Kennen does have the ability to stun him, so if he plays really well, he can make these things happen. You see Udyr off in the wings. There's a nice shot there from Kennen. He's going to recall on this brush, but actually there he is, going in with the bear stance. There's a flash, stuns off on a Singe. Singe trying to run away, but Kennen still chasing down, getting him down to about 1/3 health, but he's going to survive right there, so Udyr will burn that flash, and Singe will be safe, but he has burned Summoner Ghost, so both teams have used one of their summoner spells to get themselves out of this fight. You see Nocturne going to recall back right now. They've revealed him with a Clairvoyance, but he's going to be safe. And yeah, so a little bit of early aggression. No kill picked up just yet, but already they're going for it.
That's unfortunate. LP actually went for his second level in W for his third level instead of that E. That E probably would have helped. He did have 2 marks on. He would have been able to lightning rush right into Singe, stopped him out of turret range and taking that one down. Easier said than done, though.
Oh, of course.
He's doing what he needs to do, and actually leveling his W will help him. He just got his E there at level 4 because being able to stay far away from Singed is what you want to do. That poison trail will take your health down. It's just unnecessary damage.
Yeah, pretty much. So being ranged against Singe is really powerful. Singe does not have any ranged tools on him. He has to walk up into range. He has abilities to help him do that, of course, but those all cost mana. You don't necessarily need to spend all that much mana early on. You want to be a little bit more defensive here, so.
Ooh, looks like we got it landed a flash out in mid. Great job by Saintvicious. And we do have a little bit of an invasion here. Great ward by Elementz and the Wraith. You can see this is now jungle invasion. They are counter warding right into the jungle of the enemy team. They have also taken those Wraiths. That camp will not spawn again, and he is going to, I believe it's mandatory, is going to come around and get less XP. Running back through middle, Saintvicious heading up. Double buff against mandatory single red buff, and that red buff will actually help you do a little bit more damage as well as on your auto attacks slow the enemy opponent, so it actually helps you to chase as well as initiating those fights as well.
Yep, absolutely. We can see at the top of the map we have a gold counter right here, 6,200 gold for CLG versus 5,700 right here. And there's nothing that really would have caused these teams to separate except for personal skill and last hitting these minions or clearing the jungle faster. So just in the laning phase and sort of early game sort of setups, CLG is outperforming just in purely mechanical skill. Getting a little bit ahead here. You can see Ashe constantly harassing against that vein. She's taking damage once in a while. Those health bars, you can see them ticking down. Again, that ping off on a mandatory cloud. Elementz doing a great job of clairvoyancing, and you can see that eye right there. That's clairvoyance. It allows him to see enemy champions on you know, very odd corners of the map if you guess their position right. And they've been able to spot him quite a few times. They actually know, you know, just where Nocturne is. It allows this Kennen player to play very aggressively because no one can get him because, you know, the jungler's way down here. They see everyone else on the map, and he knows he can play very, very far up.
And he is playing very aggressive, just quickly lightning rushing through, Wing as fast as possible. Usually at this point you kind of want to, you know, farm back and forth, but as Phreak said, he can push that lane. He has vision of the bottom, and he just feels confident about his play. Now knowing it's pushed, he's going to be able to go back, not waste too many waves, which is also something you have to think about is, am I going to be away from lane too long, you know?
Yeah, sitting in lane will, you know, every time a minion dies, it gives experience to nearby enemy champions. So as minions die, oh, here comes the taunt in from Bally off on Atlanta. The stun comes in from Udyr as well. Atlanta taking a lot of damage, but mandatory cloud coming by as well. They're going to keep him safe, just barely, down about 1/3 health. But the assistance from his jungler did keep him alive right there. Atlanta going to go ahead and drop down some more of these minions, and he made it, but that was rather close.
That was a great attempt. They knew Karthus' flash was down from the attempt earlier, and Saintvicious, well played. The mentality of CLG really on top of things right now. We haven't seen too many aggressive pushes coming out of the hands of GOOSE right now, but we'll have to see what they can produce in the next few minutes here. They're kind of getting farmed up. You know, you don't have to initiate if you know nothing, if you know it's not going to go right. So that's kind of where they're at. They're kind of letting CLG, they're feeling them out. How aggressive do they want to be? And I believe, you know, you're going to see GOOSE come out pretty strong here mid to late game.
And another invasion from CLG. You see Udyr is actually going for that golem right away. They do respawn every 5 minutes, and CLG knew the timing on that. And looks like, yeah, they've actually had a defensive clairvoyance as well, so they're not really going to get dropped down. You see it's going to probably go, actually, to Udyr. He's going to smite that. Galio came in to support, but of course didn't do much for it. And now Singe could get Udyr's coming over. They could get some really good damage here. Kennen will land that stun. Here comes Saintvicious. He flashes in for the stun as well. They're going to jump down onto Singe, but oh, and a great fling. He could pick up first blood. One more shot to go. And he will go down. Nice job there by Singe. The ultimate comes out from Karthus as well. Nice job, Singe. Ken got way too aggressive there. Got super, super greedy. And, you know, the first lesson of League of Legends is don't chase Singe. And you chase him into a turret, of all things. And that was silly.
This is true. It is not equal friendship. You do not want to chase Singe next to his turret. That's not what happens.
Don't hunt Singed.
You're just breathing in that poison trail the entire time. He almost got away from that. Had to expend flash and also went down. So that's another 3+ minutes that he's going to be waiting to get that back. And looks like he's going to be going to top lane. Udyr right back to the jungle. Saintvicious knows that was a little bit of a hit. But at that point, you know, first blood, that just means it was first blood. This game is still anybody's match right now. 8 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. That was that did go up top towards calimist rather. And it's not the worst or the best person to get a kill. Singe kind of just always gets tanky anyways. You'd be more afraid if that was to one of their AD carries or the AP carry.
Yeah, but the one thing about Singe in lane is he's a really, really big bully. If he gets ahead, he can stay ahead because he can dive you, right? He's so durable. He can really jump on your turret and make you kind of regret making mistakes and kind of hating life. And so he's doing a great job here. Normally, Singe has to be afraid of ranged champions like Kennen, but you know, he's playing this exactly perfectly. You know, he baited the aggression, and he's now in such great shape. And you can see he's poisoning down these minions and doing so much damage with that. He's got that catalyst already picked up in his inventory, and he's getting rather far ahead. You can see down at the bottom of the screen, you can see minion kills, 41 on each of these guys. You can see Galio up to 72, that Karthus at 61. So, you know, gold gains are kind of all over the place, but Singe's going to be really happy about this one.
See a little bit of the items. We do have Ashe grabbing that BF sword at 65 creep. So Vayne has 69. You'll see that purchase also on her side, and mostly going for the the Bloodthirster, or into the Infinity Edge, which is usually built on Ashe. But we'll have to see how they go. Maybe they just go quick early damage cheap on the Bloodthirster, and then for the quick Phantom Dancer to repeat that damage over and over, because these champions, especially Vayne, really scale off speed.
Yep, and you can see right here, we can also show the total gold gains right here, current versus total. You can see almost everyone on CLG at 2,600, although that Janna playing support at 13. Everyone, again, you know, similarly on the Goose lineup, everyone around 2,026. Again, the 1,200 on that support Sona. So they're playing, you know, the supports really aren't getting a lot of gold. They're letting their teammates farm all of that, but everyone's getting kind of rich throughout this game, so we're going to see how that plays out.
Like, dear, Saintvicious is choosing to go back and forth. He's like, I know he's pushed, but we're definitely not going to be able to do too much damage to him. It looks like he is going to go for golems here and possibly go up and give calimist a little say hello, and he will do that right there. No, yeah. He's actually going to come up, probably creep and push here. You're going to see him try to go top push. Ashe arrow just missing. He's going to get stopped in the slowed down by Singe. Looks like Bigfatlp taking a lot of damage again from the poison. He needs to get a little bit of magic resist there. Not something you want to have to build on Kennen early. Probably going to go for just the HP and hope he can stay out of that from now on. But they are going to continue to fight here. Bigfatlp does not have to go back. He is kind of staying his bait. He wants to get in there. calimist knows he's doing a lot of damage. Getting that Phoenix damage down back into the bear stance. Oh, Saintvicious doing a great job of trying to take down calimist. Watching a champion Udyr, Saintvicious is playing. If you don't know him, he turns into different forms. He really doesn't have an ultimate as every champion has. He's a little different play style. And you can see him change from a bear stance that allow him to run faster and stun his opponent to what he is in right now into a Phoenix stance, what allows him to do a little bit of an AoE attack with fire and continue to do damage with his auto attack. So a very versatile champion and doing a lot of damage, and great job to calimist in that lane up top. Looks like we have two back actually right now for CLG. They're going to be heading back to their lanes. Not too much action really down bottom. They're just getting their farm on. It's almost like watching a top lane that really doesn't want to poke at each other back and forth. But.
Yeah, they had just aggressed with Nocturne while that gank was going on up top. They knew, okay, there's 2 up top for CLG. That means we have 4 towards the bottom. And they ran in with Nocturne. They dove onto Ashe and to Janna. They didn't get kills there. Janna did manage to save Ashe quite successfully, but they dealt some damage there. And immediately they sent Karthus from mid. They walked him down towards this dragon, and they went as 4, and they picked down Dragon. Galio didn't even leave the lane. He just stayed up there and farmed, and they took Dragon down. And Dragon is actually an extremely important objective on the map. I mentioned him a little bit earlier, but in the pregame. When you kill the Dragon, your entire team gains 190 gold. And so you're going to see, you know, these gold tickers here. You see Sona, 1,600 total gold. Now actually tied up with that Janna, who was kind of being supported earlier. But they basically all got super rich. You see the gold counts up here. For the first time, Goose actually winning in gold, while CLG is doing a better job last hitting minions. With that first blood picked up earlier, and now that dragon kill, they're actually winning in gold. So they're now, ahead in this game. And really, most teams would not have expected Goose to do very well here. CLG, a very, very heavy North American favorite. They've done extremely well in tournaments so far. They're an extremely strong performing team, but they've done a very great job so far in this first round. Goose, kind of an unknown team. And they're putting on a great show of teamwork.
Ooh, flash coming out of Saintvicious. They could get the kill here. He did pop his ultimate though. The ignite and the the ignite rather, hurting his ulti, but it is going to keep him alive. Udyr trying to come in with that. Saintvicious not really using the flash sparingly. He wants that every time he has a chance. And you know what? It's almost working for him, and one of these times it's really going to pay off. So another attempt at top lane. Again, it seems valiant, but they tried to go for it, and we will see Udyr on Udyr, Hotshot rather, onto Karthus in middle with Galio. A little bit of a push there, and not something you want to see. Atlanta has blue buff, so he's just going to have fun mid lane right now, trying to lay waste all over a very low cooldown, about 0.6 seconds, and he's going to be able to just do that back and forth. If it just hits Galio, it's going to do double damage, but he throws on the shield and building that MR as he should.
Oh,
he has not built any MR yet.
This is good. Yeah, he's going to keep pushing on, trying to harass.
Missing. Great job by Hotshot, just avoiding the lay waste on that one.
Yeah, that was really good. The wall of pain comes in there. You saw that big purple wall. It will slow enemy champions who touch it. And
shredding
really,
magic resistance.
Yeah, it lowers his magic resist, makes them run slowly. And the thing is, Karthus is all about those skill shots. It's all about leading your opponent. When they can't move, it's really easy to land a shot. And he does a lot of damage. You can see he's doing it again. Hotshot, you see his health ticking down every single time. He puts on that bulwark right there, trying to keep himself alive. Again, that spam coming out, that resolute smite. But Atlanta doing a great job this lane.
Looks like Nocturne creeping on the bottom lane here as he pushes into the bush. This is something the junglers do. Oh, great hawk shot right there by Chauster just to reveal that. Looks like he will be pushed back into the jungle. And you'll see a third person in lane kind of hide in the bush. You're like, why aren't they doing anything? It's because they've creeped in. The minions only have a certain view, a window of vision. And if you can get into those bushes, the other team's going to feel a little more safe to push out, and you're going to be able to take them off guard right there. So you'll see a lot of the junglers trying to keep creeping the bush. That's going to block their vision, and they're going to be able to do a lot of damage if the other team pushes out, feeling that they have a safe spot to farm it. We're going to see Atlanta coming back down. Looks like there may have been a fight into River, but he just goes back right onto Hotshot, just harassing him, keeping him at his turret, and not really allowing him to farm. And something else that does, if you're pushing your opponent to their turret is going to feed off all of those minion kills. You're still going to get the experience, but you're losing out on a lot of potential gold.
Yeah, if you can't last hit against a turret, it's a really big, important skill to learn. It is possible to kill minions while the turret's fighting them, but you have to get extremely good timing here. You're going to see Hotshot going to toss out some spells, does a good job there, actually takes down most of them. But that's always a difficulty. It's not too bad of it's not really exactly a bad idea to push to a turret sometimes. It does leave you open to getting ganked. You have to be careful of that. But you see Udyr and Nocturne have done that a couple times. But Atlanta has been alive every time that's happened. He's not died to these ganks, so he's feeling pretty confident.
Really great wards right now coming out of the hands of Sona and Mandatory. You can just see all the way over towards the Wraith side. They just had one on their own Wraiths as well. So that it's just like a counter support. You can almost push the lane without having the fear of the gank coming in.
Yeah, it's very true.
Oh, looks like Saintvicious has an Oracles, and he looks hungry for middle here. Galio, HotshotGG, Saintvicious going in. He does have flash up, and he uses it right away, knowing Saintvicious has been popping his flash all day just to land that bear stand stun.
Yep, if they had landed it. Oh, Asher! Ooh. Division from Atlanta saw that arrow. If you see one of those hit, by the way, you're going to be stunned for a very, very long time. That would have definitely been his death if they had landed that shot.
A lot of pokes down towards that. Maybe there's a ward there, Saintvicious. We need you to walk over here. They have been pinging that tri-bush down bottom for quite some time, but I just believe it's because of the ward. But that also stops Mandatory Cloud from going in for a gank there, because all you're going to see CLG do is start to push back in their lane, play a little bit more careful. And here we go, Phreak. Again, he's trying to get into the bush, but bam, there's a ward right there that just spotted him.
Yep, so they're not able to play too aggressively just yet. We see Nocturne up towards the front. Yep, Ash with the hawk shot, but they might go for it anyway. Gonna take a dust spring to the face, will be alive. Vayne gonna keep getting sustained by Sona. And look at the last hits actually. Let's look at the gold income. Ash at, let's see, 4,500 gold. Vayne at 4,800. So yeah, Vayne is actually ahead of Ash in minions, getting babysat by that Sona very, very well. And Vayne scales extremely powerfully into late game. She scales much harder than Ash does. Her damage output is much higher. Oh, but here comes Udyr off to the side. Calimist gonna get caught again. Has that ultimate on, trying to get away. Bigfatlp low on energy. And he's actually gonna go back onto Udyr. He's gonna fling him into the poison cloud.
And that's Singe right there.
Yeah.
Absolute trolling. He is not worried about this fight. He knows he can take a lot of damage. His mana and HP are on the increase right now because of his ulti. So you kind of run around and just deceive. We got a huge fight that could have possibly happened here down bottom. I believe the dragon was just taken as well. During that fight up top, dragon is now gone, and I do believe that went to...
That's probably Goose.
Goose.
Yeah, they had control there. They kind of were in the position for it.
Yep.
They did not get stopped. It was a great job. And again, because they see Udyr's up top, he's trying to do that harassment. He's like, well, great, it's a 4v3. Let's take it. And the thing is, you look at Kennen's summoners. He's got Ignite and Flash, so there's no summoner teleport at all on the Counterlogic Gaming team. So they can't position themselves across the map so quickly. So let's talk about some of the synergies they've got here. So one thing that CLG does, they have Gallia right here, and Gallia's ultimate again, that taunt is extremely powerful. They've got Kennen as well, that slicing maelstroms. They have big AOE, just localized area damage output spells. So Kennen and Gallia can get together and destroy an enemy team really, really quickly, and that's extremely powerful. One thing that Goose does, though, is his Nocturne, his ultimate, will send you about halfway across the map at high speeds and gank a single champion. And actually, there's a fight right here onto Singe. Stop that for a little while, because Singe now trying to run away from Gallia and everyone else. And here comes the fight. There's the Nocturne ult. Will they go in anyway? They've got to be a little bit afraid. Gallia's nearby. calimist getting extremely low. That poison trails there. And there comes the ultimate in from HotshotGG.
Wow.
Vayne is killed at the bottom of the map. They're still fighting this one. Karthus in the middle doing tons of damage. We see that Udyr is still trying to chase down Sona. Sona will flash away. Now onto Elementz. This is Jonathan. A lot of damage, but he's low on mana. Atlanta has to run away. And it's now 2-1. Elementz still chasing in there. The tornado is off. Can he get the kill? Running away with no health. Can he ult in time? He
there
will
it
ult.
is.
Will it be enough, though? He shields, and oh my gosh!
Janna.
18 health. He did kill Kennen, though. They did trade.
He did get Kennen. He did get Kennen.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a really scary fight. I thought Bigfatlp went way early with Maelstrom on that one. He only used it for Singed, and then they all just came out of the bush like, what's up, dude? Let's make this fight happen. And you know what? CLG came out huge on that one, having less numbers in the beginning. And Janna just getting away by the skin of her teeth on that one. She's really loving that shield skill. Yeah,
that's a great push right there. So you saw Vayne and Nocturne push through the bottom lane. Did kill that bottom turret. Now Gallia trying to shove mid, but here comes wallstop. Going to try to stop him a little bit. Be able to do that great. Sona not exactly a high damage champion. You see Gallia still just trucking away on that turret.
Looks like he wants to make it one turret for one here.
But at the same time, Singe did push top.
Yep.
This is one of the great things about Singe, is Singe cannot be 1v1'd, even 1v2'd. He's just, and the thing is, he fights best by running away. The way Singe works, again, with that poison trail, if you chase Singe and you can't quite kill him, you'll start losing farther and farther and farther because you just keep taking damage.
But that sounds so easy, doesn't it? But you always want to chase him.
You always want to, because he's like, because he'll be low and like you really want to take that down. You just won't quite be able to. He gains a lot of movement speed over time, and you just always want to get him, but you won't quite be able to. And that allows him to push, because he requires that 2 to 3 champions chase him, and when 3 people chase him, you've got a 4v2 somewhere else.
Yep.
And so even if he dies, he can make other things happen for his team. Oh, and there's that Astro. Atlanta has been stunned, and here comes everyone else. He will flash, but it's going to be dangerous. Wall of Pain comes out. There is Vayne. Can they do enough damage out? It's going to be scary. Saintvicious is taking a lot of damage. Gallia's nearby, but Gallia's ultimate, actually, it just now cooled down. It was almost up in time for that kill on Vayne.
Oh, that would have been really nice to catch her on the outside there. Probably it could have had Janna even go to the other side and push her right back into the turret.
For sure.
That would have been a really nice move by her. It's something you'll see possibly come out of the hands of Elementz later, as Janna will quickly flash just to use her ultimate, and that can push the entire team or the opponent team into the turret, and it's an absolutely awesome place to have the entire team, because with the CC of Kennen, with the CC of Galio, that just makes for an awesome fight for CLG. It looks like they're going to go ahead and give this one to Galio. He can continue to shield his team up, continue to give his team assistance with speed, and see if he can use that to their advantage. Up top, again, calimist just not leaving top lane alone, exactly what Singe should do. You always want to be split pushing, and that gives CLG something to think about the rest of the entire game.
The rest of the entire game.
The rest of the entire game.
Yes. No, I understand. It's just a little bit of hyperbole there.
Indeed.
You could have the entire game or the rest of the game, but you went both. They're really just the entire rest of the game.
It's going to be there.
It is. So yeah, Gallia wearing blue, going to be pretty happy right here. He's got that Glacial Shroud, so a lot of bonus mana, a lot of cooldown reduction. Not a ton of ability power strength in him right now, but he's certainly going to be nice and tanky. They do want to get that going on there. A lot of physical damage from that team, so they do want to give him some armor. He is their primary tank, of course. But you saw the early game that Singe versus Kennen was pretty close. But you can see down here, Singe 129 minions and Kennen 131. So both of them are farming quite successfully. And Gallia actually at 188, the most farmed in the game pretty much. Go back to the gold ticks, you can see 6,000 pretty much everyone. 6,000 over here. They're all really, really close by. There's no singular, super far ahead champion right now.
Right. It's going to see what they do. I mean, Bigfatlp, I feel like you know, he would have went for some HP first, that MR, but he actually went for Will, and it just misses everyone. Wow, that Ash arrow almost coming down and destroying at least 2 people in mid. If you are around the AoE of the Ash arrow, it's still going to slow you, so they could have a good initiation on a few people that fight. But as I was saying about Bigfatlp is, you know, went for the quick Will the Ancients, was like, I'm going to get poisoned, but I'll steal my health back a little bit. So he's kind of compromised in his build, but still has great items. Needlessly Large Rod, Sork Boots to penetrate, and he has the Will the Ancients, which also assists the rest of his team.
Yeah, so Hotshot going fighting around with Singe. That Bulwark doing a great job. What that shield does, by the way, gives you a lot of bonus armor and magic resist, and then when you take damage, you actually get healed a little bit, so you see that those green numbers coming out. And of course, when Poison Trail deals damage over time, it takes multiple taunts. That heals actually completely overpowers the Poison Trail damage output, so he actually wants to fight Singe because he'll heal by doing so. Unless Singe gets a lot of magic penetration or some extra ability power, he'll actually heal by sitting in Poison Trail. It's a good counter.
So now that we're about 23 minutes into the game, we do see that as a turret has been taken down on each side. Actually 2 for CLG at this point, and just 1. Actually 2 in the middle. One in mid, 1 in bottom. Actually for Goose as well. They're starting to pack up a little bit more. You'll see the team start to now initiate those fights we were talking about, and not just the 1-on-1s that you're going to be brought to, or the 2-on-1s from the jungler. Where you can see going for Dragon here. It looks like they do have it warded. They're going to pull it out a little bit. That is also a strategy to keep it away from the other jungler's smite, and ability to do a great amount of damage to a unit. It looks like Nocturne ulti coming out to clear the vision. Galar shot coming around from the backside, and they're going to be able to pinch the team here. A great ulti coming out of the hands of Kennen. A huge amount of damage on Lemongod, and he is going to go down. The DPS is on the ground, and they will just be able to push through this lane right here. Mandatory is trying to just get the minions down so they can't push as fast. Oh, they catch Karthus in the Galio ulti. He does not have flash up, and he will go down. Zombie Karthus casting as many spells as he can, but everybody is out of range, and no worries there. A really great initiation there. They got Dragon for themselves, and a few team kills by Hotshot coming around the backside. They have really good vision there by Wraiths, and he knew the team was out of position for a good pinch. Yeah,
Udyr did a great job there diving onto Vayne, was kind of the main disruption there. Stopped her from getting away entirely, and you know, they just did not have the damage output anywhere. You know, even though it was roughly a 4v4, they just could not really rally themselves and get into a position they wanted. They needed that Singe to meet wall. There's no real tank for Goose without Singe. Nocturne is just not that beefy right now. He's gonna follow Nocturne around. He just is not a, you know, he's not a meat wall yet. He's not really built that tanky so far. So without Singe to disrupt, you know, they just got jumped on. Vayne couldn't get away. Vayne got caught, and then that flash ult from Galio managed to catch Karthus at the end there, and they kind of just destroyed them. And now CLG, you see, invading the jungle, have picked up the golem. They see Singe right there, but Singe will probably get away. Again, he's tanky. You don't want to chase him around. But this is really, really good for CLG.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. It seems like they have free reign over everything right now. They're kind of, you know, Goose wants to push into whatever they're doing, but CLG kind of has a lot more poke than they do. You're able to throw shurikens with Kennen, Galio, or a HotshotGG with his poke as well. Udyr's right there to CC somebody if you want to initiate on those pokes. So it's really a back and forth game right now for Goose. Do they want to fight it, or do they not want to fight it? Because, you know, they're going to need Singe for this next one, according to the last fight.
Yeah, they're really going to need him. You know, it's already too late. Hotshot's ultimate is back by now, so, you know, they're not going to, like, rush them in and get anything done. Hotshot did have teleport, actually. I mentioned a while ago they didn't have anyone with TP, but Hotshot did have that before, but he wasn't the one solo top for a while. Now he is, so basically their gameplay is going to be have Hotshot solo top, have him keep pushing, have him keep distracting, and then whenever a team fight starts, he can TP way into the battle. Singe can do the same. His teleport is also up, so they're kind of going to play this sort of split push gameplay and see what they can do. They have pushed through, got that mid turret right there, so that's going to help them out a little bit. 3 turrets apiece. It's going to be a big win there for Goose. They want to keep pushing through. Hotshot is still far. They have a couple more seconds before Hotshot actually gets into the fight, so if they can get anything done, they'll want to try to do it now. Ashore comes out. That'll hit Singe in the face, but he's tanky. It's not going to be a huge deal. He has a little bit of health there, but here's Hotshot in the back. He could ult and catch all of them. He's going to jump in there, and there it is. Picks up 2 to 3. Can they get enough damage out? But there's Griffin in the middle. Elementz taking a lot of damage. Bigfatlp might drop down, but so much damage dealt. Wallstop actually dropping down. He's going to fall, and now the ult comes in from Karthus. Saintvicious could fall. He's getting extremely low. He will drop down. There's actually a pretty good fight on both sides. They've only lost 2. They've killed 2 as well. They're staying okay, and they're going to jump onto this turret a little bit.
Shielded off by Janna a little bit. That's going to take a few shots with Vayne here. Going to be able to put a lot of damage on that turret. Looks like, check her build. Yeah, there it is, the fast Bloodthirster, the Phantom Dancer. And she's going to actually go straight for those Merc Treads, as we talked about before. Galio's ulti, it's worth getting them for. So not even worrying about faster speed on the Zerg Greaves. She's going to go for straight, stay alive, stop that CC, and it's called actually Tenacity. and that's going to keep her from being CC'd for too long of any type.
It was a great fight for Goose. They had just lost the last one. They had gotten some of the buffs stolen. You know, good Galio ult went down, but they did a wonderful job of coming back onto that one. The Nocturne ult did great. They killed LP. They killed, I believe it was Udyr as well. So they managed to kill Kennen and Udyr. They lost Sona plus Karthus, the two squishiest on the team, the least like to survive, basically.
Yep.
So, you know, they lost expected deaths, and they got 2 kills that were actually really, really powerful. Saintvicious had been wearing an Oracle's Elixir before, so that's an extremely valuable kill. You have to rebuy that, but you know, he's getting so incredibly durable right now. Randuin's Omen, Wit's End coming in. Might be going for Trinity for next. He's going to be a really disruptive champion there.
Looks like we got some pings going on here. I was going to say flashes, but nobody flashed. We got some pings going on in mid. They did ping where Karthus was, and I don't see that they have anything there. Maybe that was just hawkshot this. You know, Karthus came out mid. That's where he was going. So they do have a ward. CLG has a ward towards Baron. They have vision on that. That's pretty much their only ward right now other than the tri-bush down bottom. So here we go, pushing in actually towards red. Vayne going for red, and they're going to give her a little bit of trouble. Lemongod forced to push away on that one. It looks like I believe they may be able to steal that from her.
Here we go. We see Karthus with the wall of pain that's going to land, but Galio's nearby. They've got to be careful. He's going to jump in. There's the ult. So much damage about to be done right here. Whoops, sorry about that one, guys. And there we go. The Ashe ult comes off as well. Mandatory Cloud going to drop down. This could be a complete cleanup right here. Car's not doing enough damage. Lemongod being caught. They could try to kill Saintvicious. He's stunned him against the wall. They could get the kill. He flashes back in. Trying to get the damage. Will not be able to do so. And they're in great shape right now. They've cleaned up almost everyone. They've not lost the champion. Singe still around there trying to run away, but now Chauster chasing down on the wallstop. Wallstop could very easily fall right here. That will be a kill. Nice job here. Calimist now alone. 1 versus 5 has not killed anyone. Flings hotshot, but he's the tank. You don't want to really push him into a turret because it won't matter too much. They're still chasing him down. Look at that. Gally just not taking damage. That will be a kill. Ace picked up. Great job by CLG. 5 kills, no deaths. Wonderful job there.
Oh, very nice job there. Hotshot and both Chauster just absolutely knowing in their minds that we're going to chase this. You're taking the damage. And that was very good by Chauster to not stop one bit as well, knowing that Hotshot was tanking the turret. He had nothing to worry about in the entire instance. Great job by both of them on the chase. And Saintvicious for really sticking with the initiation on that fight, flashing back in after having a mere 200 HP and staying alive.
Yeah, that was a wonderful job. It just completely just disrupted against that Vayne.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, Vayne is the big damage dealer. You have to disrupt Vayne or you're going to lose the team fight. And they did a wonderful job of doing that.
Looks like Chauster just pushing up top lane a little bit. That's going to be a huge minion wave, and that turret needs to go down quite soon. It's about 60% right now, so they should be able to get it quick. Karthus looking to say, no, this turret's not going to take any damage, and it looks like Saintvicious farm. So he's going to go ahead and do that. Every last hit you got on a minion, as we've said, gives you a little bit of gold, as well as the experience always from the minion dying in your lane if you are near it. So they're going to be able to do that. He's getting a lot of gold for himself right there. His build already quite big. He does have the Void Staff, so he's going to be able to penetrate any of the Banshee's Veils or just single Negatron Cloaks that are being built by the other team right now. Yep. We do see the Frozen Heart on Galio. That's really going to assist with Vayne and Nocturne in a fight that's going to slow down their auto attacks and allow the fight to really go in favor of CLG.
Yeah, one good thing here is that Void Staff is a big jump in power. That giant oh, he got it stolen! Nice job by Hotshot. Stole the Golem buff. Wonderful job there. That's pretty sexy right there. So Karthus now without Golem. Gonna be a little bit sad about that one. But basically, the build here, Void Staff is a big jump in power. That magic resist penetration is really, really huge. Also, Vayne now has finished Quicksilver Sash, so their 2 main damage dealers have completed their core builds, and you'll see that the Singe is not behind at all. So they have their main Disruptor is doing fine. Their 2 big damage dealers are doing fine. Nocturne is behind Udyr, but that's not a big problem because Nocturne can still jump onto Ashe, and we're gonna see if that's gonna play out well for them. Ashe probably going for a looks like a Last Whisper next. That'll be a pretty big deal there, but Ashe is going to be difficult to deal with, but Vayne is definitely going to do quite nicely. Karthus as well, so they have a good chance at this fight. They're not out of the game yet at all.
No, not at all. We'll have to see what they can do. It really needs to go in their favor. They need to dodge that, as you said, the Galio ult. He has a Quicksilver Sash. Singe is going to be that meat shield in the front, and they really have to play that. They cannot let Saintvicious and I should say Bigfatlp get into the fight, even flash into the fight, and that's really what they've been stopped by, is that there is no way to get away from somebody flashing onto you.
Pretty
that
much,
initiation is pretty tough.
Their initiation is super, super strong, and if they screw up, Elementz can always ult, on that Janna, use that Monsoon, get him out of the way, so they have really, really good jump in there, crush your face. If you're disorganized at all, you'll probably die, and CLG's done a great job of that so far.
So we could have a forced bear here.
Yep, they're clearing wards out right now. Takes that one down. Good job by Elementz.
Wow, great job. Yeah, Elementz just going around all the natural ward spots, all the counter ward spots, clearing them up. Very good job. You can see any character with that glowing pink eye over their head, that's an Oracle's, and it needs to be purchased, and then you consume it, and you can see any wards or invisible units around that area that it can see, which is pretty much just around you.
Yep. They wanted to go in. Udyr was far, but they managed to not initiate quite well. Looks like calimist trying to run away. He's going to get caught a little bit, but he should be safe. Oh, no, here comes Udyr. The ult pops. Kennon's around there. They're going to jump into this fight. Atlanta jumping in there. There's the ult in from Galio. Ashtar comes off. Atlanta most definitely going to die, but he flashes in just in time. Does some damage. The ult's going to go off as well. Can they do enough damage? You see they're chasing down onto Ash. They're doing a ton of damage. They are not quite picking up that kill. Lemongod still not getting the kill just yet. Can he kill Chauster? Running away from Hotshot now. Bigfatlp off to the side. Can he get the kill? He's going to get jumped on. Oh, he almost picks it up, but Bigfatlp will survive that. And you can see Purple Team picking up all the kills right here. Saintvicious now being disruptive. Calimist trying to run away. They've cleaned up 4 kills, and Sin's the only one alive. Good knock up there by Elementz. They will not pick this one up.
Wow.
Great job, CLG. Everyone just surviving, just barely.
That is a lot of low HP right there.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to take this one pretty strong. They do have a minion wave right behind them, and with the speed that they have on the attacks right now, they could take down easily this inhibitor. Yeah, Hotshot's not even going to worry about it. He says, I got the tank on the turret. He's really not even going to take that much damage. Kennen going through, Bigfat's trying to clear that wave. Just the more damage they can get done right now in seconds is what they're looking for. 0.5 seconds. Seconds to the T, and that's what they did. They're going to back out. That lane will now start to spawn super minions, which actually really starts to push any of the regular minions or siege minions that the blue team, that's Goose, is going to be spawning down just that lane. So you see a lot of focus now coming from CLG to that lane, and also kind of toying with Baron and trying to pull Goose into a fight.
They're going for it too.
Yep.
They're not doing a very good job of hiding the fact they're going for Baron. I mean, they're running through wards anyway, but so you see CLG immediately recalled. They healed up. They're running towards Baron. Atlanta's going to sort of lead his team over there. They have to know that the other team knows. They know they've run through wards. They know they have no oracles, and they're going to go for it, but CLG is very close by. You're going to watch. This fight's not going to go well for CLG. Ashtar's going to come in, smack calimist in the face. They want to try to get out of the range if they can, and there is the Galley ult already up again. Atlanta not in great shape. He will drop down. Does not have, actually does have ult. It's going to cast that right now. Mandatory Cloud dropping down to Udyr. A lot of damage being done on both sides, but looks like they're not cleaning up at all. Everyone is still alive for CLG. Lemongod not in great shape. Bigfatlp comes in with the ultimate. Wallstop will probably go down. A great dance cast out by Sona. Going to stay alive, but there comes Janna chasing down, and she's going to see her on the map. They're going to try to chase that one.
Support on support. Oh, the Zephyr gets off. Can Elementz grab wallstop through the wall? Hurricane, can he get him to go down? The Shuriken lands, trying to get into the bush so she can just dodge any attack. And a blind Shuriken coming out of the hands of Big to take him down. Good chase by Elementz, and an awesome Hurricane through the wall there to pop up wallstop. That was a very good fight. Bigfat didn't even use his ulti till the end, really. They just knew they had enough damage, allowing all the cooldowns to be wasted before he went in and got targeted.
Yep, so Vayne and Sin is the only 2 alive. CLG knows that. They don't want to risk the game. They're ahead by about 10,000 gold. They're significantly ahead in this game right now. They have a very good chance of winning. There's always a chance of getting a comeback here. They do have a lot of damage output, but they're getting pretty tanky. This Galio doing a great job as well. Taking that turret, doesn't really care. Drops another turret down. 6 turret kills to 4. They're starting to control this map much more quickly. And it's looking good for CLG. It's not quite over. There's always a chance of comebacks. I've seen games worse than this, you know, at the same skill level, just get turned around this way.
It really is. It's just the mistake on the initiation, the cooldowns being used in the wrong spot, and a fight can absolutely go in a different way. It seemed that CLG has just had the upper hand, even with less players in a fight, as we just saw the fight at Baron. But, you know, you have Baron fighting you. It's not really one you want to initiate. They got hit with an arrow right there. And again, calimist getting hit with an arrow just for the wards. It's a very low cooldown for Ashe, so Chauster really not too worried about that. It's going to be up right soon. And really the farming just to happen. They want to make sure all the lanes are pushed. And this is CLG really mounting to their next attack. They want to get the lanes pushed. They're going to again go to force at Baron, and they can pretty much do whatever they want right now.
Yep, and there's Udyr going in for it. They do know they have ward control now. Elementz was working the oracles, has been sweeping out wards. You can see blue team has no vision of anything even remotely close to Baron. Meanwhile, they can see almost all the inlets here. CLG can see them coming in. You see this dragon.
This is something you can actually always notice when CLG goes to do Baron, is Hotshot is off in another lane. You're usually fighting the entire other team.
Yep, and he's doing a good job against Atlanta, doing a lot of damage here. Going to pull back now. Has oracles as well, so he's been ward sweeping. But they're coming down for him. I mean, they could theoretically jump Hotshot and kill him. It'd be worth it to get that kill and try to fight 5v4.
Great split push here. They're going to be able to drop this turret. Nocturne is up top, and you can see the shift in the mini-map base of everybody just like, Hotshot's here, but their entire team is over here. They have a really good hold on Goose's base and all right now. They don't even have to worry about warding, but they still are warding the jungle because, like Phreak said, anything can happen. It's really still anybody's game, but it is looking quite grim right now for Goose in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And this, of course, is going to be a best of 3 throughout the entire tournament. So this is just game 1. We will have a 1 to 2 more games. If Goose can come back, it'll go to a game 3. Or if CLG can shut them out, that's going to be good for CLG. They want to get a good start on the day and a good start on the tournament. There's an 8-team single elimination. So if you drop out here, if you lose, you're gone for the tourney. And if you win, you're guaranteed top 4.
Ash just putting out about 800 damage a shot on those crits, and that's pretty much everyone she's thrown out of her bow right now, so that's not something you want to get hit by. The ward strat looking to take down some turrets with wards, but Hotshot failing. And we're going to have to see if he can get in here. He's just taking damage, and what he's really doing right there, as I said, is you want to get in there and take cooldowns from the team. This allows his team to go in without being too focused, and there it is. The cooldowns are wasted. The arrow comes out. Atlanta being a focus. He goes down. Janna able to take him down. Very nice job there. It looks like Hotshot getting out of the fight alive. The Karthus ulti goes off in zombie form. A very nice kill there on Nocturne. A quick lightning surge from Kennen. Bigfatlp coming up with one. And really they're just kind of toying with the inhibitors. They're able to get this one, make sure they have the top one. They may even go for the third. And it looks like, yeah, Saintvicious is going to go ahead and take that right there. May even get flung away. Hey, thanks, calimist. That's exactly what he needed to have done. And they're just going to turn around without any worry about the turret and go ahead and take this. A very good game by CLG. You know, they took that first hit in the beginning on first blood on Kennen, but like we said, it's really anybody's game throughout the entire game. But CLG not allowing Goose to really grab an inch. Goose was able to get first dragon, helped him out a little bit, but as we look at the gold now, 46,800 gold for Goose, 62,800 for CLG, and that's not something you can itemize against at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be really difficult. They're in the base. They've got all 3 inhibitors. CLG almost certainly going to mop this game up. They've got 1 turret down on the Nexus, the second one going down right now. About 39 minutes into the game, CLG now on to the Nexus, about to take the first game. Saintvicious says GG, and that is going to be game CLG taking game 1 against Goose. And we will have the other games coming up very soon. We'll see if Goose can learn any of their lessons. They did win early on. They did a great job early in the game. They took down a lot of kills. They got the first blood by Bigfatlp being too aggressive. They did take the first 2 dragons. They got the first couple of turrets as well. They had kept a very strong early game advantage. Vayne was out CSing Ashe. They had all these big advantages they had built for themselves throughout the game. It just, they couldn't quite keep it up. Their team fights weren't as good.
I really thought it was going to be a more mid to late game for that entire team because Vayne gets farmed. You know, Karthus can just do a ton of damage. You know, sometimes it's zombie Karthus. They know they're going to die. It's not really that much. They're not worth much anymore. So that's what they do. But the ability of Galio and Kennen and Udyr to just stop people from moving. Singed needs to run. Singed couldn't run. You know, you can't be Singed if you can't run. Exactly, you said you want people to chase you, and it was just a very good job by the entire team to not even allow them to get their skills off in a fight.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what it was you know, giant team fights sort of in the mid to late game when CLG finally got their first dragon. It was extremely important for them because they finally, you know, they finally took a map objective, and when they took that, Goose had tried to stop them, but they stopped them too late. It was either bad coordination or a bad call or something or some kind of miscommunication, but basically they limped into a fight after it was over, and they got caught. And they got caught and they lost like 4 champions. And at that point, CLG was like, well, we just got the dragon, so we got equal in gold, then we won a team fight. So we have map control for more turrets. You know, we just, you know, took down any killing sprees you might have had. We just got a bunch of gold off your champions. You know, we now have hold over the game. And before that, they were, you know, coming in trying to sneak into things. You know, they would trade kills once in a while.
Yeah, a few of those fights were just 2 twos, 3 threes.
They had 2 twos, but, you know, again, Goose will outscale them. They have a better scaling team. Karthus ridiculous damage output. Vayne just highest DPS range carry in the game, realistically, but they couldn't do enough because they eventually got caught. And while they would outscale them, once CLG gets ahead in gold, you know, I'll scale, you know, 1.1 times as well as you scale. But if your gold is more than 1.1 times what my gold is, that's kind of irrelevant at that point. And now CLG, you know, with a better crowd control team, with a more sort of secure type team, they're not just, oh, we're not about scaling, we're about controlling. And if you're ahead in scaling and you control, it's kind of over.
Yeah, 20,000 gold is the 4,000 item for pretty much everybody on the team.
Yeah, that's kind of a big deal.
That's a big item.
Okay. So we are going to kick it over to a commercial as we get the players ready for the next game. We're going to get you guys a commercial and a promo break, and we'll be right back, so stay tuned. Hey everybody, we are back. We are back. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the show. It is time for Game 2 in the very near future. CLG and Goose are getting themselves back in. Looks like we have 4 in from both teams. They're saying Goose is first pick. CLG is going to pick side. Although they said we are side. Actually, he said we are Siode. Chauster with a couple of typos there, but we don't know which side it's going to be necessarily. But we'll kind of see as this pans out. But so, what kind of lessons do you think Goose is going to learn from that first game?
Don't let Hotshot farm. He actually still had the highest farm in the game as we came into the end. And although we know Hotshot for that farm shot, GG, that's just what he does. And he actually turns games around. We saw Jack's games that he turns around, this Galio game that he really turned around for his team with the initiations on flashing and alting. But he was face tanking 100% health turrets for his team. I mean, you can do that in the other game. It's common, but he was doing it, like 30 minutes into the game, they kind of had like 4 minions and he was half health. So yeah, go ahead and tank. And that just shows, his build, his understanding of the other team. And Hotshot really played well that game for his team, as well as, Saintvicious coming in, helping out Bigfatlp up top a lot. There was a lot of focus on Singed, and I really think that helped their game as well, not allowing him to be too tanky. And he did take damage from Galio's ulti, so that kind of throws Singed out of the fight a little bit more in the end, because usually that damage is only like a little bit, and you're like, yeah, he can't be focused anymore. And they did. They focused him a lot, and that's not something you see very often. So they had a really good understanding of what was going on. So it's going to be hard for Goose to pull that one around, because they really don't have anybody that can just be like, we can ban this person and have that not happen again. Because that was a pretty just solid team.
Absolutely. He really did play pure tank.
Yeah.
And, his actual score was 0-0-19. 0 kills, 0 deaths, 19 assists. Was in most of the fights, had brought Summoner Teleport. He started out mid to counter Karthus, which was a really smart choice. Yeah. But eventually then, once it got into the mid to late game where Kennen felt safe fighting Karthus, they switched over. He went solo top against Singed, and of course he had so much MR plus Bulwark, like Singed can't touch him anymore. Yeah. And he just kept farming and pushing through and doing cool things, and he could teleport into a fight or run down, help his team initiate. And he did a lot of good things there. So he definitely was a good key player there. Chauster stayed alive quite well. I mean, the entire team, of course, played quite phenomenally, aside from Bigfatlp giving away first blood. They did a good job overall. I mean, they certainly played a very safe game. That they lost a couple of individual lanes, but their team play, and it really just shows how good they are as an actual team, where you can always challenge individual skill in any given players. After every tournament game I ever see CLG play, someone always calls out one of the players for a mistake. It always happens, right? There's always a thread like, oh my gosh, blank is the worst player on CLG. And it's different every tournament.
Oh, of course.
There's just they just alternate worst players. But as a team, they always sort of seem to come through. They also seem to lose game 1 a lot and then win the rest. That seems to be a signature of CLG.
Yeah, they're not a morning team.
Yeah, they're the negative SK. SK wins game 1, then manages to get countered. But CLG is very good at learning as a team from their mistakes and making that work quite well. So we are happy to go.
Indeed, I believe everybody is in the match right now.
Yeah, we do have all 10.
Get this started up here.
We have all 10 in. And Chauster, thankfully, is actually wearing that Tibbers icon, that Tibbers summoner icon. That is, of course, the best summoner icon.
Iconic.
I see what you did there. Awesome. Thank you, Riv.
All right, so it looks like we're going to throw this into the draft in just a few seconds here. They're going to get their players picked out and banned out, as we said. They do ban and then they pick. But like I said, really between the other, for CLG, there was, a Kennen. You don't ban Kennen. Galio, I mean, you can choose to ban Galio, but he probably won't play Galio again. He could just throw out a Cho'Gath and be just as tanky. So like I said, it's going to be hard for Goose to come out of that being like, there's no like a Lee Sin specific ban or something like that. Lee Sin rocked us in the jungle. They may ban Udyr. I could see them banning that against Saintvicious, but we'll have to see. We have a Kassadin coming out right away for a ban on Goose to the Zillion of CLG.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Lee Sin ban last time. He's definitely one of the scariest junglers.
Right, yeah.
There's sort of a sort of in the current play style, there seems to be like a top 3 jungler setup. Yeah. Where the teams just from the champions they practice, there's like 3 favorite junglers, and it's Udyr, Lee Sin, and Nocturne. These sort of big fighter guys. And you see, CLG's banning Galio. And here's the thing, and I knew it too, because Galio was first pick for CLG, and he's been a very, very common choice here. People are starting to really, really love that solo Galio. He can counter a mage in mid. He's a great initiator. He's a great tank. Lets you play a fighter jungler. He's just super, super powerful there. Cassiopeia ban that's aimed at Bigfatlp, super strong laner here. And now it's going to be its first pick time, and we're going to see if they ban out Lee Sin or Nocturne, if they leave both junglers in there, or if they're going to go for a fast mage. Kassadin is kind of a targeted ban to let Karthus be played. Kassadin actually outlanes Karthus really, really hard and just has a good playstyle there, because Karthus kind of comes into a fight. If you silence him before he can land Defile on, he's just screwed. And he can't fight into the fight. He can't turn on Defile. It's really, really bad for Karthus players there. So Gangplank ban, interesting. So Gangplank's actually banned out. We'll see if they rush Lee Sin. Lee Sin's pretty powerful jungler there. Galio, Zillion, those are the very, very big NA picks. Oh, they love Kog'Maw.
Yeah,
that's
that was
right.
an N out last game.
He was, yeah.
Yep.
And you know, I don't unfortunately know Goose all that well, but it seems, yeah, they really love that Kog'Maw. I think Lemongod was the AD player there.
Yep,
Lemongod, quite the Kog'Maw player.
We'll have to see what he throws out. He's definitely going to be going for that attack. He's not really artillery, so you can play Kog'Maw either or. You can go for artillery snipes on the AP, but like we said, he was AD. We'll have to see who does
I'm
that.
calling Morgana.
Oh yeah?
I'm calling
for
Morgana.
CLG?
Yeah, like actually both Morgana and Lee Sin almost. I don't like. I'll be wrong on both of those probably, but I believe we're gonna see a Morgana
Not so
here.
scary. Morgana Black Shield, Lee
Oh,
Sin
man.
Shield coming in. She just stands there alting. That's some scary stuff.
Kate Tarrant could
Very
be good
nice.
too.
Very nice. Yeah, Kate Tarrant would be great, especially against the Kog'Maw. You don't want to have to get close.
I know what
yes,
they're doing. I know what they're doing.
Saintvicious
I know-
going to be trundling the.
I know what they're doing.
Trundling.
No, they're playing poke comp. I talked to CLG yesterday.
So what? They just throw up a pillar and watch them run away as they just shoot them down.
Here's the thing: they're playing poke comp, so they're doing like they're you know Needle's not banned, right?
Oh wow!
They have all the
wow.
poke mages are available, all the poke ADs available. They're actually leaving Caitlyn in because again they picked Kog'Maw, so Kate's safe, right? They can last pick Caitlyn. Caitlyn's a poking AD.
Right.
I think they trust calimist doesn't play Needly, so it's gonna be poke comp. They've got Sona, a big
There's
sustainer.
Morgana.
See, called the Morgana, so that's good. I get a little bit of that. I take some credit, thank you, even though they clearly didn't pick it for me. At least I called one champion on the wrong team correctly. And of course the Lee Sin was wrong entirely. So that's,
yeah, no Lee Sins. Yeah.
But yeah, as soon as they picked Trundle, like I was talking to them again at dinner 2 nights ago, I think on Thursday night, and he's like, "Yeah, dude, if like we have comps and stuff, if we get poke comp, if like Needly's in there, we pick Trundle." Because
That's
basically,
awesome.
if they ever try to come at us, we're just like, pillar. Come at me, bro. And,
Make it happen.
And there's a Moo, so there's no Lee Sin at all.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, they could go lane Sin. Solo top Lee Sin's not bad, but yeah, they are still going to pick up that Morgana, so they're going to be good to go. And let's see what we can do. And yeah, so there are the picks. Mumu and Morgana. That's actually a really good comp right there. This is actually really good back beta. I remember the old comp was Morgana, Fiddlesticks, and Mumu. And Mumu would initiate, drop that ult. Morgana would use that time while Mumu's curse had Mumu's on to turn hers on.
Just
and
bind
that timer,
everybody.
Yeah, and that timer would go through, and then everyone gets stunned, and the entire time Crowstorm's just running around, just crushing faces. So, and there's the Needly, there's the Caitlyn. So they are going for the poke comp, and their last pick could be again. It could be once more on Kennen. I think that's their standard sort of poke mage, but there's a lot of available ones here. There's other poke mages available, so we'll see how that pans out.
For sure. It'd be a nice, no, Malzahar is not really poke. You
So
would
they
be able to
need-
throw on Malefic Visions, but
Yep.
you got to get kind of close for that.
So I think they know right now, like, oh, shoot, it's poke comp, right? They see Needly Caitlyn, they're like, oh, we know what's up. So we'll see if they pick like Soraka or Taric as a sustained support to try to survive the poke game, or if they go for a heavy initiate with like Alistair and Mumu and like they really go for it, because they could probably go like heavy push against this. But yeah, Soraka for the support. Oh, Talon, this is interesting. Do you have the ability to really jump on this one? They have a good chance at this. Shen? Oh, interesting.
Wow.
I mean, yeah.
Either or, both would have worked. It would have been nice. But
This could be
then
really
again,
cool.
they have to be careful that there's 2 heals on CLG, and they're going to be able to use that to their advantage quite a lot. So, especially in a fight, you're going to see Atlanta trying to stand united. That is the ultimate for Shen. He's able to teleport to one of his teammates and give them quite a bit of a shield. So I see that, as well as Soraka, another global ulti on there to be able to heal the entire team in that burst heal for the poke game.
Yeah, and they're playing another sort of global comp. You saw last time we did Karthus Nocturne. This is basically inverse Karthus Nocturne. Instead of like Requiem plus Nocturne goes and ults a guy, it's like, well, we're gonna wish and then Shen's gonna save the guy.
Right?
Right. So it's exactly the negative of the old comp, which is hilarious to me and great. But I'm betting on Kennen. I forget what other poke mages are available there, but it seems there's Kennen. And again, he can also counter initiate that ultimate, that slicing maelstrom. If you jump in there, he's gonna crush faces really hard. So this is a pretty good lineup for CLG. It's definitely poke comp. They've got a good sustain there with Sona. They've got that Trundle could be disruptive and jump on a guy. So they have their picks up, and they're of course going to probably switch teams again because I believe CLG wanted blue team, and we're gonna go ahead and rehost our blind pick game, and we'll be good to go in the very near future. These players should be ready to go. Hopefully, Elementz will not get lost on the way to the second game, as with last time. That was a little bit unfortunate. And so we'll see how this one plays out, just waiting for the game to host up, and we'll be good to go. So how do you feel about these lineups? I mean, I talked a while about the CLG poke comp, but what do you think is really going to happen here?
I think there's a lot of initiation coming out of GOOSE. They do have Morgana, as you said, and they do have a Mumu. But to be able to make that happen with the poke comp, you know, Morgana has to get in there. And a lot of the damage that the other team has, especially Caitlyn, is just going to go right through Black Shield. So that's really just more for the EPs on that side. Trundle's going to be coming straight at you. Just a very tanky character. He's probably going to ult somebody like a Mumu, get all that ability that he has since his ultimate steals a little bit of damage and defense.
Yep.
And there we are.
Yeah, Trundle's basically like the ultimate leech champion.
Yeah.
His Q, basically he runs in there. So, you know, we got a couple new champions in this game. So Trundle is a melee fighter. He's another jungler like we saw before. And you know, he's very much about being in there and fighting. He's pure melee, much like Singe. He kind of just jumps on you and stays on you. His first ability, Rabid Bite, he normally hits you with a club. He kind of smacks you over the face a couple times. Then Rabid Bite, he actually lunges at you, bites your neck or something, steals damage from you, empowers himself. So he really kind of nerfs whatever he fights, and he gets himself nice and beefy. And he does more damage with that club. His other abilities, he's got one that's it's a large area. As long as he's fighting in this area, he runs and attacks faster. He takes, you know, less stuns, all that. He's, you know, just really is good at sticking onto you. His third ability, it puts up this pillar, and you can't walk through the pillar, obviously, but also it slows anything around him, so it's a really big disruption ability. You drop it down, and you can't get around it anymore. He runs fast, steals damage from you, punches your face some more. Worked really, really well. His ultimate, as well, will start just leeching life, armor, magic resist. He pretty much just buffs every stat that he actually wants, you know, damage, durability, everything, and it just empowers himself and keeps you from kind of getting anywhere, right? Puts that pillar behind you, empowers up his haste with desecrated land, and just jumps at you and really just bashes your face in. And that's really kind of just Trundle's gameplay, just kind of getting in there and bashing you. That's actually really powerful. And especially because of that pillar, it's a really good counter initiation. You can kind of split the team up a little bit, and you can kind of just jump in there. Whoever came in there, he's gonna sap all of your resources and really, you know, pound you down. It's gonna be extremely powerful there.
Throw out some tricks too. I think you can bounce Shen out of his ulti when he's trying to ulti. Throw a pillar under him, and it'll move him to the side. You can stop that. So if you can stun Shen, as we said, a global ulti, it'll stop him, and it's actually really great for your team because that's a wasted ult one, and whoever he was trying to save probably didn't get saved.
And you know what's even more hilarious? Is that's going to work especially well against Soraka's Astral Blessing. When she buffs up that guy's armor, he can steal some of that armor. So Soraka has a heal. She's one of the supports we haven't seen yet. She has a great single target heal and a long cooldown, and it puts a giant armor buff on the teammate that she heals. You know, here's a bunch of health and a bunch of armor so you don't die to a physical damage dealer. But again, that Trundle pick, he steals a percentage of your armored magic resist. So you get this giant 120 armor buff, and he's like, I'll take half of that, thanks. And you know, he suddenly nerfed Soraka basically, and he's powered himself up a lot. He's gained a lot of
That's something he probably
thought
of as soon as he saw Soraka. He had a smile on his face.
Yeah, he's like, oh, great.
Somebody's going to get healed. And then that person actually has an image around them that they were just healed, so he can easily focus that person out and just boop.
Yeah, so he can really do a great job. And like he's just like, oh, great, thanks for counterpicking for me. I appreciate that. So we are now in the load screen. We can see the lineups here. HotshotGG, of course, on Nidalee Bigfatlp, once more on Kennen. Sona, the support player, Elementz, Caitlyn being played by Chauster, Trundle being played by Saintvicious, that jungler. And again, here we go, Atlanta on the mage pick as Morgana, wallstop and support playing Soraka. Oh, mandatory cloud actually on Cogmas. That was actually a swap, I think, or I'm just not paying very close attention. And calimist, actually, yeah, they have swapped around. Calimist now on the jungler, he's a Mumu.
Wow,
and so
Lemongod, AD last time.
Yeah, so, okay, they have actually swapped around quite a little bit here. So, yeah, that's why we had a little bit of different choices here. But, yeah, mandatory cloud, going to be rocking that Cogmas. So, interesting that actually they have a team where they actually switch roles quite a bit. They have kind of favored champions and sort of comps that work here. I mean, realistically, GOOSE has an amazing initiate here. That AoE taunt from Lemongod, that Shen, mandatory cloud can just bombard people with Kog'Maw. A lot of damage available there.
You can see, looks like they want to be aggressive, but they won't. Caitlyn did get traps first. You'll see different skills picked sometimes in the beginning of the game for initiation. If you can get a stun off right away, you'll get that. If you can snare somebody, you'll get that as well. And you see Caitlyn getting her trap instead of her Q to do long range damage. And going to be quickly picked up by Atlanta there. Nothing he has to worry about. So he clears that trap out. And they're probably not going to initiate now, knowing Caitlyn did get her traps. But both teams seem like they're going to be staying on their own sides anyways.
Oh, wow. And I think, CLG's going for that. For the strategy they've been running back in the day, they've been running that stuff. Let me just hide chat real quick. Oh, yeah. They're actually running this trap before, running a roam support, this Sona kind of roaming around. You can see that Nidalee actually... Oh, no, I guess she's going to recall back now. She had put some traps down watching for a push. But CLG had been doing a lot of, like, send Hotshot solo bot 1v2 and have the support roam. And they actually had some pretty good success with that strategy. But it seems like with Hotshot kind of dropping traps, maybe she's going to run back now to the other side of the map. Might be taking mid, actually. Looks like Kennan's going to solo top. Nidalee going to take mid. And again, Caitlyn Sona at bot lane. They're going to really sort of pressure on this way. Saintvicious is going to kill, again, all these guys with that Trundle, doing a good job here. Smite and level 2 right away, so could work out nicely.
Good for him. Saintvicious making quick moves there. Looks like they actually quite slow for the blue golem there. It did come up, I guess, 5 seconds ago, so he was going for it. They didn't really lose any time on that. He's going to be able to just cry on that, get it down. Mandatory Cloud and wallstop heading down bottom. And yes, we are going to see a HotshotGG versus Atlanta mid. This is going to be good for Atlanta. He can black shield a lot of those spears that may hit him because Hotshot is very good at chucking out those spears. And the farther they go, the more damage he's going to be doing. And right now, they are both at 4 bar, so neither would last long under both of their abilities.
Yep, so Hotshot opening with Mana Crystal and a couple of health potions. Atlanta opening with boots and even more health potions. Going to be last hitting with basic attacks. Has that Dark Binding at rank 1, so can't quite farm the minions easily just yet. But as he ranks up, that Fermented Soil can use that to drop down minions quite successfully. There's the level up. Might start casting these spells now. You can see Hotshot is actually pushing the wave, so Atlanta has to be afraid of his turret right now.
Looks like they put the energy up top, and that is, by that, I mean the energy users. You can see the bar on both Lemongod and Bigfatlp. They have a yellow bar instead of a blue mana bar. They use energy, which increases at a quicker rate than mana will regenerate. And it also, they have to figure out which way they want to use their spells. When you have an energy character, there's a certain combination you can use your spell, and you might find yourself a little lackluster in a fight if you did it the wrong way. So that's how these guys fight up top. We're going to see them going at it the entire game. They really don't have to worry about mana sustain, so they're always going to be throwing abilities at each other. Heading towards to see where the junglers are. It looks like calimist is backing as he's finished, and as well as Saintvicious. So really, they're on the same path.
Yep, and you can see, let's see, 4.1 versus 4.1. Pretty much both teams identical in money right now. CLG very slightly ahead, but the top lane, you can see Kennen at 12, Shen at 11. You guys are pretty much similar. Amumu's already recalled for a Philosopher's Stone, so he's going to be a little bit ahead of this Trundle. Trundle has picked up boots, is going for the clear again on the jungle. But really, none of the junglers have been threatening just yet. Calimist is going to go in for the Lizard buff right now. He might gank with that. Could get some decent damage out of it. We never quite know. Nidalee versus Morgana, of course, a close fight as well. 20 minions versus 12 minions. Actually, Morgana significantly outlast hitting HotshotGG, so Atlanta probably wants to keep that pressure up, kind of push him to his turret, make that last hitting a little bit more difficult if he can help it. And that might be actually his early game playstyle here.
Yeah, these sword minions not going to be as easy to hit. There's sorcerer minions, and before that, there are melee minions. The melee ones are usually a little bit easier to farm at the turret. The sword or caster minions usually go down a lot quicker, so you're always at least losing 3 if you are being pushed into your turret. So that's something Hotshot's trying to avoid right now. He is doing more than last hitting, and that's going to allow him to
there's a
push
top
his
lane, and Mumu has come in with Shen's help. And we can see he's trying to run away. He's going to get a little bit low. I think he did burn Flash in there. You can see the cooldown. 196 seconds right there, so he's got a 3-minute window. So if he ganks again before 7:30, he'll have pretty much a free kill. So we'll see if he's going to come back for that or not. But Amumu wearing the buffs is nice and happy.
Yeah, very nice job there. And, you know, they say that, you know, it's not a failed gank. We got him to use his flash. You're going to be able to come in a lot later, or a little bit later, as you said, and do it again, knowing that that flash is down. They can come in a lot harder.
Cloud, rather low. Chauster pushing through. He could get the kill. It's so low. Oh, wow. Yeah, they are so close to dead right now. They're getting kind of scary right here. Wallstop should recall most likely. I mean, Mandatory Cloud taking some damage. Yep, they could dive this. Realistically, they could probably dive them at the turret. Wow. Mandatory Cloud's still taking a lot of damage. Yeah, here they go. He's going for the flash. There's the exhaust. He could drop this kill.
There is first blood right there. Very nice job. Diving the turret before level 5. Saintvicious leveling up there. Actually getting a little bit of HP and pushing off the turret. Very nice job. Going in, a lot of confusion caused by pretty much everybody going in there. Saintvicious flashing in, throwing down that contamination on the ground. He's able to run a lot faster, as we said before. And it's all of that happening at the same time. Your teammates pretty much just have to run away from you and sorry, you know? So they did a very nice job at knowing their limitations in that fight, coming out with the first kill. Great job there by CLG.
A lot of damage being dealt with this turret. You can see Saintvicious desecrated land on the ground, getting him bonus attack speed, doing a lot of damage there. Yep, taking some bananas to the face, but overall, a great job there. That turret's about half health. They've gotten that first kill on the map. They're up 800 gold because of all that advantage, better last hitting, etc., etc. So great stuff so far. Atlanta going to keep spamming down these minions, doing a good job last hitting. Hotshot is level 6, so he can start getting pretty scary. Let's see how this plays out. Doing a good job overall in Cougar form, doing a lot of kills in these minions.
Not worried about it. He got his lane pushed back there. He sees the minions coming up. Morgana did stay. He doesn't want to allow her to push that, so he will not back. He's going to go ahead and stay in his lane. We do have Bigfatlp has backed himself, purchasing up another tome. He's going to go ahead and get that Hex Tech.
Almost a stun there on Hotshot, who ran away with Cougar form just barely. Calimist just not quite landing that Q. Elementz going to land Dark Binding. They could go for something again. A lot of damage being dealt to Hotshot right now. Even at about 2/3 health, will shift back out. Toss that heal out. Seems to be in good shape still.
Good push here for Lemongod up top. Just getting a little bit of farm on as we are going to see Bigfatlp coming in, placing a ward down. So top is now warded. That's going to give him a little bit more ease to farm up top without having to worry about getting ganked. As we head back down bottom, we do see now Mandatory and Wallstop are all full health. Great job by Chauster, though, getting as many poke shots as he can as he is farming. Just continuing to place those headshots on his opposing team.
Yeah, we can see still up 600 gold. They've actually closed gap a little bit. It was up by quite a bit more. You see Wallstop taking a lot of pain, so doing a great amount of damage here. Elementz taking some pain, but going to be all right.
Yeah, very aggressive play by Chauster and Elementz down bottom. They're really playing horizontally to the minions more than playing behind them even. So it makes it really hard, and they're zoning out Mandatory Cloud from farming as well in that situation.
Wow, Trundle aggressing, and actually Amumu has having to back away from this. They've got to be very, very afraid. And there goes the fight. Trundle going to force around, and wow, Calimist taking so much damage right now. He's pulled back. Does not have any teammates nearby. Sona and Caitlyn came around as well. Saintvicious now has a pink ward down and will drop down this dragon ward. It's going to be a nice amount of control picked up there.
And it is a pink one, so they're going to be able to clear anything out there. You see a green ward go down. Green wards will give you a vision, but it will not show you if any other wards are around there. The pink ward acts as we saw before, the Oracle, and that is going to allow you to see wards around that area as well. So that's a better ward to be placed at Dragon, especially if the other team tries to come out and ward. You're just wasting their gold, and it's actually quite frustrating for the other team to know that you have that there because they have to counter it.
So far a good job there. Morgana has been given the blue buff. Looks like Trundle actually going right away for the solo on the dragon right now. No one has stopped him just yet. Amumu might have a spidey sense about this, though. He does actually. There's a Trundle ult been used, but he sees that Amumu is coming by. He's going to have to retreat. Morgana is kind of nearby as well. Looks like Chauster taking a lot of damage right here. Getting hit pretty hard by Kog'Maw and Soraka being forced back out. Looks like that will be a retreat off on the dragon. Sona will come by and sustain Chauster, who is actually a mana potion right now. Going to keep that pressure on. We'll actually miss quite a few minions because of that pressure.
Oh, looks like Dragon could be gone for. They have put a ward in Tribush, and this is going to be a fight as they go into it, pinching from both sides. Calimist, very, very low on health. Could be one to go down here. Gets a quick heal from Soraka. And Elementz coming in also from the other side. Dark Binding goes out. Elementz with a great flash right out of that one. And he will not be stunned in that Tormented Soil. That would have done a lot of damage, especially to Elementz, a very squishy support character. So everybody pretty much gets out of that one unscathed. Dragon has not been taken, as it has been tried for twice, once by either team. And a great job so far. Control on the map by CLG. Got some wards around. And I'm not seeing too many by Goose, but they do have enough to keep themselves from getting ganked, which really makes that lane easier to farm in.
Yeah, see Morgana just still staying in mid lane, spamming those abilities out, doing a good job farming. You see 68 minions on Hotshot, 78 on Morgana. So yes, Morgana is richer, but you know, overall the team still up 800 gold. So CLG is doing a great job this game. They're still in the lead. They've got that first kill, of course. And Shen actually rushing for a Sheens. He's going kind of burst damage here. Those AP ratios had gone up quite a bit higher on Shen in a recent patch, and now he's really going for this like aggressive sort of melee burster guy. He can of course always ult in to help his team out. He's doing a great job last hitting, of course, that bonus ability power, making his Vorpal Blade hit quite hard.
Indeed, giving that a little sustain in lane as well if he can get damage onto that Vorpal Blade, but Kennen playing very far back, just using that Thundering Shuriken to get some kills on here. Probably see him head through these with a Lightning Rush and get some W damage down. There it is, just keeping it right out of the turret range, and he's going to be able to pick up that gold. The junglers really just in their respective jungles right now. Calimist working on top golems as Saintvicious entering back into his jungle. We do have a bite coming up from Mandatory Cloud, so he's waiting to get back into lane. Really not too much force play going on right now. They're doing all that they need to do. Another pink ward has been placed down. Great job, Saintvicious and Elementz both kind of trading who's placing that ward, but pretty much going to Elementz now as the game goes on, and that jungler is going to have to start building his primary items.
Yep, so Morgana checks, sees that dragon is not being taken, but they have 0 ward coverage right now. They've got to be a little bit afraid of that. Again, those pink wards from CLG, as you said, very, very powerful at controlling these objectives, but they do cost more than the green wards, so, you know, to a certain extent, CLG is losing money on that trade. They're spending more on wards, but if they get one dragon, it's immediately worth it. And speaking of worth it, Saintvicious is going for the dragon right now, and I think the Spidey sense is letting him know that something's kind of going on right now, but they haven't stopped him yet. They do have great ward coverage. You can see right here, that ward down there. And it's down to half health, and they're actually not stopping it. So This is actually really good, and now bottom lane is coming over, and they're definitely going to get this dragon. There's the clairvoyance. They do know, but it's going to be too late. Going to pick this one down pretty safely. Nice job there. And here comes calimist. He sees what's going on. He might go for the stun, but no one is nearby to help him initiate. Actually, Kog'Maw off to the side, doing some damage to Chauster, pushing him around a little bit, but not enough damage being dealt. Great job by CLG. Have taken the first dragon on the map, and they have now built themselves about a 2,000 gold lead. That's going to start adding up over time.
Doing a really good job. You know, Goose is just coming out with those almost moments every time, almost being able to pinch out Chauster, always getting a lot of damage there, but they just cannot follow through with it. Everybody's always a little bit out of position, so, you know, good things almost happening for Goose to capitalize on these, and they'll be in a very good position, especially, as you said, with losing that dragon to CLG. Morgana playing quite aggressive here in the face of Hotshot, not really doing too much damage to him, but really not giving him any space, and that's not really something you think Morgana to do. But with that shield, he can do that, and he can really harass Hotshot quite a bit.
Yeah, so good job overall here. Let's see what they're going to go on for right now. Hotshot getting pushed around a little bit. Again, Atlanta doing a great job pushing the minions, but Hotshot, he has enough ability power, and he's playing the champion so well. Oh, this is a good Dark Binding. He could go for a lot of pressure here. Will not go for the ult. He could have gotten a lot of damage with it, but Hotshot probably would have lived. But again, he's pushing these up to the turret. Hotshot will try to last hit in Cougar form or in human form. Going to toss out a couple of javelins. He's going to miss
flying
two.
Through up top. Could go in here. The Saintvicious coming out with the ultimate. The slicing Maelstrom goes down. He gets the last shuriken on it. He does stop him. Trundle's ult is on Lemongod, so he will not be able to use that to his advantage too much. It was a great flash out by Lemongod, and he's going to go ahead and just taunt back to his safe spot in lane, backing out there. Great try for that attack.
And they could still pressure. There's a stun in from Amumu, but not a lot of mana left. Saintvicious really pushing down for the damage in this turret. calimist feels safe, but he's getting down a little bit on health. He's got to be a bit afraid of what's going on here. Takes a stun to the face as well. There's the pillar coming out, and yeah, he's not doing too much damage to the minions. Finally drops down a couple of them. Levels up to 8, but yeah, basically good job up top by CLG. They picked down a lot.
It looks like he's actually leveled Tantrum on that one to level 4. That's why he wasn't doing too much damage with Despair, but he really wants to get himself around the jungle. Good burst damage from that Tantrum as you just see him swinging his head around, waving his hair back and forth. And we're going to see him moving through the jungle. Really well. There we go. Hotshot moving back into mid lane. Looks like he's going to get some damage onto this turret. And I don't believe Morgana has gotten too much on his. All the turrets around the map are actually pretty healthy for both teams right now. That top one, however, actually Bigfatlp doing some good damage to Lemongod's turret.
Yep, so you see the top turret for Goose at half health right there. The bottom one on the right-hand side also at half. Hotshot even pushing through in mid as well, getting about 2/3. They're pretty much equal there. But yeah, CLG not taking damage on their bottom or top turrets at all. So going to be pretty easy to push those down as the game goes on. That's going to be a nice
Morgana taking a good amount of damage there just from a quick swipe from pounce and swipe from Hotshot. He did dodge that Dark Binding. It looks like Morgana will trail off here. Hotshot may know this, that she's going for blue. I don't see any pings coming out though, so it looked like they're just going to let this happen. Not even worry about it. Dark Binding comes out, and that's going to help Morgana to sustain in mid quite a bit against Hotshot.
There we go. Atlanta taking the spear to the face again, but she's going to be okay. We'll drop that one down. Dark Binding might be used for last hit. Nope, won't go for it. But yeah, she has maxed out that tornado soil.
Diving onto Mandatory down bottom. A quick shot from the ultimate of Caitlyn. A very nice job there. A few flashes expended in that fight. It didn't look like it was going to be a fight at all, but Saintvicious just flashed out of nowhere and began to initiate. It looks like they will try to return this one.
Yeah, Mandatory Cloud did blow his flash as well. Kate did drop her ult. That's fine. It's a pretty short recharge, so that'll be safe. Yeah, only about a minute and a quarter, so that ain't too bad. So yeah, Bigfatlp just solo top, doing a great job. Shen did ult and come over there, but that means that solo top is available. Bigfatlp going to take down the turret already, has the spell vamp and a needlessly large rod. Is a bit of a mouthful. And yeah, just take down some more minions, doing a pretty good job here.
Oh, wow. Oh no, Lemongod getting stuck under the turret. A very nice crescendo coming out of the hands of Elementz, just making him dance himself to death. And it looks like they will bring what was a 3v2 and was a great push. Kog'Maw was able to do some damage, but they cleared those minions out really unexpectedly quicker than Goose thought it was going to happen, and they got caught under the turret for a few shots, and then Lemongod to take the rest out.
Ooh,
seeing Saintvicious go up top, looks like he should come down for this one. I don't know where he's going to go for this. Yeah, it looks like he's just going to head back into the jungle.
Yep, HotshotGG still pushing that mid turret down, doing a great job. Morgana gonna get some pain out there, nice job. But yeah, Hotshot not taking too much damage. That Rod of Age is helping him sustain in the lane as this goes on. Just regular boots of speed right now. Amumu coming up against Kennen, but won't be able to do much about him, so he's got to be a little bit afraid here. This is the banish toss. I don't know why he'd even go for it. He can't possibly fight Kennen right here.
Right. Too much poke, an easy kite for Kennen to just continue to run away, turn around, throw shurikens. Every fourth shuriken, he's going to be able to proc a mark with the storm. So you can just continue to mark that W, E into him, W. That's a lot of damage that calimist would have taken. So he just heads back into his jungle. Morgana coming out, Dark Binding hits Hotshot, throwing down the Tormented Soil just for a little bit of harass. Really not a lot of damage coming out of Morgana right now. She does have that needlessly large rod. Sork Boots would really help with that Tormented Soil damage right now. But we can see as I click on her, she did go for the level. She did level it actually, so it is level 5, but still, really where her damage should be coming from, it is not.
Yeah, Hotshot's pretty tanky. That Cougar form does give you bonus armor and magic resist when you're in it. See 59 magic resist right there on Needly. Shen gonna keep pushing up top. He does still have his ultimate's actually still on cooldown right now. He's not being disruptive enough just yet. Looks like he's going for a Riley. This Crystal Scepter is the next big item. He's got all the pieces, just not the combined, or at least most of the pieces. And we're gonna see if he manages to do anything with that. Right now he's gonna just sort of retreat towards the top of the map, playing it safe. Looks like wallstop actually getting caught there by CLG, trying to run away, but of course, not a lot of tools for that escape. Flash has been used. Looks like she'll be okay, but still waiting on the cooldown of that heal. Morgana and Amumu come by. They could go for some pressure.
Wow, Elementz.
One more shot. Oh, wow. Nice try there by Kog'Maw. Almost picks down that Sona. But they have a good chance of going for the dragon right here.
That was a really good job.
Yep.
CLG's not one to give up without a fight, though. Elementz will stay for this fight and do as much as he can. You can see him kind of hovering around those bushes. He doesn't want to get too close. He knows he can get artilleried by Kog'Maw or get hit up by Morgana's flash and then a Dark Binding. So they're playing this one carefully, and they did lose the dragon, but they may be able to take out Atlanta here. Can they get in? The pillar has not been used. No, it has been used. He gets Dark Binding, won't be able to throw it out. An exhaust coming out into Saintvicious, and it looks like they've overextended themselves in this fight. The Amumu ulti coming out. Hotshot is stunned. Elementz could go down. As I said, he was going to stay into the fight and do as much as he could, but it looks like he took a little bit too much. And it's left up to HotshotGG and Chauster to push them off of this position. There's really nothing to gain for doing this, but they do want to pick up a few kills, and these are a valiant attempt at that. It looks like they did get away. And a great job by Goose, understanding that CLG had kind of overextended their boundaries on that one, and they started to pick it off. But look at Kennen, you know, Bigfatlp doing a great job of continuing to push. They're not too worried about that fight. Spent a good amount of gold.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kennen, yeah, just still pushing solo top. They did win that fight 2-1, but Hotshot playing extremely smartly here. He knows that he can't really be caught. Mamu's going to have to force away with Kog'Maw. You know, yeah, they picked up 2 kills for 1. Good job there, but yeah, Hotshot's playing this one really well. That's going to be a spear almost to the face. Mamu's still chasing down. I guess they do have to make Kennen be a little bit afraid. If Kog finally shows up, they'll get some good damage here. Kali really not taking a lot of damage, has a nice amount of magic resist, good amount of health, good regen, so yeah, he's pretty safe right now. Mid lane going to be Hotshot showing up. Shen's getting pretty beefy. He's got Merc Treads. He's getting closer to the items he wants. Caitlyn doing a good job pushing the bottom turret, takes that one down.
CLG not really too much worried about the fights this game. As you can see, they have a lot of turret control already, so they're pretty complacent in their positioning right now, knowing they still have to be offensive. Obviously, that's how you win the game, but they're really not pushing or anything except for that last kill. They're not really giving themselves and putting them out to chance and really losing any team fights too hard. You know, that after that fight, the whole team of Goose was pretty much forced to continue to back. Hotshot was still alive, and they were still able to do damage, so they have to be very careful as CLG is in a very good position.
Right now, CLG knows about the golem. Got to be a little bit afraid. Sona's nearby. They see Trundle. He's going to jump in on Amumu. But Morgana's nearby. They've got to be a little bit afraid. They're just disrupting the kill right there. Kog'Maw's nearby. Hotshot's there. Mandatory Cloud has to be careful. Oh, that's a great shot right there. They can do a lot of damage, Hotshot right now. Look at that damage. The health's going down. Can they get the kill? Yes, they will. Nice job, Mandatory Cloud, stealing the double buff. Great ults, amazing Dark Binding by Atlanta, and that's going to be control right now.
Did they even have a ward there? He threw that out because he heard the bushwhack go down? That was ridiculous.
I think he might have poked out for a second, I'm not sure, but that was an amazing play.
Great job there. They definitely needed Hotshot, and they are going to use this to their advantage. However, unfortunately, the minions are all at base, still continuing to spawn, so they really can't tank a turret at this level. They don't have the beefiness, so they're pretty much not going to be able to use killing Hotshot right there, which is really unfortunate. They needed to push forward and get that global gold for their team on a turret.
Yeah, they're still down about 4,500 gold right now. The advantages have been growing for CLG. When you get, you know, 3 turret kills to 0, that's going to be a nice amount of it. They've tied on dragons. They've tied now again on champion kills, so they're getting back into this one. A great Dark Binding coming out there. Look at that, and that's great. They have the Dark Binding land, and Copper lands an ult, and they get some down to half health. But Sona, probably the best sustaining support in the game. He's going to keep tossing out the health. And yeah, they've got an Italy as well. They've got 2 heals on the team. That's extremely potent. Another Dark Binding. Nice shots there.
Hotshot dodging that one, allowing to hit Bigfatlp in the face, throwing out a spear. Everybody's kind of doing that poke thing, and we're going to see this is where it becomes advantageous for Hotshot, or for CLG. They're going to be able to just throw out shurikens, throw out Qs from Chauster as well, to pilt over Peacemaker, and just continue to hit. Hotshot landing one right there. They're going to do some good damage. They can't get too close to Kog'Maw because of situations like that, and artillery, but they know in between those, they're going to be able to do as much as they can and to punch as hard as possible.
Yeah, indeed. So they're going to move towards the back. You can see there's Hotshot up in the front. Kennon's there. Little poke going back and forth. Going to be okay. Poke down on the Chauster. And yeah, they're just really just shoving down these minion waves. They're going to do as much damage as they possibly can. This they can do much here. Pushing through, a little bit of damage. And they're going to go again for the Dark Binding. Will not finally land on the Bigfatlp. One cool thing this team has, it's not going to do a lot for them, but they have a lot of minus magic resist here. They've got Morgana's Tormented Soil, they've got Soraka's Q, and they've got Amumu's basic attack. His passive, it reduces the magic resist of enemies that he hits. So they can theoretically, like, magic damage burst a target if they do it exactly right. It's not probably like a conscious choice on the team. It's more of just an indirect synergy, but they might get this turret this time. They have done a very good job pushing this one down. They'll get that turret. HotshotGG has been soloing top, though, killing these minions down. Shen has been pushing bottom, doing pretty much the same thing. He has almost got his Riley's this time. He's getting closer to it.
Yeah. Hotshot just doing his thing, continuing to stay up top, continuing to farm. And this split push, like I said, plays on the mentality of the other team. You know they have the succession of getting a turret, or the success rather, of getting the turret, but now they know they have to go back and farm. That's going to catch them up a little bit if it was in terms of minutes, you know, to 10 minutes they have to kind of rebuild back up. It's about 2 minutes that help them right there, but still, CLG is also going to be continuing to just batter down on the door of Goose, so they have to do this quickly. They have to get their turrets quickly now. They really can't let this go late game because they have a very tanky team, and a lot of poke's going to be coming out of that CLG side. As Phreak said, they're playing their poke game, and we have seen that really be advantageous for them right now. It's always been Goose to stay on the defense whenever the team fights happen. Yep,
Morgana's nice and rich right now. She's very, very close to finishing Rabbidan's death cap. She's at 1,930 gold. One more minion she can recall and pick up Rabbidan's. She might do so. Has enough money for it. Has a needlessly large rod. Might actually just stay around. But this would be a time where I would want to totally pick up items if I were Atlanta. Clairvoyance goes down on Baron. That's going to be from Goose. They were afraid of that Baron pickup. That's going to be okay though. But you can see their map vision almost non-existent. They have a Clairvoyance and then no wards. CLG though, look at that. 2 wards in the enemy jungle by the Golem. They've got one over here in front of Baron. They're doing a much better job controlling the map. Elementz is pretty much outplaying wallstop in terms of vision gains. And of course, wallstop taking those needly spears to the face makes that difficult. And their calimist, and oh, that was a great pillar. They've gotten a lot of damage dealt there, but they managed to kill that one back up. They have dodged that one. Mandatory Cloud feeling safe, but they did pick up that first turret kill. So that is 4 turrets to 1. CLG very much in the lead here. Dragon's back up. They're going to try to go for it, but they could get caught. Shen's heading towards the top, and they'll try to global back over. Oof, that javelin was close.
Looks like they will be able to get enough damage onto this. They are going to be able to take that out quite quickly. Kog'Maw doing some great critical damage attacks. Saintvicious is like, hey, I think something's going on down here, and it looks like he is going to contaminate. He's going to throw out the pillar, and they do have a Mumu. This would be great to go down. He does have an Oracles, but he flashes over the wall. A chase by Saintvicious, the Slicing Maelstrom, and a Mumu's ulti coming out. Shen, stand united, comes in to assist his team. Can he taunt enough damage off of a Mumu? Contaminate down again, and he finally picks it up. Healing coming up with 2, stopping a kill spree as well, and it looks like Shen will be able to pick up Kennen before he goes down, but he continues to fight. They are chasing down onto Shen. Saintvicious trying to go for that kill, and a little retribution for Kennen, but they were not able to make it happen. They're just going to take out Morgana instead. A 3-2 fight. Very nice job. Kennen and Sona going down for a Morgana, a Kog'Maw, and a Mumu. Very nice job there. They should get a nice push out of this.
Yeah, but they saved that better than I thought. It's okay to lose 1 champion to pick up Dragon. Basically, Dragon's worth more than a champion, so it's okay there. I'm actually a little bit surprised at just how well Goose turned that fight around. I mean, certainly they got caught really, really hard. They got completely caught by Trundle. Shen, I think, did a great job with that ult there. And wow, look at that backdooring. This is amazing play by CLG. Actually, a full backdoor from 2 squishy champions.
Wow.
The heal cutting was amazing. The damage output was massive. And now they've that one back to their favor. That turret worth about as much as Dragon. And of course, +1 champion kill, pretty big deal. But a 6-5 on kills. CLG is still very close there. They're still up 5,000 gold though from all the global objectives. 5 turrets to 1, etc., etc. Great job by CLG overall.
So not only can you deny resources, as we saw in the beginning of the game, by pushing the minions into your enemy's turret, Saintvicious right now just having his way with the enemy jungle. He's going around taking any side XP or side gold that they could be gaining right now, since they're not going to have a chance to even farm. CLG is always in their base, so they're going to be looking to go in their jungle, a safer spot where they know CLG isn't, and they're not going to find anything, which really hurts in the end. As we see Lemongod going around, Saintvicious just got out in time to wave at him and say, yeah, I took your jungle, how's it going? looks like they're gathering here in rear. Not too much going to happen, but they are staying power in numbers right now because they don't want to be caught one-on-one in the fight.
That's true. CLG has a great number of one-on-one champions. HotshotGG on that Nidalee can pretty much run away from anything. Trundle, a lot of speed on there as well. Caitlyn, Sona, they're all really safe. They're all really fast. Every single person on this team can run quickly, at least a little bit at whim, and that's a pretty huge advantage. Whereas the real advantage for Goose is almost all of them have some kind of crowd control. You know, big or small, they can kind of lock one guy up for quite a while if they do catch them. Oh, wow, that javelin, gigantic mandatory cloud going to half health. He needs to be healthy for this fight. It takes another one to the face. This is a really big problem. If they land a Caitlyn, he's gone. The javelins are really strong. Hotshot's going to stay there. Toss out these javelins, be in really good shape here. Calimist, of course, nearby. Another javelin comes out. It's going to, almost tag wallstop in the face. This is exactly the game that CLG wants to play. It's exactly where they want to be. The traps come down, the javelins come out, and they're not able to defend this well at all.
So much unnecessary damage being taken right now, and it's just those spears come out. And you can see him. Oh! Mandatory cloud. An amazing touchdown catch under his turret. Just grabs that one. Oh, she just shields in time. And it's so hard because you can see that. It's not like the spear disappears. You see it as soon as it comes over the wall. So he has just that amount of time to react. Obviously, Mandatory Cloud not having a shield took that one quite hard and goes down. And they're going to back out on that one. Quite satisfied knowing they are a man down. Quickly going for the Baron.
This is really smart from CLG. That kill is going to make it so hard for them to team fight. Morgana's, of course, low on health as well. She's actually had to, yeah, she's not even full health on the way back. They know they have to stop them. Look at the vision real quick. We see, oh, they've initiated. There's the move. Oh, can they get enough damage in time? He's blown that. He's running back. He's going to flash the wall. They have stopped the Baron attempt, for now at least. He's down to half health, but they might go back in. This is still very dangerous. Calimist, of course, with no ult. Javelin comes off. It's going to be a little bit dangerous. Helmet's at a half health. Atlanta's going to go in. Can he do enough damage? No, he gets dropped down immediately. Calimist in there, but he's going to drop down as well. As 2 kills picked up, there's going to be a free Baron now. They will not save this one. There's the pickup.
Wow, great heals from Saint and Elementz on that one. Yeah. Hotshot, rather.
And they're just in great shape now. It's pretty much pain time.
Yeah, that was a fantastic job, especially with the Amumu ulti coming in. Saintvicious was just being attacked by Baron as he was fighting in that entire fight. He's like, yeah, really? There's something behind me? It just kept going into that fight. You can see these guys have great control right now. They didn't lose their composure in that fight. Most would have ran out kind of scatterbrained, you know? Oh my God, we just got flashed on. Morgana's coming in with the ulti. They turned, stopped attacking Baron, knowing it was still going to do more damage. They got the kills they needed and then picked up Baron. It's just such a detrimental hit right there for Goose that they are really far behind right now at almost 11,000 gold behind.
Yep. And yeah, just a gigantic advantage. 44k to 33k. That is definitely huge. That's definitely a giant, massive advantage. CLG with the Baron buff. They have full control of the map right now. You can see their ward coverage is going to be very, very strong. They have, like, you can see pretty much everyone. They've stolen buffs everywhere. And you know, you can see just there's just no vision from the rebel team. Goose is just not in great shape. They see, oh, yep, you've taken our lizard, you've taken our golem. Kind of hating life a little bit.
Especially in almost a 7-to-1 turret game. CLG has managed to pick up 7 turrets times 150 gold each to globally at their team, and only 1 turret right now for Goose. So that's really the global gold also hurting them. Sometimes you can get by without kills and you can continue to farm yourself up, continue to get gold from turrets and grabbing dragons, but you know, they haven't done either of the early or the latter on that one. So they're kind of in a pinch right now for gold. They have to get a team fight where at least 1 or 2 are caught off guard, and then they will be able to fight that from there on out. But right now, in a face-to-face fight, they got to be very careful. It's going to have to be in the jungle. They're going to have vision, breaking into the bush really to their advantage so they don't take the full attacks, and they're going to have to blow the cooldowns of CLG somehow without taking the damage.
Yep, Shen going for Lich Bane now. He's only the recipe away, so he has pretty good single target burst here. They could try to catch up to Nidalee or Caitlyn or maybe even Kennen and do some damage there, but you know, Kennen has that Zhonya's Hourglass. Going to be very, very hard to pick off now. Lemongod is very beefy, doing a lot of good work here.
Here we are. They are moving into position. We do see a lot of wards have been placed. They're kind of trying to get this a little bit of vision for care, and they can go into the jungle. Morgana taking a lot of damage. Could be taken down here. Crescendo goes out. Bigfatlp coming a little late with slicing Maelstrom, but this shows you face to face, and especially Morgana, I shouldn't say face to face, got caught off guard. So now in a 5v4, you know, GOOSE not looking very good. That's exactly what CLG wanted. They wanted to go out, and they even had the ward there, and Morgana should not have stepped out of the base.
Yeah, Mandatory Cloud goes down. He flashes away, takes a javelin to the face. It's now a 5 versus 3 in the base. Mimo ult goes down, but Mimo's going to drop as well. Caitlyn picking up a lot of kills here. And this is going to be really, really bad for Shen. Trying to get away. That shield is on. Wallstop so incredibly low. Lemongod does go down, and this is just not... Oh, and the javelin in the base. Hotshot picking up that kill. CLG certain to take this game over. 14-5 the kill score. Have aced them in their base, and that's going to be game. 32 minutes in. CLG will take this series 2-0. Wonderful, wonderful job by them.
That was a great job. And, you know, straight from the beginning, CLG came into this match playing a comp they kind of usually play. You know, Galio, Hotshot, plays a tanky character, maybe a Cho'Gath. And then in this one, they were like, oh, we don't want to play any of those champions. We're actually going to do an entire team comp that's just going to absolutely come at your face. And that's exactly what they did. They just poked out the entire game. Caitlyn doing huge damage in the end. Saintvicious just promoting a lot of initiations coming out of the jungle, being in the jungle all the time. I think every time that Lemongod went for his blue, Saint was there.
Yeah,
he was in the jungle, no matter what level it was.
They had that worded quite successfully. They did a really, really good job there. I mean, CLG controlled the map. Yeah, you know, you put Chauster on a non-tank this time, or sorry, a Hotshot on a non-tank this time, give him needle. He's actually going to get some kills this time around instead of 19 assists and 0-0. Chauster the only one not to die in the game, so good job there. Playing really safe on Caitlyn, but looks like he was going for maybe another Phantom Dancer at the very end there. Super farmed, of course. You can see on my screen I've got minion kills, and 3 on CLG are all above 200. Bigfatlp, Hotshot, and Chauster all hitting 200 plus minions, whereas no one on GOOSE actually hitting that mark at all. You know, the individual gold just way up there. 2 of them above 12,000 gold. No one even hitting 9,000 on GOOSE. Just really, really far ahead. And so CLG with a 2-0 victory. Hopefully I can get an update on Epic versus V8, but it seemed, you know, Epic won the first game quite handedly. I'm assuming they took game 2. They had almost an identical comp the second time. And you even had Dyrus on stage. That's always a good sign if your teammates are playing their main champions. But we will actually have the next series coming up pretty shortly. That's going to be Team Solo Mid versus Complexity. And a little bit of a story with Team Solo Mid is TheOddOne actually got stranded in Canada. They actually got stranded in Toronto on Thursday, Friday, whatever. He actually came in like 5 o'clock this morning. He finally got a flight in, but apparently like he had trouble with his ticket or something. Like something was screwed up at the airport. I'm not really sure, but they were like, oh crud, we don't have our 5th. Like they got on live and were like, does anyone live in this area who can come down and ring for us? We need a 5th. You know, it's really important. You've got to get here in like 12 hours because we're playing tomorrow. But he showed up this morning. He's been in the state for less than like 10 hours now, but apparently he's made it in. I'm sure he went immediately to sleep when he came in. But that panic
about jungle paths.
Yeah, pretty much. So it looks like TheRainMan has hosted a game. So looks like TSM versus Complexity is going to be happening. So we're going to get ourselves over to a commercial promo break. Then we're going to have an interview with CLG. So stay tuned. We're going to have interviews and commercials.
In a top-secret facility, some of the brightest minds gathered in the dead of night. Their mission, to redefine technology as we know it.
We've managed to unlock it, but how will people handle this much power?
AMD FX CPUs, the epic returns. Introducing the AMD FX 8-core processor, the world's first 8-core desktop processor, unlocked out of the box. With an extra burst of speed when you need it most, with AMD Turbo Core technology. And ultimate power for all your demanding content creation needs. Introducing Vision FX technology. When you combine the power of an AMD FX 8-core processor with the world's fastest graphics card, the AMD Radeon HD 6990 graphics card, put your graphics to the test and revel in lifelike imagery with AMD's second generation of DirectX 11 capable graphics. All that you know is about to change. Get 8 cores in your system.
Test, 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 test. Oh, cool. Hi, I'm Sumi, and I'm here at IGN Pro League 3 Origins in Atlantic City. I'm here at Bally's in the secondary stage where we're actually streaming the League of Legends matches. And I'm here with Team DLG, the winners of our first match against Team Goose, Team Picture of a Goose. And I actually have a couple of questions for you guys. So you guys just came from IEM in China, where you guys were playing on the Talon patch instead of the Riven patch, which is what we're using here. Was there anything different?
It's a little bit different. It's about the same. There's a little bit of changes. Like Sana's laning phase is a little bit different. We know she's a bit stronger, so that's why I picked her. But other than that, it's generally about the same. Morgana's a little bit stronger. What?
The biggest thing is Orianna doesn't have to be banned because everyone thinks she's like not good anymore. That's why that's the big change.
All right, awesome. So you guys just took like the first win of the tournament. How do you guys feel right now?
I feel ecstatic. I mean, it shows. It really shows.
All right. So let's see. Sorry, I gotta think of a question right now. Okay, what is the team you're the most afraid of right now?
Ourselves messing up.
Yourselves messing up? Are you guys really confident in your play?
I think we've lost to Rock Solid a few times, so I think Dignitas now. So I think they're the hardest team that we'll probably face.
What makes them the hardest team?
I don't know. They've been screaming. Oh yeah, they don't have Void Boy, their main player. So actually, I changed my answer. TSM then. We've always had a rivalry with TSM, and they've always done pretty close to us. So.
All right, cool. So, in your upcoming matches, what do you think you can take from this match? Because in the first game, you guys were actually a little bit behind, and you guys actually gave first blood, and you guys lost Dragon. But then the second game, you guys had it the entire game. So, what do you think?
I don't know. I just think GG needs to play a little better. To be on his toes most of the time. Yeah.
Too cold.
Okay, so apparently it's too cold. We're probably going to get them hand warmers. But so once again, this is Team CLG. They just took the first victory, and we're going to go ahead and go to a commercial right now, and when we come back, we'll have more games for you.
For this. I never asked to be shown how human I was.
It's my time. What truth will I find in my world?
Or how much more I could become.
Rated M for mature.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. We have, of course, that first best of 3 on screen was done. We can see TheOddOne has now joined the game. He has, in fact, made it to New Jersey, to Atlantic City, into the hotel and all of that. And we are getting the last 2 from Team Solo Mid into the pregame, and then we're going to be good to go pretty shortly. So we just saw CLG take a 2-0 over Goose. Now we have Team Solo Mid and Complexity going to be taking that third quarterfinal match of the day. And, the favorite is Team Solo Mid here. We had CLG on screen a second ago, and they were talking about how their big rivals for the tournament are Team Solo Mid. These are 2 of the most historic North American teams. They've been around for over a year each now. And they're the really big, scary ones of the North American scene. They're always the elephant in the room. You had them talk about Rock Solid, now Dignitas, just a little while ago. They're missing one other players. One of the things about this tournament, for those who are kind of looking at the lineups, is being in a casino and all that, all the players need to be 18 or older. And Voyboy, for one of the examples, one of the Dignitas players, is actually too young to actually compete in the tournament, so they've actually replaced Voyboy specifically with LoCicero. But of course, that's not in this game, so we'll kind of touch on that later. But Team Solo Mid and Complexity, I believe, have brought their full lineups here. TSM, of course, that scare a little while ago with TheOddOne, have managed to bring him in, so they're okay. Yeah, and we'll be good to go pretty soon.
I've actually heard a lot that people are saying the Rock Solid now Dignitas team is the one to watch out for. Is their play is always 3 steps ahead. They're coming up with new things in the game, and they're really just creating ideas and ways to play. And we're gonna have to see what they can pull out in this game. As we saw before, you kind of pointed a touchdown the Kog'Maw and Morgana, how they would dark bind and then just artillery, and situations like an Akali and a Lee Sin and the double jump in. So the things that they're utilizing like that and then taking to the next level is absolutely awesome. And another awesome thing is teams like VA and Goose and seeing new teams come to fruition in the League of Legends community. Because as you said, we usually just see the TSMs and the CLGs, but it's awesome to see that all these players are coming out into the professional area of play in League of Legends and just now see it grow. So we'll have to see if some of those new teams can really make a name for themselves here this weekend.
Yeah, and I think there's a good chance here. We did see Goose come out pretty strong in those games. Ultimately, when CLG got that second game lineup, it was super, super powerful, and they played so incredibly well with that second game. But the first one, we saw the individual skill of Goose come out. They won most of their lanes.
Yeah.
Vayne out CS'd Ashe. They got the first blood top. Mid player did really well. They got some of those ganks off, and they got ahead. They got the first dragon, all that fun stuff. But it was the coordination of the sort of the storied teams, because they've played together so well. They've gotten themselves into these great situations by getting better team play. But Complexity is a team that has been together for a while. Goose, a little bit lesser known. Complexity's been around for quite a while as well, so they have really a good chance to show their teamwork as well. They've never been that big threat that everyone was afraid of, but they've always come close. They've always had some good games against these top-tier North American teams, and they have a really good chance at really making this happen. It's just kind of on. Will they play their lanes right? Will they get those good fights? League of Legends is a game where you can get ahead, and if you do it right, you can stay ahead. It's hard to do sometimes. You don't have, a guaranteed win just from getting first blood, but these are guys who can definitely do really well if they do it right, and they can stay in that advantage, and they're going to really hope for this.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do. Pop him out. And we'll have these guys joining up here. TSM just got Chaox in the game, OddOne, Xpecial, and Reginald, as you see on the screen. RicePanda, I will dominate. Shales, Yuhn, and nubbypoohbear, all Complexity, all in and ready to go, probably discussing with themselves, what the deal is, what's going on. A lot of these times, they know they're going into 3 games, and it's never one of those, oh, it's over, let's GG, kind of like sometimes you'll see in StarCraft, the mentality of the player is I want to just get to the next game. This is too far beyond, but we'll have to see what these guys can really do. It's not what you see in League of Legends, so these guys are going to go all out until the end. Like we said, Complexity, they've done well. They kind of falter here and there, so there's definitely really nice for them to prove themselves here coming out into the first match of the day against TSM. Usually a team's match is always their first and strongest, and you'll have to see sometimes they get complacent, and then their next games will be a little bit falter. They kind of come up slow, but we'll have to see if Complexity can continue to do and play their strongest game, because TSM always comes out strong in the beginning.
Yeah.
It's very hard to take a turret from TSM. They have amazing lane control. We even saw in the CLG games just now, 30 minutes was about the average that they were losing turrets at, and they were taking it 19. So you can't have that kind of variation in the gameplay, and we're going to have to see if Complexity can push down the door of TSM and grab that first turret as well as first blood for the advantage.
Yeah, they're certainly going to try to. We're just waiting on TheRainMan to join the game right now. He was actually the original host of the game, then he kind of disappeared off the face of the planet. So I'm not quite sure where he went. He's, of course, another room way behind me. So hoping that we can get the rest of those players in. As soon as he does join in, we should go. Actually, can you type to them? My keyboard seems to have changed languages, so I can no longer actually talk to anyone right now. But hopefully it'll be fine otherwise. But yeah, they're basically saying, where's RainMan? Trying to get this guy in here. We're just waiting for that last player from Team Solo Mid. When he joins in, we're good to go. The second he joins, hit that start button. We're going to get our game underway. So
anything targeted we're going to see in the beginning here?
Anything targeted?
TSM and complexity of main players that one of the teams does not want to see on this field.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably see Zillion getting kicked out.
That's
pretty likely
Reginald,
here.
yep.
Yeah, Team Solo Mid really loves that Zillion pick. RainMan's known for a couple of different champions. He's sort of most famous for playing Teemo. He's not a champion that fits into all the lineups.
Teemo.
Yeah, Frozen Mallet, Madras Blooders, or Teemo. Apparently OddOne's trying to get him in there, but yeah, it's not a champion that you sort of pick for all the lineups. It's not, you've got to base it around certain things. Like we saw with the CLG game, both games Nidalee was not banned, but they went for the Galio pick the first time. Nidalee was more of a strategic choice for certain things. So even if you're known for a champion, you've still got to play to certain compositions. You can't just oh, well, I like this guy, so there I go. I'm going to pick that guy. You do want to pick lineups. This is a very high-level skill. So he's good to go. Let's get them to start the draft up, and we're going to get the first game picks and bans underway. We do have all 10 players in. Going to make sure that they're good to go. GL comes out, and just going to sort of warm my hands up and wait for them to click that little start button.
Indeed, we are going to get the picks and bans underway here. It looks like Reginald will be banning first, then to Complexity's ban, and back and forth until we have 6. And we'll have to see. That first pick is really a signifier of what the team could be doing. If it's a jungler, then you can kind of, you don't really get too much information. They wanted to get that pick out there fast. So we'll have to see. If it's not a jungler, we'll be able to see a lot more about what the composition is going to be. We see a Caitlyn and a Zillion both going out. As we said, that would be targeted for Reginald on Zillion, and they do not want to give away Caitlyn. It's just overall, a character you would like to ban. The poke, the range, the ultimate, it's something you can do without.
Yeah, and now we're kind of looking at sort of the players, what they like to play. I really like TSM's bans because they're pointing out all these sort of ranged AD champions, and they're sort of leaving in the ones that Chaox likes to play. Chaox is Team Solo Mid's ranged AD player, and I see him most often on Vayne and Corki. And so they're sort of banning all the ones that aren't those champions, basically. They're like, yeah, let's get rid of Kate, get rid of Kog'Maw. There's the Galio ban, it's a really smart one. They don't want to deal with that. And wow, the Yorick
quick
ban.
Yorick, that was quick.
And we saw Yorick being picked by Epic Gaming against V8 at the very beginning of the day, and then we saw Yorick banned immediately from there. So there's the rush for Udyr. That could be solo top RainMan, or that could be jungle TheOddOne. Udyr really is very... he can kind of go both ways there, so we'll kind of see how that pans out. But it's Complexity's choices here. RicePanda and IWDominate going to sort of grab the champions for their team. And I mean, it could go for a mage right here. Zillion, of course, was banned, but the rest of the mages are in, so you might see Cassiopeia. Gangplank, again, actually can go in any of the lanes as well. Yep. He can play ranged AD carry. He can play support. We've actually seen support Gangplank a few times. And he's a strong jungler, so he can kind of mesh into any lineup, and he's especially strong with that big team buff. His raised morale ability will give his team some nice movement and attack, and we'll see how that pans out. But the first support picked up is actually Soraka, so I feel like that's actually aimed at something where they're sort of picking it might just be a reserved support pick, and they're going to try to counterpick everywhere else. That actually might be the choice here. So we're going to kind of see how this pans out.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely different. The composition doesn't really tell us much. It could be, Soraka and Gangplank bottom, but at this point, it doesn't seem like that. They're taking a lot of times on their picks, and it seems like they've really thought this one out to either counter or continue to get the build that they want towards Team Solo Mid. Now, Team Solo Mid has 2 picks, and I bet you they're kind of just scratching their heads at what they just saw get picked. I mean, they know what they're going to do with those champions in the end, but for what the comp is going to be for the rest of Complexity, Solo Mid's kind of up in the air right now, but they're going to go ahead and go with just surefire champions, Alistar and the Vayne. Yes, you were correct on that. So their picks actually a little bit quicker, and like I said, they were safe picks. You don't really have to ponder too much about what Complexity just chose.
Yeah, and Xpecial and Xpecial and Chaox both known for these champions. Chaox does like playing that Vayne. He's been playing him a lot, or her, I guess in this case. And then Xpecial also really actually known as the Alistar player. He's probably the best Alistar in North America. And he really kind of brought him up to prominence. We saw Team Fnatic kind of play AP Alistar or Jungle Alistar, but Xpecial's always been that duo bot Alistar player, and it works really, really well. He's extremely strong as that champion. We can see Yuhn picking up Ashe, and there is actually Kennen as well. So this is a pretty pokey team right here. We've got 2 globals there with Soraka and Gangplank's ultimates. We've got Ashe and Kennen, both very pokey champions. We're going to see the last 2 picks here. They don't have a heavy sustain passive, or a heavy sustain right there with the Alistar. He does have a heal, but he's not, stonable sustain right there. But it's going to be Jungle Nocturne most likely for TSM. He's got that one selected right now, so it will be solo top Udyr. It's really melee heavy. They have no poke. They have to really jump in to do the damage. And we're going to see what the mage choice could be. I don't know really. It could be Annie maybe. They've got some AoE stuns if they go Annie Alistair and then kind of flash in, do a lot of crowd control, and pick apart one of the champions. No, it's going to be Brand.
Nice.
Yeah. Reginald really likes playing Brand. That's a really good choice for him. He's been playing him a lot. So we're kind of seeing him not so much go for a comp necessarily, but for champions that they really enjoy. These are picks that we see a lot.
It's a really deadly lineup. Xpecial's going in, headbutt out whoever he wants to Reginald's Bear stance and into Vayne and Brand. That's going to be an awesome setup if they can get that rolling. But slicing Maelstrom on top of a Gangplank ulti.
Yeah.
And then, Soraka just be like, who needs the heal? Bam, ultimate. And you're going to have an Asho in there as well. So,
Oh,
wow.
Nasus.
Wow.
I mean, Nasus can probably land against Udyr pretty well.
Yeah, that was a good pick.
Yeah, early levels when Udyr is kind of low on mana.
A little sustain from Q.
Yeah, a little bit of sustain. Some good late game beef right there. You said, TSM is a good sort of passive team in that they don't lose turrets for a while.
Right.
So if you're going to let us farm all game, well, let's pick Nasus.
Yeah, that's really true. That was a good pick.
The ultimate solo top farmer. And you can see, he's going to be able to pretty much, one-shot Nocturne to a certain extent. They could really jump on him, do a lot of damage here. If they land that Ash arrow, they have the giant slow from Wither. That's going to do a lot to stop Udyr. It's going to do a lot to stop Vayne. They have some pretty good crowd control here. I mean, with Wither and then the giant armor buff from Soraka, they could really anti DPS a lot of these champions. They can silence Brand. They can silence Alistair. There's a lot of things they can do. They have good control from this complexity lineup. I totally like it.
Yeah, and there's not too much CC. It's all based off of something that TSM has to produce that scenario to get the CC down. So, other team, you have Kennen, he can go in there with the ulti. That does have to hit a few times, but Ashe with the quick arrow, you're instantly slowed by RicePanda's Wither, and it's just, the situation they want to happen. So we'll have to see in that match how many times that Complexity really wins because they were able to get the straggler that was going out of the fight. You know what I mean? That last person to come out of the fight really could be where they get that attack. So we're going to get this jumped back in. After they get all their champions done, we're going to go back in and they're going to choose up quick right back into this game. Solo mid and Complexity to go head-to-head. Here's our second stream match of the day. We just had CLG versus Goose. CLG doing a very good job, I think, just showing a little bit more dominance on land, that experience, that feeling. It's not your own environment. It's not your own keyboard unless you brought it and such. So it's definitely different. You're not sitting in your own chair at home with your mom yelling at you.
Yeah, sure enough. But certainly, there's a lot of teams that are just sort of better on land. Other examples, CarLogic Gaming, for example, not the best performers online. They seem to get low seeds in a lot of tournaments where there's a qualifier.
Yes, that's true.
But they do really well on land very often. They got second place at IAM China just last weekend. They're doing really well here so far, 2-0ing all the competition they've run across. Looks like we're going to run into a new game with blind pick, and we're going to see just what's going to happen there. Jump into that one. Should be a real quick regame setup. RainMan actually going to set up his rune page properly this time. Apparently that was the problem for the last one. He did not actually get his rune page set up. And in League of Legends, you have this sort of out-of-game build where you set up runes and masteries and you pick summoner spells. There's a big, healthy game behind the game where you sort of give yourself these advantages. So now that we're going into another best of 3, I think we should kind of reintroduce the game League of Legends for those who don't play necessarily or don't have a real strong grasp. So League of Legends is a 5v5 team-based game in this tournament. We're playing on the map Summoner's Rift. The object game is to destroy the enemy nexus. You have 2 bases, top right, bottom left, of course. While you're looking on the camera, I'm, of course, backwards, but to me this is top right and bottom left. So top right, bottom left, you have these bases, and the goal of the game is to push through and destroy the nexus, the central structure in the base. When you blow up the nexus, the game ends, you win. You blow up the enemy nexus, you win. Along the way, you have minions and turrets and champions you have to fight. And being a 5-on-5 game, each player chooses a champion, and then these champions do battle, and you have different roles. You have mages and dudes with crossbows who deal a bunch of physical damage, and swordsmen and support champions and junglers and all sorts of different roles. They build a proper sort of team composition, and as a team, you sort of have the ability to initiate a fight or displace enemy champions or crowd control them so they can't do what they want to do. And you sort of have these team compositions that perform roles and they fulfill goals for your team, and if you do it right, you have really good fights and you win against the enemy team. And that's sort of the goal of the team compositions, and you win fights, and by building advantages, you can then push through to the enemy base. Some other things in this game is your champions level up over time. They gain gold and experience, so you buy items, you level up, you get skill points, you gain stats, and you get more powerful by performing well. So you win a fight, not only do you win that fight and allow yourself to push down turrets or kill minions and things like that, but you also power up your own champion. And so, as you perform better, you'll get farther and farther ahead. It allows you to do things like have one guy who's performing really, really well and can kind of take over the game to a certain extent. We've seen that in a couple of different tournament matches, and looks like we will have a game coming on pretty soon. But yeah, you'll have champions like Vayne that Chaox is playing in this game from Team Solo Mid, who scales really, really, really well into late game. And if Vayne is well pampered, wins a couple of fights, and actually take games from behind if you're losing, but Vayne's super powerful, Vayne can crush down single targets and kind of go through and start taking over battles. And so sort of the way these team compositions sort of work is you've got sort of two in the carry role who are, they're really going to get farmed. They really want to take over the game. You've got 1 to 2 tanks who are going to initiate a fight and really cause these things to go well for them. You've got a support who's going to babysit and make sure that these big, high-value targets are staying alive and are well-positioned and are doing the things that they want. And you've got, just these varying roles of different people, the things that help their team across. And you've got just very, very, very different sort of setups here. Some really go for disruption, some go for damage output, some go for extreme safety. We saw Counterlogic Gaming against Goose, where they went for a very long-range team. They had a lot of really, really long-range spells where they'd push in from far away and keep doing the best they could in really sort of staying at arm's length and pushing these guys away that way. And that was really powerful for them.
All right, I'm going to add you right fast.
Okay, so real quick, let me go ahead and apparently we did a private game, so. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm on a foreign keyboard. I'm going to have to get an invite to the game, actually.
I am inviting you right now.
Awesome. That is extremely helpful.
Solved.
I accepted. Hopefully it'll let me in. I just realized, that's going to be a difficulty there. when I can't type into the keyboard because it's in foreign language, that's super useful. OddOne's now adding me as a friend. That's going to help. Hopefully I can get Xpecial on there as well. Maybe actually yeah, game invite from Xpecial. There we go. That would have helped the first time around.
It locked down the game.
If I checked. So, spectate, and there we go. I'm in.
All right, let's start this game.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I didn't even realize what was going on there. I did not look down at my console and see. I'm getting game invites from the players who are like, "Phreak, where are you? We're trying to start a game." And I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. I'm filling time. There's bright lights in my eyes. I can't even see the crowd. There's cool people out here in front of me. You guys are awesome, by the way. Thank you very much, guys, for showing up. You guys.
Yes. Yes.
Crowd participation, very awesome. Thank you guys so much for showing up.
Yes, and the team fights and everything.
Oh yeah, we are happy to bring you guys these games. And all you guys online as well, thank you guys so much for being here. The guys in the crowd are awesome as well. The players put on a great show. It's always such a huge pleasure to be in these games. That's actually a Ryder. We're good.
Oh, I didn't read his name. I was like, all right, let's get this match started. When we are ready, you want to give him the go-ahead? Actually, I will.
I can try.
You are foreign languaging.
Some letters will type, but most of them won't.
Started.
Yes, indeed. Get the game started.
All right, so we are going to have the same picks and bans, whatnot, as they did go through. They're not going to be able to switch those up. We are going to have Complexity versus TSM going live. And just after this pick here at the IGN Origins, IGN Pro League, IPL3, all of those great things.
Origins.
Yes, exactly. Origins, it is in there.
Yeah.
Syntax and everything.
Yes.
So we are going to have this game. Yeah, picks and bans are going to be going down as they know from either side. Those characters won't be picked. We can see them just locking the champions in, and once we get to the splash screen, we'll be able to see all their choices again and give you the rundown once more on who's really going to be going where. We do have the Udyr, as we've seen in jungle. He's going to be now in the lane, as they do have a Nocturne jungle, and we have seen him playing with through the weekend so far, so we'll have to see how they do with that. Udyr, a very good top, as well as Sustain going against the Nasus. So both of them have a little bit of a Sustain. Udyr can go into Turtle. Nasus's Q provides him a little bit, so we'll have to see how they play that one out.
Yeah, I'm very much excited to see how Nasus plays out. He's not actually a very common tournament pick. We don't see him all that often, but he's such a wonderful champion to see. He kind of goes into beast mode in team fights. That ultimate just kind of buffs him up, makes him just damage everyone around him. And you've got a lot of good synergies there. You've got a lot of possibilities there. Big AoE ultimate champions are always really, really powerful. They're kind of unpredictable because team fights happen and lane battles happen. And they're kind of going back and forth. But you have guys with really good R buttons who just sort of win team fights by pressing R and just beasting into the fight. And those you can't predict always until you see the battle go in, because even then it's like, well, can you kite the Nasus? If you stay out of range, it's kind of melee range. So if you can cut Nasus, his ultimate won't do much to you. But if you cluster up and you get maybe taunted in by Galio or sort of just blocked in there, you can do a lot of crazy things. So I'm not quite sure how it's going to go for him. I mean, he certainly can completely crush or get kited super hard. We're going to see how this ends up playing out. But we're in the last few seconds of Champion Select, and we're going to get a game starting soon. We're going to go into that 1 minute spectator delay to make sure no one's ghosting any streams or anything. That's going to be, how Spectator works and all that. But there's the lineup. Xpecial is on Alistair, Chaox is on Vayne, Reginald on Brand, TheRainMan, Teleport and Flash on Udyr, TheOddOne going to be jungling. So, we talked about Teleport a couple times throughout the night. I say night as though it's like not 3:30 in the afternoon right now. But, TheRainMan going to be taking Teleport, going to be that solo top guy, going to stay up there. And then when there's a team fight across the map, he'll just teleport all the way across and then go help his team out. And of course, the same way for Nasus, bringing teleport to himself as well. Shales support on Soraka. nubbypoohbear going to be, by the way, also an awesome name, but also playing Kennen with Ignite. Going to be solo mid there. Yuhn going to be on Ashe, the support champion, and IWDominate is going to be the jungler on Gangplank. So we'll see that Lee Sin, I believe, was actually a ban there. And ooh, I have a friend, Tournament 25, wants to be my buddy. I'm happy with that one.
You're so lucky. I didn't get that.
Aw. Maybe he added you. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see how it is.
Else. Yeah.
Game like other gamers.
They just wanted to add me first. I'm just more important than you.
Whatever.
Yeah. Just saying.
All right, here we go. Popping into the game. Let's get the splash screen up. See all these beautiful pictures. Thanks to the artistes. Oh, fantastic. And there we go. nubbypoohbear on Kennen. I'm excited. I'm not going to lie. Kennen's my main. A little bit of awesomeness there. I'm excited.
He's been in every game.
Yeah, he's like never been used up to his little bit of an AP ratio increase on the queue, and everybody loves to play him now because he does have a good amount of poke and he can facilitate a lot. He's not really that say all, do all in a fight, but he does help out a lot, so I love seeing him around, especially, as I said, because I main him, so it's fun.
Yeah, pretty awesome. So Team Solomid is blue team for the game. They are spawning in the bottom left, and they're going to try to push down up through the base. You're going to see here's the mid lane. You can see the champions running across. There's one of the turrets. There's another turret. And we're just going to kind of show this lane as it goes on. Goes up towards the mid lane, now towards the purple base, purple complexity base. You can see guys off to the side. They're leaving the base. There's another turret. There's an inhibitor. And there is a purple nexus. If this falls, this will be a win for Team Solo Mid. So awesomeness there. Turret 25 says hi. I'm going to hide that chat. Nice and happy right there. So just the game, no obstructions. TSM milling about.
Good amount of movement here. They could go for the top. They're going to ward that out, so they're going to know if the tri-bush is gankable as they go back to the top lane. That is something the other team will do, but it looks like we are going to have TSM kind of pushing in here. They have a great first, let's see what Udyr got if he is going top lane. He did actually not get his skill yet. Very smart. Does not grab the skill to see if the team fight happened. He would go for bear stance, more stun on the team, but he's going to hold that off, and he's probably going to go for Tiger as he goes into lane. They're making sure that no one is around, so everybody can walk back to their lane. A thing that is more common in recent is the team won't really go for the early aggression. They go for an early stand in the bush. It's called like a bushwhack, if you will. And they stand there and wait for the teams, I'm all right. I'm just going to go to my lane. There's no fight. And you walk into a bush with 5 people in it. You live for about half a second. And we actually call it the double lift, but we won't go into that.
Some of them, though. I hear laughter in the crowd. Yeah, they know. Season 1 championships, double lift throwing games. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. It's respawn for the golems for Dominate, but he's able to pull that one back into his favor. Sometimes the jungle minions will just start to walk back, and they gain health as they go back to respawn position, but he was able to get that down. Great job. And we are off. TSM looks like they're going in here onto IWDominate, and he knows. Very great placement by that ward in the beginning, or that would have been first blood.
Yep, so, and we see that actually Udyr's going to solo bottom 1v2. Thankfully, Ashe Soraka's not a ton of poke. They are ranged, of course, but, Rayman's going to really use that turtle shell and keep himself alive. And, of course, TSM does not know that this Alistair is warded, so Nasus is super safe right now. Of course, Udyr's going to try to last hit against these two champions. It's going to be a little bit difficult for him, but he's very good at playing defensively and coming in just for the last hits and getting back out of range. But we see Chaox going to be 1v2ing against this, or 1v1 against the Nasus, and it's going to be the roam Alistair. He's going to come in right now. You see RicePanda backing off. I think at this point he kind of knows Alistair must be warded. And now he's going to sit in the top brush and keep zoning Nasus. This is a really smart play from Solo Mid. Because that Soraka is not so disruptive because you can only really sustain and poke a little bit, Rayman's pretty safe against this lineup. But meanwhile, Chaox and Xpecial can actually bully around this Nasus quite a lot.
See RicePanda ping in the top bush. He's like, hey guys, I actually have an Alistair in my lane as well, and he's probably waiting. And he went down to ward as well for himself, so he is going to have that vision, giving that to Vayne as well. Very nice job there. And you did see him sitting in the bush. He kind of didn't get much of what he wanted, so he's going to hang out, at least get level 2 here. And after level 2, if he hasn't really gotten the advantage or the chance to go after RicePanda, you'll see him head out.
Yep, one good thing about Complexity is they can really push on this turret, and they'll probably do a lot of damage here. You want to keep pushing that one. There's RicePanda taking a little bit of damage. Shales surviving against the turret. They really don't want to poke RicePanda at his turret because they're not going to get a lot done because of it. I mean, he'll stain. He'll eventually lose some health, but that turtle shield is going to really help him out. Realistically, Ash and Srog should just kind of plink down this turret, and it'll take a fair amount of damage, 25 to 30 per hit, and eventually that will get worn down, and it seems like that should be the better play. As long as they can ward and see for ganks, they can just do a lot of damage to this turret here. I think that's what Solomon is going to do here. You can see Chaox pushing in with Alistair, and it's just time to go for turret damage. They've got the defensive ward. They'd be pretty safe here. It's just free damage.
And there we go, Xpecial doing what he does, just roaming around, doing his thing, knowing that ward is gone. If that ward was placed in the beginning, he realized he was seen in that position. He was saw, yes. And he knows, the ward has a certain amount of time on it. He felt okay to walk through that bush again. That's all the mentality of Xpecial coming into play right now. And it looks like that lightning rush has been used. That is a key information for Xpecial to go in here. The flash may have to be used, and it is Pooh Bear having to flash out of that situation. Lightning rush was used a little too far out in lane, and that is a signifier for anybody fighting against Kennen that now is my time to punish.
Yep, and now you can see Nass is able to play aggressively again. Look at that Witherman off, doing a lot of damage to Chaox, actually dropping him down a fair amount of health. Chaox has no sustain right there, but a nice stun into the wall. RicePanda getting hit pretty hard. He does have that regrowth pendant though, so he's kind of okay to take that harassment and then just kind of go back into the game. So he's now last hitting with that Q, and we can watch. He's got that plus 21. He's got 7 last hits with that ability. So he's getting himself up there ever so slowly. That siphoning strike from Nasus every time he kills a minion with that, or I mean any target with that ability, it'll actually permanently empower it for more damage. So he's going to slowly grow over time. Xpecial coming back into that fight. No ward this time to keep him safe, so he could be in bad shape before too long.
Yeah, he needs to get back into lane, get at least a little bit of experience. And there it is, one down. He's going for the pulverize. Can he get it? The ghost is used. Can they get the condemn against the wall? An awesome roll coming out of the hands of Chaox. We are going to see your first blood. No, he just gets away. He dodged the shot from Vayne as he was getting out of that situation.
I thought it was just Wither.
Wow.
Wither basically just crushed her damage output. She only got 1 more attack off that way.
I didn't see any damage. He probably was Wither though. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was definitely a good escape. That was a lot of damage, of course, and that's of course what happens when you don't ward when a stunner comes to gank you. It would have been even worse if Nocturne had showed up. That would have been a definite kill. I feel like those kind of situations, you're a really good team like solo mid, you should just pull the jungler up there and guarantee the kill. It seems like that's the better way to play it. Like, you're going to gank, he's available, just pull the extra resource, get that 400 gold. But good last hitting here from RicePanda, picking these all up, doing a great job there. Knowing how much damage that turret will do, making sure they're exactly low enough that the turret hits, takes the last hit. Turret hits, takes the last hit. So you can see, despite being 1v2 getting pushed around, still 27 minions, actually outlast hitting even the enemy Kennen, who has actually been just pretty much safe the entire time. So really good play by him. You see RicePanda coming around. Reginald really trying to play aggressively, trying to push them around. And OddOne has a lizard buff. It actually might have been the enemy lizard.
It looks like Reginald may come in here from the top on Pooh Bear. Oh, going ahead. He's going to take Wraiths real quickly. Getting an E and a W down, doing a little bit of extra damage and spreading it out there. And it looks like they are going to want this top again. They don't have too many wards in the position of coming from the river, but they know if they do come around the backside, that's kind of a disadvantage. The top lane, you have to be a little bit more careful, but the bottom lane has it as well, so each side has to deal with that. But it's really helpful for Xpecial for his come around to a route to come around and take down RicePanda. And it makes him play very cautious. And what you're seeing right now is that he's being zoned from his CS, and that's not something you can tolerate as Nasus, and that's really one of the ways that you build up your ability.
Yep, Nasus definitely needs his gold. He does have the Philosopher's Stone now. That'll help him quite a bit. Those ranks there is going to give him a lot of health, mana regen. So if he takes some harassment, he'll be okay in the end. But without boots, he's quite chaseable. They've got to be afraid of that one. And Nocturne waiting in the wings is level 6, and they're going to go for it. Here comes the jump, the flash, ult, and here comes the damage up at RicePanda. Not in great shape, level 5. Wither goes off, but certainly going to die. There's first blood picked up by the TheOddOne. Great play. That's what I was talking about. You bring the jungler, and the damage is definitely high enough that you will pick that one up.
Very nice job there. He got the pulverize down. He even waited for the headbutt, and then they waited for the condemn. Sometimes you'll see a team, everybody wants to stun them right up, and they don't just consecutively stun. They use it all at the perfect time. Each stun had its duration to the extent, and they were really good play on that one. As you said, just bring the jungler up, solidify the kill. They made it happen. In mid, looks like we did have some backing as well. Kennen now by himself. That's nubbypoohbear. Looks like Reginald, as he was going around, just going back to buy. Let's see what he got. And he's just picking up some Doran's, going to give himself that mana regen as well as ability power. He must be doing some good damage because he's really not rushing anything. And everybody's just pretty happy right now on TSM side. Cole really not out of any position. They did just lose one, but like we saw, first blood can go to anybody and still be anybody's game.
Yep. Solo mid right now up by 1,700 gold. The lane matchups actually worked quite well for them. RainMan doing a wonderful job in this 1v2, just not taking as much damage as I think Complexity wants to deal there. He's actually not even recalled yet, but has chugged through all his health potions, so he's taking some damage now. He's getting lower, and he might actually recall now that he's out of potions, and yep, there's the recall. So he will join in again later, but he's going to get a nice amount of items here. 43 minion kills, not too bad at all. And again, those gold incomes are just quite nice for TSM right now.
See Nasus able to get his Q on possibly 19, the highest farmer right now. 67, that's going to be in the hands of Chaox down bottom. Exactly what or top rather, it's what the AD carry should be doing. If you're an AD carry and you're not farming, you're not doing your job, or getting kills in the same aspect. So always making sure that you're in a lane with minions, whether it's sometimes the jungle's late game. You got to be farming as the AD or you're not going to continue to do damage. Now back into lane, Chaox with Xpecial in the bush can pretty much do that quite easily without having to worry about that gank coming in. And it looks like he is back in lane. We're going to check out RainMan, and he looks like he's going straight for Yuhn here, doing a great amount of damage. Tiger attacking 3 times, proccing is at 1, 2, 3. You can just see the damage melting away from Yuhn, and still here there finally the heal from Soraka on quite a cooldown. RainMan able to put out a lot of pressure on bottom.
Yep, he's finished Wriggles. There's going to be a lot of sustain there for him. Also, you can drop that ward down. You can see he's actually not placed it yet, so he will eventually drop some wards and keep himself secure, but I guess he just feels kind of safe against this Gangplank. Blink is 6, and Nocturne though 7. Nocturne very far ahead actually. That's going to be, you know, of course, a big advantage for them.
Yeah, that kill up top really helped. We haven't seen Dominate at all in lane actually, from what I have seen, unless he popped down bottom. And there's the Ash Arrow coming up. Can the Slicing Maelstrom do the damage? The ultimate coming out of Gangplank, so it's almost like 3 people fighting Brand right now, and he quickly blows up Kennen with his spell chain, and it is going to be Reginald staying alive in that situation. Check out the items, does not even have any spell vamp, and he just kept himself alive there.
Yeah,
nice job.
Those Doran rings gave him enough health. I mean, he lived with under 300 health, so those Doran rings gave him the power he needed to make that one happen. And now Team Solo Mid with that advantage to pink ward on Dragon. They're going for it. Just too strong. You can see Udyr with that Wriggles Lantern, of course, on Nocturne as well. They have a lot of damage against these neutral targets. You can see those procs happen and that health just melting away, and that will be the kill. The first Dragon goes to TSM, and the first 2 kills. They're up 3,000 gold now, and that is, of course, quite the nice advantage. Xpecial taking over mid as he waits for his teammate to come back into the fight.
And as you see, Xpecial doing a good job there. Like we said, if you haven't played League too much, he didn't instantly start attacking minions. He was going for the absolute last hit he could get. Now this leaves Reginald still in the middle of the lane and doesn't cause him to have to push. But Reginald doing that on his own. Very powerful right now with blue buff as we see Xpecial make his way towards top again.
Yeah, you can see nubbypoohbear actually has picked up some magic resist. Has that cloak right there, wants to be nice and durable. Taking a little bit of damage there from Reginald. Got to be a little bit afraid of that. He's doing okay though, killing minions off. He's staying alive. 81 minions versus 100 though. Ash versus, oh wow, the damage up. But again, coming in from RainMan, hitting Yuhn pretty hard. Doing some damage, but he's going to be okay. And now Vayne Alistair pushing the top turret, and TSM could get the first turret of the game. And you know, 12 minutes in, that's going to be a turret kill, and that is quite useful.
Yeah, it's going to be a good 150 gold going around the map, and it looks like they could take down Yuhn. Here he is, forced to flash. Nocturne comes in, grabbing that kill. Very nice job there. The RainMan coming in to help, or rather OddOne coming in to help solidify that. They're able to pick up 3 kills now to the 0, as we did see Kennen go down just a little bit ago to the hands of Reginald in mid, and they will be able to get good damage onto this turret. It looks like the minions have been expended, and they are forced to back out. Rod1 felt like he needed to take a shot, though.
Yep, and there's Chaox actually picking up the kill on an ass at the top of the map. Sorry I missed that, guys, but TSM kind of rampaging around the entire map, taking down turrets, taking down kills, 4-0. Still that 1 turret and 1 dragon to their advantage. They are now pushing the bottom of the map. Poohbear wants to come in. There's the Asher onto the RainMan. They're going to go for it. There's a Gangplank ult, and it's go time. OddOne about to get dropped down. That's 1 kill. Now can they kill the RainMan? He's stuck by the turret. The turret is hitting him. He's trying to get away, but he's being slowed by Kennen. The damage output is fierce. He's low on health, and he has no one else around him.
He doesn't have enough to bear. He's just slowly walking
Asher
away.
Hits him. He is going to drop down.
No boots. Oh, no.
And there's a kill. Nice turnaround there by Complexity. They picked up 2 kills in a row. That's good coordination. Ash Arrow comes down, picks up with the Gangplank ult. A wonderful job by these guys. And now, with those 2 dead, they have a chance to counterattack here. Nasus going to fight against 2, but oh wow, another turret. They kept pushing top, and Chaox, another turret kill. Really good job by TSM. 2 turret kills to none. And even though despite those champion kills, they're up about 5,000 gold now. 18 to 14,000.
You know, with the switch in the lanes, you can see that putting 1 versus the 2 in top and bottom, you think it would be advantageous for the other team that has the healer going against the AD carry that's one. But you know, RainMan did such a good job at having a character that can place defense on himself, regen his own health, and stay sustainable in lane. And in top lane with somebody like Alistar instead of Soraka, who can also output damage and, as you said, displace, it's just such a more dominant lane. As you can see, Ashe and Soraka weren't even able to do that much damage. Well, they did. They almost took the bottom turret, so contradicted there. I was not correct. But they still, top lane was able to drop through both turrets already, and we're only 13 minutes into the game without a turret lost on TSM's side. As I said, that strong lane defense.
Yeah, and this is really good for TSM because now that that top lane is open, there is no turret coverage except for right here. They can kind of run through mid and kind of run through the jungle like this, and there's no real defensive location that Complexity can go. So at any time, they can kind of run in and gank Nasus if they choose to. So you can see that they have that defensive ward there. We watch the ward coverage, and yeah, they've got a ward right here watching the inlet to the jungle. They need that to keep themselves alive.
Looks like Reginald backing in mid, does have himself Sork boost. Check his creep score. He does have 113. He hasn't purchased too much. We could see a needlessly large rod here or a little bit of HP. Nope, there is the rod. He picks it up, and he is going to be doing so much damage at that point. And at this level in the game, with everybody surrounding that level 11 being either less or just a little higher, Brand is a character that can one-on-one somebody if he gets that stun and instantly drop them down to 0 HP. So very scary to have an Ashe arrow going down, and it hits.
No, it was close. It almost hit him. He barely jumped out of the way.
I heard the crush.
Yeah, Xpecial got poked around a little bit. Gonna heal himself. Got it looks like 2 ranks in that heal. Maxing out on Pulverize, and let's see what they can do with this. Picking up some minions. Looks like Vayne will go back to bottom lane. Has that black cleaver pretty early on. See if he can capitalize on that at all. Udyr now taking the top lane, just leveling up fast as he can. Doing a pretty good job of this. Let's see what kind of combat goes on here. IWDominate actually maxed out on Parlay. Actually only 1 point in that raise morale. It's actually opposite of what I see a lot of other players do. They'll actually max raise morale first. So a lot of different builds actually being shown off here. And there's the first turret kill of the game for Complexity. They have pushed down the bottom lane. Kennen came over to help. Gangplank was holding mid during that whole time. Reginald not quite killing Gangplank. He's going to feel okay with this. They're just pushing on through. More damage coming out from Reginald, picking down a lot of these minions, and now they're going to come through. And again, damage up onto this turret. Dominate nearby. Otto's going to block that Parlay. Nice job there. Damage up. Oh, Dominate going to get dropped down. Nice job, but Reginald is jumping in there. But Poohbear in there going to pick down Reginald. Nice play. That's a good trade. And now they can see if they can take down Nocturne. He's been withered. This is going to be really good, and the team is converging.
They are going to be able to get him inside the bush. He kind of breaks line of sight there, but there's the Ashe arrow that comes out. They do have a little bit of vision on him. Kennen can mark him up, possibly getting that stun. A beautiful shield by TheOddOne. Keeps himself alive, finally going down. Everybody is converged on this spot. nubbypoohbear finally going down in the fight as Kennen takes down Nocturne, and we are going to see what these guys can continue to do. They are forcing the support out. Beautiful focus onto Soraka, and they were just not even worried about Ashe or Nasus that entire time. They were making sure they got the CCs down, stopping him right in front of the RainMan, persevering over the Ashe ultimate and continuing to battle it out. A very nice job for a 3-to-1 battle.
Yeah, really good stuff. They did get that kill on Gangplank earlier. He has revived by now, but that was amazing, amazing play by TSM. It was a good counterattack. You know, Poohbear came in there and picked up the kill on a Brand, and then they found Nocturne. They jumped Nocturne, but he stayed alive just long enough.
You get another fear off as well.
Yeah. But it was Alistar's stuns. It was the pushback from Vayne. She got another stun off there, and you can see RainMan picking down that turret there. But ultimately, Vayne and Alistar CC'd that whole team, or enough of the team for long enough that they actually managed to come back and do a lot of damage back. Ashe got low. They did pick up Soraka as well.
Now a Dragon.
And yeah, now they're going to turn back to Dragon, and Team Solo Mid very much in the lead now.
Yeah, great series of events for Team Solo Mid to occur right there. They were really able to catch him off guard, and it looked like, you know, even in their jungle, putting that ward down really assisted him in that fight. Nocturne threw that ward down as TheOddOne got as soon as he got into that fight, and that gave his team a huge upper hand as well.
Yep, 7,500 gold the lead, and that's just quite massive for these guys. That's a significant advantage right here.
So pretty much feeling pretty good about their play right now. RainMan doesn't feel too scared to be in the enemy jungle. They do have good wards, one over by that red, and one right by the Wraith camp that he just placed down, and they're doing a very good job of just covering themselves. They don't really have to worry about their own jungle because they can see everywhere that Complexity is right now. So if they're not in their own jungle, they're going to be in TSM's jungle, and they know that right off the bat.
Yep, it's going quite well. IWDominate picking up blue buff again. The unfortunate thing, I mean, that's not necessarily unfortunate, but Complexity does not have a sort of a blue buff champion. None of their champions really need that golem buff, so it's just kind of going on Gangplank over and over. But you look over at Team Solo Mid, and they've got, you know, there's Alistar doesn't really matter, Chaox doesn't really matter on Vayne, but that brand, Reginald on brand. Blue buff is so massive on him. Cooldown reduction is huge for his damage output. You see, infinite mana can make him spam spells even harder as well, and that's actually really huge. And they can just let Nocturne give those away. Nocturne does not require Golem to jungle well, especially at this stage in the game where he's got a couple levels under his belt. That's one of the drawbacks of, say, Jungle Fiddlesticks, where you run that champion, he's super strong, but you really want to have Golem buff on at all times. He can really burn through a mana pool, and so you need to be sort of aware of what your team composition is. If you want to go sort of high level play in League of Legends, you want to be aware of the buffs on the map and who's going to utilize them. If you have two champions that need Golem buff, it's going to be a real problem for you.
Kennen's still quite squishy. Poohbear also going for the Will of the Ancients build, so it looks like most Kennens are coming up with that instead of the quick Rylas, keeping himself sustained in lane. Usually Kennen has a good amount of base HP as he starts to level up, so he can stay tanky as well as having to rush through the fight. That lightning rush is going to give him a little bit of armor and magic resistance as he's whirling around there, and he can ghost through champions as well, so that assists him there. So we'll have to see not too much mitigation from the items that TSM is building right now. They're going to definitely need some armor soon for that Vayne. That Black Cleaver is going to start shredding people in a fight if they can continue to CC as they did before.
Yep, absolutely. And we can see, wow, right away. He's
wow.
The horde clearing's not too easy for this Alistair.
Looks damage. Like down bottom, Gangplank just getting taken out almost down to about 300-400 HP. Vayne just absolutely ultimate in the bush. She rolled out of the bush, that makes her invisible, and she condemned Dominate against the wall, pretty much showing him and took him to school on how to use Vayne right there. So we're gonna have to see what's going on in mid. They're kind of gathering together a little bit, but not too much. They want to be able to get experience as well, go and spread out into the jungle. TSM isn't really, as I said, CLG was last time, dominating Complexity's jungle, so they have the XP farm a little bit, and they are getting a little bit of farm. So they're not out of this game. TSM doesn't seem to be taking as much control as they could right now with the ward placement that they have.
Yeah, they're really not playing as bullies. I think they're just allowing themselves to keep that gold advantage. They might be waiting for the Golem to respawn and give that to Brand and then use that to start fighting. They might just be waiting for one of these big buffs. And it has respawned now, so that you might see them take this and then go for the pushes right afterwards. Maybe they're waiting for Chaox to complete a big item. And he's got Zeal now. Maybe that's a big deal for him. Not quite sure what the plan is with
Brand Rabadons just came up. That'll be really helpful.
Might have that as well. Finish Rabadons, finish all sorts of big items. Not quite sure what the victory condition might be.
Nasus only on 74 creep score now as we are 20 minutes into the game. That is a lot of hurt for Nasus, as like I said before, his Q stacks off that ability as he continues to kill minions with it. And if you don't have a Nasus that can do damage, he's pretty much going to act as your tank in the game. And right now, they need a lot of damage dealers.
They really do need some more damage. Nasus will be able to do a little bit of beast mode. There's Reginald picking up the Golem buff. It's going to be nice for him. RicePanda, we're going to watch him at the top of the map, has Sheen. And he has plus 168 on his Siphoning Strike, so he's going to hit pretty hard. You're going to see the base damage there, 110 plus 170, so that's 280 plus his base damage, and he's got the Sheen in there as well for another 90, so that's going to hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
He's going to do some good damage up here. Not a lot of armor stack on this team. Only the TheRainMan really has anything with that Chain Vest. TheOddOne has a little bit as well. But we'll see if he can pick down Chaox. He's got no cleanse, he's got no Quicksilver Sash, so max rank Wither can do a whole lot here. RicePanda's got, looks like, yeah, 5 in Siphoning Strike, 5 in Wither, so that could really shut down Vayne.
Another really good thing to point out here about this TSM lineup is they have such a good pushing team. Alistar's base damage, one of the highest in the games, to take out those turrets. Vayne right there to just spit bolts, I should say, right into the turret, and as well as Brand to just clear these minion waves. So whenever the waves come up, they don't even have to wait. It's just instant, and they're able to push really fast. So that is also giving them a big advantage in this game because they can take a turret and be right out of there before they feel any dangers coming.
Yep, absolutely. So let's look at the map schedule of both teams. Solo mid, nothing really aggressive in the wards. They do have to worry about that Soraka with the Oracle's Elixir. You can see, actually, even worse vision, though, for Complexity. They have a couple of defensive wards, but nothing really massive. But, oh, they have found Vayne, and there is the burst damage. She is getting caught. Nocturne's coming in. Chaox might drop down. There's the ult from Kennen. They will pick up Chaox, and here comes the team fight. Shales in the middle of everything. Soraka going down. Has dropped Wish. Might drop down to Udyr, and the team is in. The damage is going off everywhere. There's the Brand ult. It's going to hurt bad onto Kennen. Kennen might fall to that burning damage. He's going to be low. 17 health. He will fall, but here's the rest of the team coming in now. Reginald taking a little bit of damage. They're going to back off away from Udyr. Udyr has found RicePanda. RicePanda going to get not quite get stunned. And will Dominate putting the damage off onto Nocturne. TheOddOne low as well. They're actually very, very low on health, and Reginald's really the only one who has the ability to really put through TheRainMan as well. But they got one kill. They killed Chaox, but the team came back and picked up the 2 squishies there. Yuhn has actually stayed alive quite successfully, but no one else is there to really stop them. You can see they cleared down a ward, and they're just going to push on through some more. Great job by TSM jumping in there, doing everything they could. OddOne managed to jump in and do a lot for it. He actually just stuck onto Soraka, and Soraka did fall. She does need a little bit more durability, only a little bit of health on her. Might go for Aegis next. That'll be a pretty big deal. Chaox back at the bottom of the map. Not a lot of sustain on her on that Vayne. Does just have the Black Cleaver, no Bloodthirster, so we'll see if that ends up being a problem.
Indeed, I was thinking about that before. I almost asked you about it. You know, the Black Cleaver, it can output a lot of damage, but she's already going for that seal. And like you said, no Bloodthirster. The damage isn't going to stack at any point right now, so she's going to be stuck there. I think Ashe could build over that within a matter of minutes as we come into this match.
Oh, let's look at the gold incomes actually. So we look down, and Ashe has 6,400. Vayne's at 78, so that's only 1,000 gold. It's not too, you know, it's only like 1,200 gold for a single champion. It's not terrible, especially if Vayne has to invest in like a Quicksilver Sash that'll drop her damage output by quite a bit. Already Vayne does outscale Ashe. We look at Ashe's build, and actually, yeah, Ashe went Mercury Treads instead of Berserker's Greaves, has only the Infinity Edge, so Vayne is very much ahead in her build. Vayne does scale quite a bit off of attack speed, actually. That W, her Silver Bolts, will do a lot of damage if you get the attack speed in there to really sort of pin targets down and just keep triggering that damage bonus. So by getting, you know, Berserker's Greaves, Zeal, Black Cleaver, her attack speed is really high. It's 1.5 attacks per second. We look at Ashe only at 0.9, so her damage output is significantly higher. And that could actually mean a lot.
And actually, we can see Chaox grabbing that red buff, as we said before. That adds some damage onto your attack, as well as a slight burn effect, which can actually take that champion out as he gets out of range. If you've taken him down to a sliver of health, you can just thank your red buff for taking that out. And it also slows the enemy champion. So on Vayne, that is so complementary to her passive, which is to run faster if she is chasing an opponent, or facing an opponent, rather. So Vayne in a very good position right now, as we have said. We're going to see what Chaox can do to continue to help his team and lead on to win these fights. There's just so much damage in AoE that they have in a fight, especially with Brand there, everybody getting pulverized up. And usually when you see the Brand ulti go off, you'll see everybody start to spread out. It'll bounce up to 5 times, and if that continues to bounce through you, it just does so much damage. It doesn't increase, but the damage is just huge. Brand is one of those characters you not want to get hit any of his spells by. So like I said, TSM's team really doing great. The composition is working out for them, and everything that they're doing is really kind of, if you would say cookies crumbled, it's crumbling in their favor in these fights, and they're really coming out on top. So Complexity, again, needs to find somebody off guard and make sure they can get those attacks down. They do have the Ashe Arrow, the Kennen ult, and the Gangplank ult, so they can put out a lot of damage right away and get that burst. We'll have to see if they can do it.
Yeah, and we can see sort of teams on both sides. Teams still mid playing a little bit of defensively here. Udo's up towards the top, the other 4 right by themselves. Complexity after the right-hand side, again, also sort of playing defensively in their jungle. And there we go, solo mid. Oh, they're going to push in for Baron. They've been hawkshotted, but they're going for it. This could be really, really dangerous. You can see solo mid does see them underway. They do see that they're nearby. Complexity actually does not see them anymore, so they have to be very afraid of what happens here. But TSM did pull back. I don't know if Complexity has that information. Now they've gotten that. The ward go down. TSM will clear the ward out. They do, again, see where the enemy team is. That ward will drop. Poohbear going to try to walk around and poke. Ashe put some damage out on that turret, but she's got to be careful. She might get caught by Nocturne, and there it is. Hopefully she got a good bait there. She's been caught by the fear.
Oh, wow.
And Yuhn is so incredibly dead right now.
That was such a good range. She gets the ulti out, but the Dustbringer will come out from Nocturne. He will be able to run quicker. No, gets the extra fear on, and you cannot flash away from that one. As we follow the fight in the middle now, Yuhn goes down, and they will be going under the turret. The ultimate from Alistar comes out. That is a huge reduction in damage that he is taking, but it is not going to be enough. He was stuck under the turret without any minions, and the turret will ramp up in damage every shot that you take from it, and that took him down. A good job there, but they were also able to keep everybody off of Ashe, and taking down Alistar, not too amazing. They are going to get money out of it, but Ashe, a good one to have go down for the team, because that is their damage, and that is going to allow them to right now do Baron.
They do know where they are. Brand does have his ultimate still. RicePanda is going to put that Wither down, and there's the Brand ult. It's going to hit nothing. Only just the one-shot RicePanda, so they could really go for this.
Yeah.
They don't have many ults up, but they could go for a fight. They might actually have to here. Oh, it's about to drop down. Can they get there in time? Looks like no. They're going to take down the kill. Reginald about to die. Can RicePanda get it? He's one hit away. No, Reginald's still not dead. Shales getting caught now. Shales going to drop as well. Kennen not able to pick up that kill. He's going to recall back, but Reginald, oh, and Chaox have found you. Got to run away.
Wow.
And he's now stuck between 2 enemy turrets. I don't think he can burst Chaox hard enough. And, oh, you've been caught.
Wow, he just got ping-ponged back and forth, getting hit by that one. A very nice job as they pursued Kennen on that. They were able to take him out. And nubbypoohbear will be forced to respawn now. They are going to go ahead and push their lanes. Dominant going bottom, and Ashe trying to get top as she is back into the game. She spawned during that Baron fight, but her ultimate had like another 30 seconds on it. It would have been so helpful for a giant Ashe arrow to come in there and stun. Pretty much it would have been all of them for the slow and stun the initial hit, but that really would have helped them in that fight, and I think a few more of them could have got away.
That would have been quite useful indeed. Vayne's still pushing on through, doing a lot of damage to these minions, picking them up, getting some nice gold gains. She will probably go... actually, I don't think she's bought yet, but she has almost definitely enough money for a Quicksilver Sash now. That will help a lot against that Nasus, that Wither, of course. Extremely potent here. He has Trinity Force, no other items though, but that's kind of all he needs to crush faces. We're going to see they're going to keep pushing on through. TSM. Xpecial did revive in time to take on that Baron buff. And we'll see if they can do much against this turret. It will go down most likely. They want to see what else they can do here.
Yeah, sometimes you got to give one up. You know it's an unsure feeling. It happens. The other team's going to get money, but you are also trying to fight back at the same time as well. So a possible Dragon will clear that up. They did just get Baron, so that's a huge buff for them as well as a gold increase. We are at 45,800 gold to 34,300 for complexity. Quite a difference there by 11,000 gold. And they just actually hit 46,000. So we'll have to see if they can continue that rampage just on the gold gain. They are gathering here at the Wolves. And they do have a ward in that bush. I don't see an Oracles around yet. I know Alistar had one, but he did go down in the fight, so he doesn't have one right now. That's kind of where TSM may falter. They have a lot of control, but if they are caught off guard, it's really, I'm going to say it over and over again, that's obviously how they're going to get attacked, but it really is the way it needs to happen for them right now.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do with this. Again, this turret's going to fall down. Great job by Solom. They do know they have control of the map. This is what you want to do, right? When you have control like this, you take down all those outer turrets, you give yourself a big, solid advantage so that, you know, if you ever win a team fight later, you can take the base down. You get all that global golden experience for your team by taking these turrets, Dragon, Baron, all that. And so they've built themselves quite the advantage. And there's an Ashe that's going to tag Xpecial. Not the best target.
Yeah, they aren't going to initiate on that. Unfortunate. And a thing that, you know, scary about Complexity's build right now is Gangplank is going to be able to put out output that much damage. He's only got the Warmogs. Obviously, Parlay is going to crit a bit, but really, he's not someone that's going to be doing a lot of damage, and Ashe needs to get in there in the fight. So it's going to be a very close-up fight for Complexity here, and you can see them not wanting to leave this turret whatsoever.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out on all sides. Reginald still staying around, has that Void Staff up as well. The spam from Ashe is good. Kennen can do the same things. They're pretty good at defending this turret. Alistar will be able to get about 2 heals per minion wave. Has a bunch of cooldown reduction as well. There's some more spam. nubbypoohbear is in there. He's going to pop the ultimate. He gets pushed back by Alistar. Great move there as well.
Oh, wow.
A good ult from Brand. Chaox going to pick down into RicePanda. There's the ult from Gangplank, but it's not going to be enough. They're running away. RainMan diving around, getting hit a little bit by Ashe, but it looks like he's going to be okay. Nocturne in the fray. They're up now onto the inhibitor, and they've already killed 2 champions. Gangplank and Nasus have fallen. They're going to turn off to the side. They have enough armor to tank this. Look at that Oddone just in the front, taking some heals. He's going to be okay right now, and here is nubbypoohbear off to the side. A little bit of poke coming out, but not doing a whole lot for it. They picked down 1 turret, another one about to fall down as Alistar sort of leads the way, tanking all the damage, and they're going to pick down 2 inhibitors now. And they've still only lost 1 turret so far, so TSM in a great lead right now.
Yeah, a really good fight there. It kind of worked in the way opposite of the way you thought it would have. You know, Kennen ulti coming in, that's going to kind of deter the team of solo mid from coming in and trying to do something. But really, they saw that as that's a huge cooldown wasted. I think we should initiate on that. And Nocturne was right into the fight. So, you know, OddOne initiating on some awesome fights right now, understanding the flow of the game, that Kennen used his ulti. The rest of the team has a free reign to run. That's a stun for the entire team. And solo mid just waited outside, slicing Maelstrom. Came in right after. It's a really good fight. They were able to get an inhibitor out of it and another turret and inhibitor. So great fight there. As you said, you know, if you have control, just keep solidifying that control and take out more turrets.
Yep, Vayne pushing on through has finished her Quicksilver Sash this time around. It has actually finished the Bloodthirster as well, so she is pretty much into prime full damage output mode right here. Is going to be very, very safe with the QSS. Going to drop out Wither and things like that and just chunking down minions. You can see the Bloodthirster getting some stacks right there, up to 4. As she kills minions, it will start getting beefier and beefier, give her more damage, more lifesteal. Then she's got only 1 more item to grab, and that's going to be either Trinity Force or Trinity Force or Infinity Edge, the 2 main choices here. You can see she's building up some gold. Not super rich just yet, just 430, but Reginald going to grab that golem buff. Really, really powerful for him. Going to use that to his advantage. The Q goes off, and he's going to be going for, it looks like Riley's Crystal Scepter next. That big health item, that Giant's Belt, going to be used to build that item.
It looks like Ash and both Pooh Bear are like, yeah, there's minions up here, but we can kind of farm them. There's not many. Ash actually stepping out quite far. You can see they almost took advantage of that right away. They're just creeping on the position right now. And they're like, I think you should pull back Yuhn, and he agrees. Yuhn now back at his turret. It pretty much Complexity staying inside their base right now. We even saw what happened when they initiated under a turret. It really didn't go well for them, especially with the Baron buff. They have a little better of a chance now. The sustain of TSM does not have the buff, that health increase, that mana increase, and the damage. So they have a little bit better chance to fight in this one, but they have to make sure they use their cooldowns exactly right. Because if Vayne gets loose or Brand gets loose to do their spell chain again, that is going to be damage that they do not need to deal with.
That's true. That's a lot of damage if they get it. So, I mean, the main target is, of course, Vayne. Brand can die after 5 seconds and be okay. Right. He can burst his initial spell combo. Of course, with all those cooldown reduction, he wants to stay alive and keep doing damage. We'll kind of see how this plays out. Oblin's up in the front. There's the Gangplank ult. They're going to force them back, but again, they've blown one ultimate so far, right? They jumped in, they made Gangplank ult, and they backed out. They're like, okay, it's fine. It's a cooldown. We'll go again later. Next wave, they're going to go again. And the Xpecial is healing. You can see that health come back up so incredibly quickly. 2 heals coming out right there. So much cooldown reduction on that Alistar. You see that heal, just only a 7.5 second cooldown. You get that, quite a couple of times per wave. Look at that. They're full health. No Gangplank ultimate. Let's go again.
Yeah, Cannon's not going to be able to do much here. This turret will go down by the sheer amount of damage, even if they want to rebuttal on this, but they will not. And it looks like going straight for Soraka, going to keep her out of that one. Fearing onto Nubbypoohbear, and he does try to get feared in lightning form. And it looks like a big fight right by the turret. Slicing Maelstrom comes out, and he gets absolutely focused. He could have sashed out of that one, but I do not believe he has one as I stare at the score screen for cash money. And we are going to see Reginald, no, Chaox taking out that inhibitor, and they are going to be quickly going for these turrets right here. I don't know how much defense they can put up onto this. It does look like Nasus goes down there. The super minions are doing a lot of damage to these turrets. The left turret falling to TSM, the right turret falling to super minions, and it looks like they will have free reign over destroying the Nexus here in game 1. The best out of 3 between Complexity and Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, Team Solo Mid taking the first game against Complexity right here. Great job taking that one over. Just wonderful play by pretty much everyone on that team. That was just an overall, a great team performance. I'm gonna, go back to the earlier games we had today. We had, CLG, that first blood away onto Bigfatlp that first time around, but the rest of them, really holding it up, playing a great team play game. But this time around, the individual performances for all the players were so great for Solo Mid. TheRainMan managed to survive the 1v2 quite successfully, actually became one of the most farmed players on his team, second only to Vayne, who was just pretty much just solo topping and never really getting stopped. Nasus actually had a really bad time against Vayne plus Alistar, and I actually remember looking at the minion kills at about 8 minutes in or something like that, and Udyr actually had like 23 minions, which wasn't too bad, and then Nasus had 3. And it was like, oh, so he's like 8 times as many minion kills. That seems like a good, boost in power right there, because, fighting as Udyr with a bunch of health potions with that turtle stance, Ash and Rocket can poke, but they don't do too terribly much damage. But Nasus was like, well, I'm just going to wait.
Do you think it would have been Udyr top still if it wasn't a Nasus? Do you think they countered that Nasus with the double top?
I think they honestly, maybe. I'm not really sure. I think once they saw, oh, bottom lane can't touch us, like they didn't pick Udyr and go like, he's gonna solo bottom and we're gonna roam. It was like,
because that Nasus pick was last for Complexity.
Yeah, it was like, the Nasus, and it was like Soraka Ash can't touch that. So Udyr's like, well, dude, I can just solo bot, like it's chill, like I'll be fine. You guys just zone him out and whatever. So certainly I think it was both sides. It was Udyr would live that lane and Nasus would get screwed. And you add those together and you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna roam Alistar. It's cool. All right, so we're going to kick over to a commercial break and some promos. We're going to be back with Game 2, so stay tuned. Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. We're going to be filling in Game 2 of Team Sulamid vs. Complexity. I'm getting myself an invite to the game, and I have accepted it, so I'll be going into this one real quick. And we're going to be going underway with Game 2 very, very shortly. It's going to be awesome. Looking forward to it. And, you know, Team Sulamid did take that first game. I'm now spectating. That's awesome. Riv and I are in here. And for those of you just joining us, I am Phreak. Work at Riot Games, make spotlights, pretty awesome. Rivington here, introduce yourself.
Rivington III, I am player support. I'm going to be handling all your issues in the game, which are actually quite low lately, which is awesome. So we're getting back to you within days' time if you have any problems in the game. So you're back into the game. And I'm also taking you out if you're being bad. So don't be bad. No trolling.
No trolling.
But that doesn't happen.
Never, no. Of course not. Everyone is a perfect saint. That's why the tribunal exists. So we are here. Looks like Complexity going to be running up to the blue team. TSM going to be over on purple right now. We're waiting for the last 4 people to join in. Complexity has 4 of their members in the game. TSM only with 2. We're waiting for quite a lot of them, actually. Only Xpecial and OddOne filling in the roster so far. But soon we will have lots of players, and it will be quite awesome.
Indeed, and we're gonna have to see Complexity. You know, at the end of that game, there's as I said, you know, a certain point when StarCraft players are playing where they're like, you know, I could GG this game. Mentality for the second game just needs to be more clear. And Complexity, you know, when they were in their base in the end of that game, that's what they were thinking. But obviously, you usually don't surrender in this. It could really go any way. A final push down middle could be the win for your team, even after a game that just seemed like you were hanging on by a thread. So Complexity at the end of that game knew, you know, we have to switch this up. We have to understand what we did wrong. Did we not have enough ward control? Did we not come into the game thinking, you know, enough burst damage? Gangplank did go tanky instead of attack damage. They weren't really able to output any of that damage in the fight. There was no front burst damage to really deter the team from staying in that fight.
Yeah, the Gangplank went for was Warmog's Atmos Impaler. And the thing with that build is you're kind of waiting until you finish both those pieces till you actually do anything useful.
Right.
You open up the Wriggles, like, that's pretty good. You've got Parley damage up, but that's pretty good. But then you're kind of like, okay, well, I'm going to build. Oh, finally some damage again. And he got Warmogs, and he maybe got like a Chain Fist at the end, but he did not actually finish any sort of meaningful damage output build. So he was kind of like just sort of useless throughout the mid game because he maxed Parlay, and then he didn't really get any points into raise morale at all. He went for Orange's second, so he wasn't, you know, a big threat to anyone in the game. You know, after like the first 15 minutes or so, and it ended up being kind of a big drawback to him.
It was a pretty good combination to have Gangplank, Kennen, and an Astro to come in, you know,
just
continue to do damage off of that.
Yeah, you've got great initiation when, you know, Gangplank raise morales, Ash lands an arrow, Nasus comes in there, puts on the Spirit Flyer, you know, gets the damage from raise morale, Ash gets the damage from raise morale. They certainly were very AD heavy, and it could have been really great for them, but unfortunately it just didn't pan out as best as they wanted to. A lot of it really was the early game. It was the lanes were so good for solo mid. They played that so well, right? You know, of course, the standard team comp is, you know, mage mid, tanky guy solo top, you know, range plus support bottom. That's what Complexity did. They played, you know, standard lineup, good champion selection, you know, good comp there. But solo was like, you know, that's all well and fine, and we could probably win by doing the same thing as them. But I know what we can do, and we can completely zone Nasus. We can actually have Udyr do a pretty good job here 1v2 because that bottom lane is not high damage, it's not high crowd control. So you can really kind of, you know, just build yourself an advantage by taking a risk by saying, you know, Udyr, you'd probably be better top, but we're going to completely crush Nasus. And that's really kind of the way they did that, is that, look, you know, we're going to take a small hit to get a really big advantage, and that really played out for them. And that's just super smart by TSM. Whoever made that call made the right call. It really did dominate that game.
It actually caught me off guard. I didn't even see that they did it at the beginning. I was like, wait, there's 2 top. So yeah, they really, it seems like they switched it up right there when they saw that Nasus. Maybe not. We'll have to see coming into this next game. I don't think we're going to see a Nasus. We're definitely going to see some different lineups. TSM may run a few of the same things. We'll definitely see that Zillion pushed out of the game. Nobody wants to see him. We'll see Lee Sin banned in the jungle. Nobody wants to see that. So we'll have to see what other bans they really come in with. And as we said, the bans can also be for that team if they want to ban out certain things so they can get a character. We've seen that as well. So it works both ways.
It really does. So we're going to see, you know, Team Sulamid still wait for the last 2 to come in, but it looks like Chaox has made his way in. So it's Reginald and looks like, I'm always blanking on the last player, RainMan. It's always RainMan's always the last one. I don't know why. But he's always the last one in.
Maybe setting up some different stuff. They obviously not going to change roles as we saw before with GOOSE changing roles. That was pretty cool. Usually everybody plays the same exact thing. Yeah. But you know, if they're going to change up masteries or whatnot, that's what we're waiting on.
I know Millennium does that a certain amount. They actually have a little bit of a moving lineup. Fnatic to a certain amount as well. They'll kind of do lane switches, but generally speaking, they have, here's our duo bot, here's whatever, but, mid and top switch a lot. TSM is actually very, very regimented. I mean, certainly you have lane assignments like, oh, Chaox is now soloing top as Vayne, but the roles of the champions are always the same, right? Chaox always running range DPS, often always running jungler. Reginald pretty much mids every single game. Occasionally he can run top if it really calls for that, but, they play a much more regimented game. And I'm going to see if Complexity does that. I think Complexity has a couple of lineup switches. I think IWDominate's a more recent addition to the team. Yuhn's a recent addition to the team as well. So we'll kind of see what's going on. Apparently Reginald taking a bathroom break real fast, so got a little bit of time spent there. It's going to be fine. And we're going to see what these guys end up doing.
On there you can see Complexity hanging out, getting ready for their match as they're kind of just milling around, talking to each other, letting them know what's going on. As I said, what happened this time, what happened that time. And it definitely helps to discuss. We didn't really see any initiation from Gangplank out of the jungle early game. Yeah. He had buffs a lot, but really it was just waiting for the ulti from Gangplank to come out. And he wasn't there to actually take any advantage from that either because he was doing something else. So Gangplank was a little underutilized in that game, like we said.
True.
And
You're right.
Yeah, he didn't really come out to gank at all.
Yeah, and I remember actually some of the matches from IEM China last weekend, we saw actually some dominating games because Gangplank would grab red, go parlay a kid, and just crush mid, and just kind of come back every 2 minutes.
Quick bottom golems red, second level gank, come out into mid.
And it's really
no
good.
Expect.
Yeah, it's really,
no
really
expectations.
Good. But yeah, so and I don't mean to harp on Complexity or anything, right? We're calling out mistakes, and we're oh, geez, this lane didn't work very well.
Could happen.
A lot of it's TSM playing really well.
This is true.
You saw that when Gangplank actually went for that lizard buff the first time, TSM was already actually there stopping them. They had Alistar come down from top, they had Reginald come in from mid, they had the jungler there already, that Nocturne coming by. So they did actually a very good job of disrupting those movements, right? It's I'm sure Complexity wanted to gank and wanted to get all this stuff done, but TSM did a very good job of stopping that. They actually kind of were one step ahead. We know you want red to gank. We're going to stop you at red so you can't gank. A lot of those early movements, they dropped wards in cool places. They did a really good job at stopping those pushes. And you saw, Alistar had brought that initial ward down to top lane, and you saw early on Nasus had warded that, so we couldn't really gank him. But then Alistar dropped the ward, pieced out, and then no longer can that top lane be ganked anymore. So they did a lot of those cool things there. Shales has come into the game. 5 from Complexity are into the game. Still 3 from TSM, waiting on Reginald and TheRainMan, solo mid, solo top, respectively, typically. And then when they get in, we'll be able to kick off into champion select. Complexity will be taking first pick, first ban, blue team, all that fun stuff. They'll be getting that underway before too long.
Indeed, and going to be exciting. Like I said, I don't think TSM is going to come out with too much of the same team. Complexity, I don't think at all. I think everything's going to be different about that side. Junglers, obviously, to be banned out in the beginning. They're the main ones, as we said, Nocturne, Lee Sin, and it's going to escape me now because I can't remember.
Nocturne, Lee Sin, Udyr.
Udyr, thank you.
Yep.
Couldn't remember man, bear, pig, turtle, phoenix.
Tiger.
Yes.
There's no pig, actually. You're
that's
wrong.
why you're here.
See, there's no pig. You're thinking South Park. I understand it's close. Thank you. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the crowd. It's a good thing, but anyway. So yeah, we are waiting for TheRainMan to join in. He could be taking Udyr again. You never know. There's a lot of choices there. I want to see a Captain Teemo.
You would always want to see Captain Teemo.
Yeah, he's actually got a skin coming out. There's actually a couple of, for those who are curious online, there's a new Teemo skin, because Teemo skin, superhero Teemo. But there were a couple internal names for him. We weren't quite sure what to call him. One of them was actually Captain Teemo. That actually ended up not being one of the finalists.
30 now?
What?
Teemo skins?
Yeah. No, I mean, there's permutations, right? I think it'd be great if you could mix and match. I want the head from Captain Teemo, then I want the pants of Astronaut, and then the voice from Easter Bunny, and I want him to plant eggs. That'd be great. I think that'd be pretty excellent, mixing and matching skins. There's no way that could be abused at all, I don't think.
No, not at all.
I don't know. You look really funky, though.
I'd want Teemo that could full stack Cho'Gath.
That sounds awesome.
Giant lane Teemo.
Yes.
So we're waiting on TheRainMan still to come in here. I don't know where he is. Being TheRainMan, always the last one in. But we are going to have the second match going for you in just a few minutes. It is going to be Complexity versus Team Solo Mid. These guys just played one game where Complexity faltered a little bit, but still played their game. They did quite well, and they held in there. Wasn't, like I said, able to get at TSM's turrets. Their defense on turrets, their ability to move in between lanes and just understand when something is going to happen instead of happening is really great, and they're able to counter things a few seconds before they happen. And that's really a big advantage for their team and how they come out on top of a lot of fights.
Yeah, Complexity definitely had some good initiates, but it was basically TSM actually built a pretty tanky team, right? Two of those champions were, big tank Udyr, big tank Nocturne, and so they would come in and the initiate would happen, and they would have Alistar always headbutt away. By the way, tell them to start. I think where should we go to go? I'll 10 her in. But yeah, they would have Alistar always headbutt away the cannons. So he would jump in and ult, and then get knocked out and not get to really do the rest of that ult. And then everyone else was so tanky that you would see Ashe, not able to break through that turtle shell, break through all that damage output, and they would just sort of start getting pushed down. And you saw the one team fight in the jungle by Complexity's Golem. The fight started, it was 4v4, Brand had died, Gangplank had died, and then Udyr got to flash into Ashe's turret, tank and ult to the face, and just keep mauling her down, and she dropped, and it was like, wow, being big tanky is really useful here. And that's actually been winning them a lot of fights, so I kind of expect to see an Udyr ban somewhat. It seems to be like RicePanda's best solo top, sort of best tanky DPS guy. He seems to be the most scary. Singe doesn't quite have that same sort of mauler type aspect where you can come in and be disruptive, but he's not like, I'm going to dive you on your turret and force you to die with damage output. And we are now in a champion select. That'll be great. First ban going to Complexity. Yuhn is the captain here. He's going to ban Zillion again. They don't want to deal with that one, so good call there. That always changes a little bit when first pick changes because sometimes you're like, I just don't want Zillion in the game at all. Sometimes it's like, well, we're going to make you ban Zillion because we're going to take him. And then you have that game back and forth. But it seems Complexity's like, no, screw Zillion. Don't want to touch it.
All right, so it looks like we got a Zillion and a Galio going down. All right.
Similar bans to last time. TSM, not really Galio players. They really want RicePanda on that sort of fighter role more so than Galio. We saw, HotshotGG when he played Galio, full tank, 0-0 and 19, right, in every team fight, but no kills, no deaths. And RicePanda's really much more of a fighter type player. I'm sure he could play a tank, but he does play Cho'Gath once in a while. But if you can get him on a big fighter, it's actually a little bit better. They give him Singed a lot. They give him Udyr quite a bit. There's again the Yorick ban. Complexity not wanting to deal with that. Yorick seems to be a really big, scary guy in this tournament so far.
They're definitely taking their time on these suspensions, making sure they are made correctly. There's a Caitlyn going down, shutting down a little bit of the poke game.
I'm going to laugh if it's another Kog'Maw ban if they just do the same bans over and over. There's one more ban to put through here. I forget which one it was. Was it Lee Sin?
Lee Sin was on TSM side, for sure. It was Kog'Maw. Yep.
So it's actually the other side, though, interestingly. Kog'Maw was, I thought, TSM's ban last time.
Oh, yeah, you're right, because TSM was first pick.
Yeah, because TSM dropped Galio, Caitlyn, Kog'Maw.
Right.
Same 6 bans. They just actually alternated the Kog'Maw Lee Sin. That's kind of cute.
So we may see the same
And hey, first pick Udyr.
They took Udyr this time. Wow, RicePanda's probably punching the desk right now.
I want to see a mirror match. I want to see him pick Ashe Soraka right now.
Have them all pick it. Yeah, the first pick. You'd be like,
right, just mirror the game and be like, all right, who can do this one better? Let's see if it's outcomped or just outplayed.
We will see. They are taking a little bit of time here. They're more or less choosing whether we're going to be switching characters or can we grab our own to be played in the primary right now. So the TheOddOne are going to see in the jungle. So if we see him pick anything other than a jungle, that's definitely going to someone else. Xpecial onto Gangplank.
It's again the Gangplank draw.
Oh,
Xpecial, come on. You're supposed to troll them.
Okay, yay.
All right.
Awesome. So he may stay Gangplank in the jungle, or obviously we may see him in lane again. That Udyr is out, so we'll have to see how they play that.
I'm curious to see whether or not going Alistar again. Maybe it's because of Udyr, or it's because of not being against Gangplank. But they had the early support drop last time where he picked Alistar basically second pick. And I was like, no, we're going to go for Sona. We're going to go a very high sustain. Vayne is still available. Apparently, they're not really too afraid of what's available there.
Right.
Tristana's in there, Vayne's in there, Corki's in there. Ezreal has actually gotten a lot of love from the Chinese teams that we saw at IEM. But we're seeing a lot of pain potentially coming out here from Complexity. They could go for a high offense build. Udyr definitely leads the way for that. Udyr's high offense and high durability, so they can really go for a sort of a bruiser setup here. They can grab a Nocturne. And sort of go, that Nocturne Udyr, jump lane. They can even run a Taric, that new Taric ultimate in this match. You can really go for kind of a heavy sort of bruiser front and just high burst damage. And Udyr really has that, so does Nocturne. So we could see really a bit of aggression here. And actually, again, for Ashe, they really, really want Ashe in this lineup. Which is, I guess, kind of new to me to see a team rush Ashe because, a lot of the teams we see in Europe and Asia and the other North American teams are really kind of just like, no, we're going to pick the high damage output. But Ashe used to be like everyone's first pick, like back in Season 1 champs, all that stuff. But it seems that they're actually going to go for Vayne. And actually they have like the same lineup again. It's the Vayne Alistar grab.
That was actually the exact pick for TSM last time in the order.
In the same order, exactly. Yeah. So they're kind of mirroring that matchup. We're going to see if they take Brand away or if that's going to get, get brought in.
I could see Reginald playing a Brand again.
I could see it too. He has a couple other champions he plays really well.
For sure.
Cassiopeia is a good one. Talon, yes. Oh, Talon. Please keep. No, don't troll me with that. I want to see Talon. Talon's awesome. Okay, I'm okay with the Kali. You're going to instant lock Akali, which actually surprises me because Vayne can survive Akali quite well, and Alistar can really push her away. So it's interesting to see Sona Ezreal bot lane, probably jungle Gangplank. Akali's going to take one of the solos. I believe RainMan's been playing that a fair amount, so RainMan solo top against Udyr. I don't know if actually Akali wins that lane. I've not actually seen them duel in my time here, so I'm unsure which one would win, but Ezreal going to be pretty strong. And we're going to see what mage they go for. It might be another brand, but we have some new picks already.
Yeah, this is funny. It's like Complexity was like, wow, we really liked that team comp last time. We're going to use it.
Yeah, we'll see what they do.
Yeah, let's see if they can pick. There's a Kennen coming out.
Same Kennen coming in.
nubbypoohbear was Kennen. He will be Kennen again.
And, that's smart. That's so smart. Because again,
right.
we talked about that last time, right? That team did not have a blue buff required champion. They did not have a blue buff champion. Like, you know what? Now we can jungle. And the thing is, and look at this lineup, right? There's no jungle. There's no Janna, right? The support's not Janna. I mean, they could Gragas. Honestly, like Reginald does play Gragas, and so you could use Gragas to push away that fiddlesticks. But also, look at calling that. Yes. All right. So can they push away Gragas properly and make that one happen? Yeah, they're gonna push on through, and there's the swaps coming in. It looks like blue team for Complexity going to be the Alistar Vayne lane, Udyr up top most likely, jungle Fiddle, and there's the Kennen in there. Reginald's going to be great with Gragas, of course. He's gotten, I think, was he the one that got the pentakill in the U.S. versus Germany game, or a couple months back in the Nations Cup?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, right. You remember that one. So there's a good stuff there. What I also really like here, they got Sona and Gangplank for move speed buffs. Both of them can give their teams move speed. That's a really, really big, helpful, awesome thing that they can do. So there's a lot of potential here. They don't have great range initiate. They really can. They can Gangplank ult. They can Gragas ult, but that's like. Gang ult's not a big enough slow to matter. Gragas ult's only like 900 range, so they'll try to get it in there. If they push one in, if they actually push in like Udyr, they can burst an Udyr. That's doable. So we'll see what they do with this. OddOne, going to see what his build is. As his minute ticks down, these players are going to sort of make sure the runes and master their setup. They're ready to go. That they're really happy with their setups here. Gragas is going to be good, but I can see it totally working here for Complexity.
Indeed. If they don't get farmed up, TSM has a pretty squishy team. They can take some hits. I mean, Reginald's obviously, Gragas becomes a tanky character. RainMan getting a Rylas.
He can really die.
Oh yeah. Getting Rylas for RainMan can make Kali pretty tanky, but still they have quite a squishy team, especially to have a Fiddle ulti coming over the wall with Kennen as well doing a slicing maelstrom. You're going to be forced to be in the ultimates for a period of time.
I think this fight's going to be determined by basically it's going to be like, okay, how well can Complexity work as a team? Because again, TSM's team is really not tanky. They're very mobile. They're mobile, not tanky. So it's like, if RicePanda gets in there and gets the fear or a stun from Alistar in time that Gragas can't ult away, they'll lose everyone. Yeah. Because they can move fast, Sona can make them dance, but the second half dance is not enough to not die to Crowstorm, because Kennen's going to come in there, Alistar's got CCs, Vayne can chase, Udyr can chase. The offensive potential from Complexity is freaking massive. And when you have to run for 5 seconds, it doesn't matter that your team's not that durable. You've got they only have Udyr and Alistar for the front line. That's pretty good. But last time you had Udyr, Alistar, and Nocturne for a front line, and that was much more tanky. They actually couldn't break through that. And while you've got a really kitey team, you've got the potential to completely just crush enough of the lineup that Chaox can escape and maybe Xpecial can escape. But if you kill the other 3, it doesn't matter. And so if they can win the fights before OddOne finishes Warmogs and stacks the Warmogs, they'll really crush.
Right on. We see 30 seconds till this game begins. I love seeing the flash on Ezreal, just the double flash away. So trolly. And one of the best kiters in the game. I love to watch Ezreal, so we'll have to see. How they utilize that in this game. Again, Gragas, they have a lot of displacement on that team. So it's going to be, Gragas ulti, possibly into that crescendo, and then right into the RainMan, being able to take that out for his ultimate, since Akali can just fly across the map and kick you square in the face. Square in the face. Punch you in the mouth with her foot.
You love punch in the mouth with foot. I like that one, by the way. That's good.
All right, so here we go. Sitting in Fiddlesticks Bandito.
Oh, nice. Yeah, skin selection.
A little bit of skin.
Yeah,
Nice.
Pretty good.
It looks like
for all the old school War 3 players, there's a very slight reference to kicking face with leg or something like that. There's 3 people in the entire audience who will get that reference to Dead Man. But for those of you out there who are like me and understand that one, it's funny if you know. Wow. The rest of you are just like, what are you talking about, Phreak? And I'm okay with this. I ramble a lot.
Coming out, and it looks like pretty much the safe build. Going boots pots. Ezreal knows he's going to get some heals from Sona down bottom. He goes for the Dorans. It's going to get him a little health and damage. He'll be able to farm a lot easier. And Vayne going for the same thing because she also does have Alistar in her lane, and that is that constant heal support. So they both go for the Dorans. That's going to allow them to farm up nice and do that initial damage. Wow, they are about to party.
Oh, party, 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 party. And he's found Alistar.
Oh, man, they're not
and here
moving.
comes.
Whoa!
In the face. Alistar goes down. Chaox picking up that kill. They're going to run on through. Reginald is a Reginald very, very low as well. Will he die to ignite? It's going to be close. Poohbear trying to run away. He's going to drop down. And that will be another kill picked up. Chaox getting the double kill. Chasing down. Yuhn will flash away. And wow, TSM seem to be winning the game right now. They seem to be ahead a little bit.
Level 1 fight OPE.
That's amazing too. And actually, let me.
I don't even think he got a chance to pulverize.
I don't know how. There was 0 stun on this team. Like, he just didn't cast it. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he got exhaust.
Exhaust doesn't stop you from stunning.
RicePanda. Good luck, have fun, guys. That's what he types in chat. Good luck, GLHF. Oh, morals are crushed. All right, here we go.
I don't know how that happened. I really don't. That makes no sense to me.
He did get exhausted. I don't.
But that doesn't stop you from casting.
Yeah, it doesn't stop you from casting. Maybe he was just so surprised at the situation.
He just like goes into
a seizure. All right, that sounds a bad idea.
Oh dear. I mean, RicePanda, there you go, going for the drain.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. They are going to be able to just toy with the jungle here. They do have the CV right there, and that's painful.
They're going to try to stop. Oh dear.
So unfortunate. They're causing so much time. Yep, CV coming out. Very nice job there. And they can still toy with this. That's the problem with that, is they do not have to leave this position. They kind of feel that everybody got a little bit of an assist / gold and experience in that. So they have time to toy in this right now and not worry about the lane XP.
Yep, and RiMan's going to come on down. They see the blue buff here. RiMan's in the front. There's the pulverize. And yeah, RicePanda's not in great shape. RiMan going to still chase down. They found IWDominate. They've stopped hitting blue, and it's full health, so it's going to be dangerous. It looks like they're going to leave that one for now. Reginald coming by.
Reggie. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Balls to the wall right now. Reginald just going through, almost getting a kill on Alistar. Once again, gets that mark of the assassin. But Akali cannot finish up with an extra auto attack on that one. Too much distance. And RicePanda is forced to grab the big wolf and back. That does not feel good for jungler.
Yep, good job by TSM. Otto's going to get that blue buff for himself. Nice job.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, there's a good trade back and forth. It was kind of close, but then TSM managed to win that fight. They dealt enough damage to those fighters, just good enough. Gragas got that fast level 2, then came down into the fight, and that was enough to get him a nice solid victory there. People are going to deal a little bit of damage, but he's just not doing well now. I mean, that first blood's kind of going to give you some gold.
This is also, yeah, this is going to hurt up top as well. The Dominate is going to be taking a good amount of damage from RainMan. As you see, leveling in lane, having one level above your opponent is absolutely huge. That gives you another skill. If you're not already level 4 or your ultimate at level 6, then you're going to have more abilities than your opponent, and that pretty much puts you in the advantageous spot to start any fights and continue those fights in lane. So RainMan feeling good right now, but Dominate actually coming up and from level 1 is now level 3 before RainMan definitely has that experience utility and is doing a very good job in top lane.
Yep, you can see he's going to push him around a little bit. RainMan's going to go for a little bit of harassment. Has to be afraid of IWDominate. We'll want to try to trade to his advantage. You can see Dominate missing a couple of minion kills there, unfortunately. We're going to see that Alistar is still there, but of course that double first blood from Chaox means he basically comes to lane with 2 Doran's Blades and already has boots of speed at 4 minutes. That's just massive. That's just so good.
That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, RicePanda not jungling all that fast. You see Gangplank level 2 with blue buff coming around the map. You see Fiddlesticks level 2 as well, just barely has cleared out some of these camps. But yeah, he's gonna like recall for mana almost.
Chaox is, not even worried about the last hits either. He is going straight at his lane, pushing that back into the tower. He is not giving Yuhn or Shales a chance to really keep the positioning here. Good quick W right over. A lot of that skill of Chaox will not hit any minions, so he's going to use that to harass a bit. And we do see Gangplank coming in middle. Ken enforced a lightning rush a little too early. He got caught in the middle of that one, and he's forced to turn back here. Can he get out of the way? He does have 2 right on his heels. The body slam coming out of Gragas. Looks like they will be able to take down nubbypoohbear in middle. Very nice job as they followed him right back and going under the turret. Gangplank enters back into the jungle, and TSM is really giving Complexity a hard time right now.
Yeah, that was a great job by the OddOne coming by. He actually waited right until Ken used that lightning rush and had no escape left. Jumped right in there, smacked him with his pistol. Did a really good job there, picked that one up. Level 3 on the Gangplank. Fiddlesticks actually not doing a too bad job despite losing his blue buff. Actually is keeping up in experience. At least he's close. He's level 3 with almost no XP bar. Gangplank actually just tagged 4, so actually a full level now gained by the OddOne by just amazing ganking and a great early jungle aggression. You see Chaox doing a good job. The team is still up about 2,000 gold. They're actually just growing their advantage. But here comes Gangplank again, off onto Shales. A great pulverize headbutt.
They push it
nice
actually
damage.
right into Vayne.
Yep, Yuhn gonna get jumped on. Oh, Chaox going for the damage. Exhaust off on both sides. They might be okay. Still going for the damage output.
He parlayed Alistar.
That's a mistake. That one's not so happy.
Oh, this is a great draw right there. I actually thought that Shales was going to push Gangplank right back into Vayne, but Vayne rolling out of the bush, yeah, was able to dodge that and pretty much get out in time. Very nice job there. Almost a bad moment for them, and it looks like really early they are going to give this to Gragas. Very nice job on the donation of blue buff to Reginald here.
Yeah, it's really, really smart for them. Gragas extremely strong with blue buff. Not only can he just spam out abilities, he's a great poking champion with that barrel roll, but also his passive, whenever he casts a spell, he regenerates a portion of his health over time. And so if you have infinite mana and low cooldowns, you can pretty much keep that passive on forever and just constantly regen and constantly stay at full health. In addition to the free mana he's getting from the blue buff and from his W, giving him some more mana there, that Drunken Rage being used. And so Reginald pretty much is able to do kind of whatever he wants, just, you know, coming in there, last hitting minions, spamming down on a Poohbear, doing some nice damage here, last hitting with his bonus attack damage. There's the ult coming by, just poking him around. I mean, he's got low cooldowns, you know, who really cares, right? It's a nice low cooldown. There we go, 64 seconds, yeah, not a big deal.
Looks like Gangplank going for his red. He's just going to start up in the jungle. OddOne continuing his path as we see Fiddle actually has his red. He's going to go back and we're going to see what he buys right off the bat here. He's just got Doran's and it looks like he is kind of waiting to see what else he wants to buy. Oh no, just grabbing back his HP and mana. So he goes back into lane with those Doran's, not really looking to purchase an item right now as he continues to go through. We do see TSM with a few better items, especially in the jungle. Already a Madrid's. Fiddle, not really a character that gets a Madrid, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He just drains everything to death. OddOne making his way around with red buff. He does still have those oranges, so he can get himself up into a ganking position here and try to do something. It looks like he may try to either counter a jungle here or go right up for this attack on Udi.
A little surprised by RicePanda's movements here. I mean, there's not much jungle to take, but he's kind of chilling by the turret. And there's OddOne. They found him, and here comes the pressure coming in. There's the fear and the drain. OddOne taking a lot of damage right here. Dominate going to come in there. A lot of damage being done on both sides. Going to get the kill. It's going to be close. Will he tick down with Ignite? Yes, he will. There's a good trade back there. Now, RicePanda's got to be afraid of the RainMan, but RainMan is low, so he could probably face tank. He's got to be careful. The burst damage could be too much. He's going to come on in. There's the fear. Can he get the kill? Silence and drain. Not enough in time, but the minions going for the kill on RainMan. Can they pick it up? The damage output is pretty high. 19 health for the health potion is enough. That was close.
That was funny. RainMan turned around. He's like, I'm going to attack this. Probably looked at his bar and was like, wait, I don't have that revolver yet. I only have 2 tomes. Pieced out into the bush. Finally got out of there. Amazing job. Oh, wow. Fiddle almost picking up that kill for himself as well. Good trade top.
And the Ignite, he could actually, it's going to be close. He will survive. One more tick. Yep, 14 health. Whew. Close. Nice aggression by Reginald. Slightly underestimated his damage, or overestimated his damage output, but even still, forced the recall. It's just a cooldown. Bringing a cooldown for a recall is not a big deal. You know, it's really not a problem to do that. It's actually pretty good for him. And finally now, RicePanda can actually take a buff. Wouldn't that be nice? Actually be able to use blue buff on Fiddlesticks. Freaking 9 minutes into the game, actually gets a blue. So I really do have to hand it to RicePanda. It is hard jungling Fiddle without a buff, but he did a very good job. He actually kept up with Gangplank. Certainly Gangplank got a gank or two. That's really nice, but he actually kept up in the jungle, did a pretty good job there. And now he's, of course, closer and closer to level 6. That's going to be scary. OddOne actually taking a lot of damage from Dominate. RainMan coming by as well, but he's got that turtle shell, so not too big of a problem. You can see his health bar not really falling too quickly. He's going to be all right. Fiddlesticks just crushing now onto these jungle monsters, getting close and close and close and close to level 6.
Oh, Azrael just throwing out an ulti. Taking one out, just getting some minions down on bottom. Not really poking too much damage. They're kind of just trading minion kills back and forth. You can see both of the both teams on bottom have like 100% HP. Fiddle setting up here. He is right in the ward though, unfortunately. Akali, RainMan still playing very strong. Anudir has a mark on him, going for another mark just to harass. Dominate doing a very good job of just throwing up the shield. We'll see if they can get a push over the side here. He wants to get Akali to come down just enough so he can ulti over the wall, but it seems like they're going for something right here. Akali just leaves lane knowing Udyr is quite pushed.
It's Dragon.
And they will be going for Dragon. RainMan coming around, seen in the bush, so they're kind of deterred by that. They do want to go for Dragon. Oh, he pushes him back. Can they get the stun on this one? Not the stun, rather, but the slow. And it did not happen there.
They're just going to take Dragon off this, I think. They should. They've forced Kennen to be kind of low. Actually, they didn't do enough damage to really push him away, but yeah, there they go. TSM's going for it. They do have map vision of every champion on the map. This Udyr does not have teleport, so
Oh no, Dragon resetting. OddOne taking so much damage from Dragon right now, like 100 health a hit, and then Dragon will also burn like Red Buff does, so he's gonna have to be careful about that. He does stay alive with about 100 HP left on his bar.
They definitely could have won that fight.
Yeah, Complexity tries to come in just at the last second. The CV was a little too late, and yeah, that fight would have been all theirs and probably Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Reginald without his ultimate, Gangplank got down about 150 health. Ezreal's there helping, that's fine, but Ezreal, you know, not doing tons of damage, just has the Wriggles and 2 Doran's Blades. Meanwhile, actually, Yuhn, I guess is behind him, to be fair. I mean, the double first blood gave him a lot of free gold, but, you know, Ezreal is not going to be super, super scary. Soda, not super scary. Of course, she does have that ultimate. That's kind of nice, but realistically, I think they had a really good chance there, but did not happen in this case. Let's see if they're going to do anything about this.
Good damage down bottom. Yuhn taking quite a bit there, and just from a few Qs of Chaox, so his damage already quite high. He did get a Wriggles for himself. That's going to help him farm in lane, as well as get a lot of gold into his favor. He won't have to worry about last hitting too much if it happens on the proc of the Wriggles, so just have that gold to himself. Really nice item to have, especially if you get left alone in the lane. RainMan here just farming up. Looks like Udyr will back with the push of that lane. He may choose to stop that. We do see blue once again being donated to Reginald. Perfect timing there. He's actually quite out of mana. And bottom lane continuing to go at it as the jungles pretty much in their respective spots.
Yep, and Complexity's doing a good job of holding the gold potential. The gold value's not far apart. Certainly, the early advantage was huge for TSM, and they've gotten that dragon now. But aside from the dragon, they've really not been growing their gold lead. So despite being in, you know, winning the game by, you know, a nice stretch at the very early on, they've not been able to snowball that away. Complexity's doing a good job of keeping themselves in decent shape. And actually, Yuhn is actually maxing Condemned. He's actually going for that burst damage, the stun against the wall. And there's the Fiddlesticks in there, has dropped the Crow Storm. A lot of damage output coming back, but the dance from Sona is in there. But there is Shales. Oh my gosh, the damage output, massive. Xpecial does survive. RicePanda getting dropped by Ezreal. Ezreal given the red buff. And there is Gragas. Goodbye, Yuhn. Oh, good flash.
The flash roll makes him invisible, but I don't think they care about this turret right now. Ezreal does have Arcane Shift, and I believe he still has flash up. No, he actually gets tagged just outside of Slice Maelstrom. Chaox did not expect to get hit.
Nice move.
Little tip of the hat there to nubbypoohbear. Very well played. And Xpecial, they will be forced out of this one. So much damage from Gragas on that. The Q is coming out doing over 300 damage, 285 plus 46 magic damage. And it is, oh my,
321.
Wow, yep, and a 40% attack speed debuff on that hit.
Yeah, that's definitely really awesome for Reginald. He's doing a great job with this. He's going to push down the bottom lane. They were not quite able to chase down through. They were kind of low on cooldowns and health. Dominate still shoving the top wave. Let's look at the gold income. So 3,400 on Udyr. Akali only at 33. So yeah, IWDominate is outlaning Akali. Look at the minion kills, 57 to 84. And we did see last game that TheRainMan playing Udyr really won the game for his team last time. And you know, he's getting outlaned. I think IWDominate has the potential to do that. If it weren't for that first blood kill, RainMan would be so far behind. But you know, got the assist credit, and wow, Fiddlesticks is right there. He's gonna keep baiting around in that cloud, and as soon as that ends, he's gonna jump in on that. He's got the fear in the drain. He does not have his ultimate up. It's still about 25 seconds away from cooling, but they could jump this kid.
Really great play by IWDominate. He could go up and try to get a few hits and attack, but he is absolutely waiting for Akali, for RainMan to just feel totally safe in his lane. And you know, RicePanda is not jumping the gun because he knows that this fear, Crow Storm coming up, and fear may walk Akali into the turret.
Here it goes.
Bam, coming out of
the
side.
There's the fear, they're gonna go for it. The sun's up in there, it's getting silenced, and oh my gosh. I'm sorry, I stole that fight from you, but I had to.
No, not at all. Not at all.
It's my avatar, man, I get to. If it's a Crow Storm, it's mine. I call dibs.
OddOne coming up, seeing that Akali was absolutely drained of all her HP there, and he is going to try to hold this lane.
I get it, drained.
Yeah, thanks.
Drained of her HP.
I knew somebody would catch it.
You're hilarious.
Thanks for catching the ball. Make me feel good. Here we go. Man. We got Reginald just bombing around at the top of the river here, going back in. Still has his blue buff. And see how far that is down and gone. About 40 or 75% gone. He has a little bit of that left. Going back towards Kennen. Probably ultimate way. Going down bottom. We're going to see this fight going on. The crescendo coming out. The dancing going off. And the dance party is exited stage left by Complexity. They wanted nothing to do with that. Chaox firing off the ulti, but the ultimate's still on of Shales, and he will not take too much damage. Very nice job there, and still Xpecial and Chaox coming out of that at 100 HP, or 100% health, I should say, and Shales doing what he can to slam on that E key and get the heals back up for Yuhn and himself.
So there's a 2,000 gold difference between Vayne and Ezreal. So Ezreal's got like Sheen plus Wriggles. Yuhn like can now afford a BF sword at 15 minutes. It's not good for him. That's really harsh. Whoa, sorry, I missed the kill. Gragas actually took down Kennen in the middle of the map, just soloed him 1v1. as you know, that's what would happen when you solo someone. Thank you for laughing at my amazing English command. Command of English? Exactly, point proven. So Yuhn just dropping down some of these purple caster minions, the OP'est of minions. That's a word. And yeah, Fiddlesticks is waiting for a push there from Akali. Want to get that same kill as last time, the Crow Storm over the wall, just that crushing right there. A couple of clairvoyants going off. Looks like, let's see, blue team actually has some decent ward control. Like Fooksy has the view of the top lane. Fiddlesticks still around there. Team Solo Mid actually watching the bottom jungle quite well. There's Akali coming down to the bottom. Actually might catch Fiddle in the back. He's gotta be a little afraid. RicePanda's there. There's a, oh, nice. That's really smart from RainMan. He warded the comment, and he doesn't know. He does not know that got warded. So RicePanda's going to come back there to do a Crow Storm bait, and he's going to be like...
You just see RainMan walking back and forth, just in range, just out of range. And that would be really great to know that's there, because then RicePanda just sits there all game and really doesn't get the situation he wants.
Exactly.
So you can totally play RainMan on that. It's like nubbypoohbear and RicePanda both make some moves. Nubby's like, hey, my wraiths, they're gone. And RicePanda's like, actually, they were mine, but yeah, they are. And now they're moving up here back into mid lane. Reginald still in lane, just keeping himself there. He took the turret and allowed those blue minions to push back a little bit. Now he has it in mid, a very safe farming location. Looks like Gangplank is coming down bottom. I believe Dragon is up, and we may see that in a few minutes for the second Dragon of the game.
Yes, indeed, and yep, they're going to start moving on over. You see Gragas heading down, but actually RicePanda's in a good spot. They don't see him. He's going to get face checked by a Gragas, though. He could get bursted.
He had nothing to do with that situation.
Nice lead. That was a nice lead by Reginald. That was a good predict. Yeah, they can't go for this. It's a good Dragon pickup. A nice job. Is that second or third for TSM?
That'll be 2.
All right, well, good job by Solo Mid so far. And there's the jump on IWDominate. RainMan doing a great job of actually bursting before he can turn around and turtle stance him, or tiger stance him. So that's working well right there. Getting a little bit of sustain from that burst damage as well. Fiddle going for the red buff. Should donate it to Vayne if he can, but just might keep this for himself. Maybe he doesn't have the time to pull it on over. But Yuhn finally has picked up some items. You can see got most of Bloodthirster. Not boost just yet, but it's going to be much more sustained, a lot more health picked up, so that's going to help him a lot. And the cool thing is these players are doing asymmetrical builds. So you see Chaox going for Wriggles and a Trinity Force, Yuhn's going for Bloodthirster. So there's no like obvious like one person's a step ahead. It's just like which item combo works better. See RainMan pushing away onto Dominate. Actually has a defensive ward in that brush. Wants to be aware of Fiddlesticks. It's a smart idea. Ooh, Reginald with a good. This could be a kill. He's only at 900 health. This could be pretty good for Reginald.
They do have really good wards in that spot. He's only walking through his own team's wards, and Dominate is pushing forward. It's exactly what they want. RainMan kind of wants to take a little bit of damage here. He wants Dominate to feel like he's winning the situation, but Reginald pulling off. He's going to go back to his lane. Says we probably don't have anything on that attack. And they are going to go back to just gain XP. They're not wasting any moment for that to happen, and it's really been helping them in the game. There's a defensive ward down bottom, and Candy Panda is sitting right on top of it. Very nice job. Or RicePanda.
You've casted a lot of SK games, haven't you?
RicePanda.
Nif right there as well.
Yeah, right. And we're going to see that this is not going to give them any advantage, and they will just have to kind of back away from that. Wow, going on to this. Reginald coming out of nowhere, absolutely blowing up the jungler. Fiddlesticks goes down, and we are going to have to see what they can continue to do here, right? Or Shales, a lot of damage down to him. Vayne still in the fight, could get parlayed down here. nubbypoohbear taking a good amount of damage. They should just be attacking the turret. They really didn't need these minions, and they should have forced on through. A very nice job bottom lane. A great job by Reginald pinching out there and to come down bottom. We can see how much those two wards, one at Wraiths and one at that Tribush, really just gave them the advantage in that fight.
And I want to call it something for that Chaox did, is he actually got extremely low and was dying to ignite, and actually managed to plink 2 to 3 minions, and life stole enough to survive. He actually, at the very end, got a plus 50 from one of the shots, and he lived with 48 health. So he actually barely kept himself alive by life stealing against the ignite. He was like, I'm gonna die, attack, don't miss skill shots against minions, please, dear. And then, stayed alive, so that was nice. And here we go, RainMan IWDominate fighting again, but Dominate, he's still doing really, really well. He's got 126 minions to Akali's 104, so he's actually closed that gap a little bit. He's only 20 minions behind now, even despite dying to that Crow Storm not long ago. So they're both farming. RainMan getting very far ahead. You can see he's actually got his Gunblade. It's actually kind of the gameplay that they want, that, Akali can really scale in a late game, and because they're keeping Vayne and Fiddlesticks down, that they're actually going to keep them as available sort of burst targets. There's really, Akali can choose to not hit Alistar and not hit Udyr and just blow up the squishies.
They want this again. They love this setup. Again, RicePanda waiting to just pop out of the bush. His ulti is not up. He does have a bit of time on that. It's just over
40
half.
seconds.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what he can produce here. He could wait it out. He is just going to run out. They're going for the bear stance, and it did require a flash to be expanded by RainMan. Very nice job there. We do see Gragas and TheOddOne coming up top. Wow, we're going to have an awesome fight top lane as Gragas and Gangplank both entering the fray. They will straight go for one. A great stun there, and a huge damage coming out of RicePanda. They know that's a quick focus. He's been in the jungle. He really has had no time to build any itemization to mitigate the damage coming from anybody on TSM, and they are just going to take this one down. It looks like this top turret will fall. They will not be able to stop this from happening.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty good. A little bit of damage coming out. Dominate getting a little bit low.
Don't even want the turret.
Yeah, I think Reginald kind of wasted his ultimate a bit early by hitting that Fiddlesticks, who was probably already going to die. They could have maybe picked up that Udyr. They're going to get the turret regardless, though. They got a kill for it, 11-3 overall. They picked up another 4th turret kill of the game. They've not lost the turret, not lost the dragon. Only 3 deaths, and that's kind of evenly spread out. But yeah, they've been controlling the pace of this game quite a lot.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and get blue. Too. Yeah, they got some vision there as well, though, so that's going to help them out. Actually, a nice job by Xpecial taking out the ward they did have. That's going to start hurting a little bit. That's all that extra gold that you're spending on wards. Not that it's that much. Oh, wow. Taking half health from Shales to Alistar. Usually quite a tanky character. Checking out his build right now, and it looks like he's just got the Philo. He's looking for that gold per 10, and he is not getting it, actually. Well, he is getting it, but not getting any. Yeah, they are going to be able to capitalize on this fight. Gangplank ulti coming out, pushing Dominate back. And Chaox is trying to pinch him in as well. This fight is just back and forth. They really don't have a sure initiate, but they really don't have any reason to walk away from this.
Yeah, that's for sure. They're going to keep poking. They have really good range. They've got him pinned on both sides, Chaox from one, Reginald from the other, and they're really unable to really retreat from this. So as long as Fiddlesticks is away, they kind of overstay their welcome and just kind of win the 5v4. They've got to be careful not to get caught, but unless Alistar can like flash headbutt, pulverize, Chaox is going to be okay with this. And now Reginald's going to come on through. There's the ult, and Yuhn is pretty screwed. Oh, but a good jump, and there's the ult. Will pick up Yuhn. Nice job there. Reginald taking a lot of damage. He might drop, but he's staying alive just barely. And there's the Crow Storm as well. And Reginald could fall from this. It's going to be close. No, he will over DPS that and be okay. IWDominate will fall down as well. And they've actually managed to keep everyone alive except Xpecial. Picked up all of them. Shales now in the back was not able to keep those CCs going. And a good job. ITSM have picked up 4 kills in a row, just losing the 1 support, and that's going to be okay. They're now on to the inhibitor. Shales not in a happy place, will ult, but oh my gosh, the damage output, it's pretty large.
Reginald just fierce right now, really not taking any damage here. Takes a bit, could he get hit from the turret? And he does, finally goes down. That kill spree ends, it does go to Alistar. Really not going to be able to buy too many items to mitigate what is going on right now in this game. But as you can see, they came out of that fight. They were initiating for quite some time, but they don't have that much health. So these fights could be winnable by complexity, but the damage output right now from TSM is so quick because of Reginald just able to displace and do so much damage so often with either the belly or the body slam or just his Q.
Yeah, and a lot of it was actually RicePanda is unfortunately only level 10. If he had gotten, another 400 experience at some point over the course of the game, was level 11, he would have wiped them all out. It was really just that. It was just not being quite as far enough ahead where, TSM has so much global experience and gold from the turret kills that they're all a little bit more durable than the complexity players, but really the extra 100 damage per second on that Crow Storm would have completely changed that one around. RicePanda got caught a couple times, he's a little bit behind in gold where he'd like to be, and it's really just those small advantages that TSM managed to gain through the early game that actually made them survive with like 10% health on that fight. And that's when those little advantages can actually just mean a whole lot from getting aced, just crushing.
All right, so we kind of saw that, a really aggressive play by TSM now. They're kind of pulling back, getting the buffs back into their favor. Reginald's going to grab blue. We're going to see a red onto a Kali. They're going to set up again, go ahead for another push. They got Dragon going on already. There's so much control of the map right now. This could actually be a fight, but they're not even worried about it. Complexity doesn't really have too much vision on the map, so they have to be very wary of where they walk, but they should also be checking these things. Just by looking at Dragon, they could somewhat push them off it, kind of make them hesitant about it, but they're really not getting in the face of TSM at all right now. I don't blame them, however. There's a lot of damage to be taken from Reginald, but they still do have to kind of counteract whatever TSM is doing. They cannot give them free reign.
Absolutely, you can see the pokes moving back and forth. A great ult, and Poohbear is so incredibly screwed. He pops the ult, will probably still go down, but actually great damage over here. They're going to pick up 1 or 2. The Crow Storm is off, and yes, they've actually picked up the kill onto Xpecial, and they're going to dive on through. IWDominate Yuhn in there as well, and then can they get the damage out? But they are a little bit low. Going to jump onto UDWOne. There's the flash over the wall. Can Yuhn pick up the kill on Chaox? It's going to be close. Couple more attacks. Can he pick up? He jumps over the wall. Yes, that's Yuhn getting a kill. Reginald extremely low is going to pick that one up as well. And the Abba and the Rayman. Rayman is chasing down onto Yuhn. Abba going to chase her out by IWDominate. RicePanda is nearby. There's a damage, but Abba is trying to get away. Yuhn around the backhand side, but now so much damage from Akali. Yuhn's going to go down to a turret. That was a little bit of a mistake there. Going to jump down with Rayman, but Rayman could have picked that one up. Abba as well. There's a mistake from Yuhn to go through there, and now Rayman going to pick up IWDominate almost definitely. Get those last few kills there. Trying to run away, but RainMan almost certainly going to pick this one up. The Q comes out. There's a smoke cloud, and Dominate, you are very screwed, buddy. And that will be a drop. Unfortunately, they overstayed their welcome. RainMan was able to sustain against that fight. I think really Vayne could have lived. She didn't know where everyone else on the team was and could have recalled, but they had a great initial fight there. Really good by Yuhn taking down that Ezreal by Chaox, but I think they just misplayed the endgame battle a little bit. RainMan did a great job mopping that one up. Did pick up all those kills at the end. And AWDominate just managed to stay alive as well. You see his build a little bit different, has gotten that fast sheen, going for a little bit more damage output with his build, and it's really paid off for him. He's done a great job killing people. And
you know, that's one of those fights where I believe Complexity felt great about everything that was happening. Oh, yeah. And then it's almost demoralizing when you see, like, oh, Akali wasn't there. She still has 100 HP as she comes into the fight, you know? Or 100%. Yeah.
100 HP. Oh, no!
There's Akali with 100 HP. So, yeah, they're going to be able to take this turret down. A great job there, which is kind of scary for Complexity at this point, because in a 4v5 fight, they did amazingly well, and they did a lot of damage, but there was one missing. So maybe next time they get that crescendo down, or rather they get the ultimate down from Fiddle on everybody, and it's really going to be able to help if they don't get that crescendo, because they played that very well. Gragas was able to just throw Kennen back, and instantly, out of the hands of Xpecial, came the full team stun. Great job there. Akali just kind of waiting it out, and they will get a blue steal in favor for Gragas. A great donation there. Akali and Gragas both with blue. She doesn't gain as much. She still gets the cooldown, a little bit of energy buff regen, but really for Gragas, that is awesome on all of his cooldowns, and it looks like they are going to force a Baron fight and probably get it for themselves.
They know about it. TSM can see them. Actually, you can't see them off this path. That's where they're going. They can kill it in time, but they don't see him coming just yet. And here it goes. They're going to jump into the fight. And here we go. Kennen ults up, and it's a lot of damage. And here we go. Who can get picked up? RicePanda already dropping. Looks like Gragas has fallen, though, as well. It's going to be a good trade. And keep going for the damage up. But Udyr has fallen. A lot of kills there. TSM crushing their faces. IWDominate trying to stay alive. Will not be able to do so. Vayne is the last one up, and she did get kind of pushed away. So TSM doing a great job keeping everyone alive. They did get that good initiation. They did kill that Gragas, but that's going to be a game. The forfeit does go off, and Complexity will drop out of this one. It's going to be a 2-0 for Team Solo Mid, picking that one up. The next game of the day is going to be Dignitas versus Curse. This is probably going to be one of the closest matches of this now roughly evening right here. TSM with a 2-0, but Curse Dignitas going to be really close. I believe both those teams actually are -1 player, as they have a lot of really young players there who actually couldn't make it to the tournament due to age constraints. We're going to see how well they can do putting together these lineups. They're going to be really, really interesting games. And those will be the ones next. I believe we will. We're likely to have an interview with the players in the near future. But you know, let's talk about the team comps and the play styles here. You know, that Gragas was very helpful. And the thing is, it wasn't even like Gragas misplacing Fiddlesticks. It was Fiddlesticks got his face bursted off.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I think there's not much you can do as Fiddle. He was so harassed in the beginning. You can come out a little bit stronger in late game, but it makes you look like that because you kill everybody so fast as he was getting killed. He usually doesn't have. He doesn't give you the time to do damage to him. But in that, he was so focused down. He was. I think it was maybe 2 minutes and 45 seconds when he was actually able to start his jungle, almost a minute late. And you know, they had free reign over it. They took his blue buff, and as you even said, he was doing a great job. But then really got countered once Reginald knew. He's like, one of my barrels pretty much takes him 75% health down. And they started to really act on that, and I think that's a little bit where it faltered. But there's not much you can do about that. It's not RicePanda's fault. They played an amazing, aggressive beginning jungle game.
Oh yeah, and there's not a lot you can do. When you're Fiddlesticks, you're rank 1 drain. You know, it's some nice damage. Like it's actually, you know, really high damage output, but you're stuck there, you know, tanking one guy 1v1, and you're level 1 as a caster. Like you'll just get attacked and die most likely. And you know, Chaox got a great early kill, you know, early double kill early on. I mean, he got super far ahead. I mean, I wanted to keep going back to like the points where, you know, if Fiddle were 1 level higher, that rank 2 Crowstorm would have probably mopped up the team. In a lot of these fights, it was probably Xpecial getting a really good clairvoyance. Like, there's a fight, clairvoyance the brush. Oh, we found him. Ults, go. And like they would pick him off. But there were like those 3 fights where like Kennen and Fiddle got their ults off. Someone probably feared Gragas, and it was just like AoE mop-ups everywhere. Oh gosh, everyone's dying. You know, Vayne gets away from Ezreal, and it's just like people blowing up all over the place. But TSM did a great job of mopping up because Fiddle did not have quite enough AP to completely crush that game. He was not one-shotting everyone. That's really what their comp was about, and it would have worked so well if they hadn't lost that early game. But they lost the double kill, and they lost the blue buff, and that's so harsh to get back from. And they fought valiantly. They did a really good job despite those disadvantages. But yeah, TSM played the early game perfectly, and then they just barely clung, hung on, during those other fights, and it was, a Kali solo top against Udyr, getting outmatched a little bit. Udyr was out CSing her. You can see for quite some time, even at the very end of the game, 153 to 127. But when your whole team does so well, when the whole team does that well, despite Udyr having those extra minion kills, Udyr had 6.7 thousand gold. Akali had 10.3, and a lot of that's being 8, 1, and 9 kills give you a lot of gold. Surprisingly. But the overall team effort was great. And you can look, at Sona, right? Actually, way more gold than the Alistair by actually like 3,000 gold because of all the assists and the dragons and stuff that the team brought on. That's going to let you get very far ahead. And you can see just Sona was able to buy more wards, carry oracles at all times, and actually get much farther ahead. And that was actually extremely powerful. All right, so at this point, we're going to kick it over to commercials and promos. We're going to be back with interviews afterwards. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back with awesome stuff.
Hi, I'm Sumi, and I'm here at IGN Pro League 3 Origins in Atlantic City, and I'm here at Bally's at the secondary stage for League of Legends. And I'm here with Team Solo Mid, who took the win over Complexity 2-0. So I had a couple of questions for you guys. First of all, what do you think was the best and worst play of your games?
I think the best play was, well, there wasn't no outstanding plays, but most of our dives at towers were pretty good. And the worst play was probably Reginald ulting Kennen into us.
All right, awesome. So actually, you guys actually went out late last night because TheOddOne was actually kind of late, and you guys weren't expecting him to come in. So actually, how did that go?
I'm not feeling too good right now. Yeah, we didn't think TheOddOne was gonna be here because he missed his flight or they did something, and like we didn't see him, so we just figured we were at the forfeit. So we just went out and we partied. Yeah, but that was a bad idea.
Well, you guys still pull off a 1. That was awesome. Now, one more question. Reginald, right before the game started, you guys actually got into like a little fight. How about you explain that?
Well, it was just kind of a joke. I called him a mama's boy, and he got really upset. because he was like, "Oh, I'm a baller, I'm rich," and I'm like, "Oh, are you rich or your mom? Is mom rich? Mama's boy?" And he got super mad.
They actually called security over. How did it get resolved?
It didn't really get resolved. We just like stared each other down. I'm like, "All right, I'm gonna own you in the match, peace," and that's what happened.
All right, awesome. Well, we are going to go to a commercial break, and we'll be back after this. Okay, awesome. We're ready. We can go off stage now.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Bally's Casino and Resort. We do have some League of Legends going for you underway. I am Rivington III, alongside Phreak here, as we give you some League of Legends as it has started today and this Saturday of the IPL3 Origins. A ton of StarCraft and League of Legends going on this weekend. We've already had two awesome matches, and a third one actually played earlier this morning between Epic and Rez, or V8, if you will, as they have changed their name. Epic was able to take that game away from them. We have had CLG go up against GOOSE. CLG was able to take that one as well in their game, and we just just had TSM versus Complexity. We just watched that. Seems like we've had a lot of 2-0s today. TSM was able to take Complexity. Those strong teams that have always been in the light are really showing that they deserve to be there. So we'll have to see one of those teams that were changed over. We do have Rock Salad now. Dignitas versus Curse, who was recently picked up as well in name change. So we'll have to see what these guys can really produce in a game.
Yep, and we're pushing through into Champion Select right now. Dignitas starting out with first pick and first ban. Not quite sure what their side choices are going to be, but we are into that. And we're going to see Soraka instant ban. That's actually aimed at Curse's Liquid 112. Liquid 112 being the support player, loves playing Soraka. That drops that one out. Yeah, not surprised. Udyr banned against Jatt. Jatt actually a ridiculously good jungle Udyr. So right away they've got targeted bans at specific players. These teams do know each other quite well. Doing targeted bans against players. There's not really these like, you know, at the stage of the game right now, there's no like you must ban this champion in order to win a tournament. Like if they have this, you lose. It's just all like who plays what really well. Let's kill that guy off. And they're doing that quite a bit here. You see Cassiopeia banned out by Dignitas. I guess that's going to be aimed at Curse's mage player, but Nijak actually known for a really good Rise player, so we're going to see if that actually happens out here. Curse solo mid Nijak, quite the good player. They do have the famous Blitzcrank player Double Lift, but Dignitas actually, wow, they actually banned Lee Sin against Double Lift. You'd have thought they would let that stay in there so that he could actually give them first blood by face checking Brush, but seems that's not going to be the case. Jatt now with first pick. We're going to see what they go for here. Looks like we have Kog'Maw and Caitlyn, ranged AD champions being banned out. Udyr and Lee Sin, 2 junglers being banned out, which means that Nocturne and Gangplank likely to be the junglers here. And Amumu's in there as well. Is really a nice nest of good junglers that seem to be picked a lot. But he's taking his time. They've got 60 seconds. And there's the Zilean. First time we're actually seeing Zilean on stream. We did see that actually from Epic against V8 at the beginning of the day. Unfortunately, you guys didn't get to see that. We did a little bit. And Zilean was actually a pretty big factor there. And there's the Morgana as well. So 2 mage support hybrids being grabbed. Oh, no, actually going to go for Sona. Interesting. I think because, okay, there's the Morgana being picked up right there. So Sona going to be the support pick for Liquid 112. Morgana grabbed by Lopaka. The Lopaka is their jungler player, so he's going to probably drop that one over to Nijaki. We'll see how that goes, and let's see what they do. So LoCicero going to be replacing Voyboy for this tournament, and we're going to see what they do with this. Locust, the support player, Jatt, the jungler. LoCicero going to be solo top or solo mid. Scarra, the other mage player. Okay, Loci picking up Ezreal, and Locust going to be, no, Trundle. Interesting. Wow. They're kind of moving back and forth, trying to figure out what they want to play. They could go for a poke team here. We saw, CLG really like Trundle for the poke team. So that might be what they're going for already. Zilean, not exactly a poke mage, but certainly has the ability to get people in and out, and can time bomb from range and do kinds of all sorts of cool stuff. So we'll see if that pans out.
And I can see that Trundle going in with a time bomb on his head and just initiating a fight on somebody as he just leeches off of all their but attack, defense, offense, and the such. Yes. Like we do have those picks locked in. It is going to be that Zilean, Trundle, and Locust on Ez. See what they choose to do here. Double Lift and Nijaki now to make their selections as they are now, as they view each other. They don't have they somewhat have a pick coming into the game, but right now as they see the other team choose, that may alter, may vary a little bit, and they're going to choose what would best counter that or go at it in a strong form. And yes, it is a very good pick right there. That's going to be great for the amount of AP that comes out of Zilean to really help those bombs. He can initiate in a fight very well as well. It's just the rest of his team, a CC from Sona and Galio in a team fight, and you pretty much have no chance to move for the next 5 seconds.
So I'm thinking Fiddle or Amumu are really good picks here for the jungler. So you could go Amumu in like AoE
awesome.
spam comp, right? But with Fiddlesticks, right, neither Galio nor Morgana need blue. And so you can have, Galio ults into Morgana ult into Fiddlesticks Crowstorm, and Dignitas doesn't have any counter initiate here, right? They haven't picked their support yet, so they could pick up Janna. But the thing is, with Black Shield, Janna can't actually push back whoever gets Black Shielded, so that could be huge right here. And so we're going to see, so they are going to pick up their support as Janna, so that's a pretty smart choice. And Nas is being grabbed, so solo top Nas is going to be the case. Morgana was grabbed away by Curse. Looks like Elementz friend me. I'll be happy to accept that. Thanks, now we're buddies. And I'm, thank you, Elementz, for being my friend. And so we see Nasus again in this tournament, and again, that W, the Wither is super strong against Vayne. Vayne's very much reliant on her auto attacks, and so you get that in there, and you can do a lot of cool things. Ezreal Janna, extremely good long range poke lane. You can really kind of jump on someone if you land that not Tempest, Zephyr from Janna. I don't know what Tempest is even from. Lee Sin. Yeah, you're right. It's an E. he does this. All right, so it looks like the picks are under there. We have actually Warwick being grabbed. That's the jungler here, Lapaka, actually known very much as a Warwick player from back in solo queue. Remember that dude picks Warwick like all day, every day. So interesting. I actually wouldn't have expected Warwick here. I mean, knowing as Taplaka, okay, that makes sense now. But he doesn't really fit the team comp necessarily. Unless they really want a bruiser. And I could see that. You know, you give him Black Shield, he runs around, does cool things. But you know, Warwick's gonna go beast mode. He's gonna jump on some guys. And they got that solo mid zillion.
It is different because you kind of have all those alties that stack in time with each other, and then the one dude that can be suppressed. You know,
That's
you're
true.
kind of like, all these people are stunned. I can either stun them longer or suppress this guy out here that didn't get hit by any of those.
So here's the thing, right? If actually Warwick flash ults, they can chain stun Zillion to death. And I think they're actually doing that to counter Zillion.
That would be pretty cool because obviously that would make his ult useless.
Like you can sort of chain AoE CC, but Zillion's probably gonna get someone. But if you suppress him down for the first 2 seconds, you're gonna chain him out probably and just pick all those up. And as long as Janna is caught in that CC chain, of course
he's gonna be babysat by Janna. That's gonna be a quick monsoon if anything happens to him.
Yeah. So you've got kind of, you know, you can't break Warwick ult because, you know, he's going to get Black Shielded, or you can't break Gallius because he's going to be Black Shielded. So they have, I mean, I just love Morgana on my team. And, you know, if it were Dignitas that actually had Morgana, you'd almost want to see Scarra playing that Katarina. Scarra's been playing a lot of Katarina recently, and LoCicero is actually pretty much a Morgana player as well. So you've got like a nice synergy there where you can just kind of like, surprise, R buttons, and dudes start dying a little bit. So that'd be pretty cute. But we're going down the last 30 seconds of champ select. They've swapped their champions around. Jatt going to be jungling Trundle. And also they've got a lot of fighters here. They've got Ezreal, you know, with that attack speed buff, his W can buff up Nasus and Trundle for bonus attack speed. And they can really start beasting on these enemy champions. You've got Locust can shield one of them, make them increase damage. Scarra can haste one of those guys. They've got a really big fighter sort of team comp. It's not AoE spam at all. I mean, time bombs cover AoE, sure, but it's really just like jump in there and fight single dudes, and they could do a lot with that.
We'll have to see if they can. We are starting this matchup, getting into the load screen. We're going to see our last matchup of the day, Dignitas versus Curse. We are going to have another best out of 3, as that's how they all have been played out. So we're going to have to see if we will go to our third match of the day in our best out of 3. So far, they've been 2-0s, and all these teams have just been coming out very strong. I even believe the game Epic versus V8, we weren't able to watch that. They were also 2-0'd. V8 got taken out of the tournament. Everybody's been playing very good right now, though. You saw Complexity just playing TSM. In all those fights, TSM had like 300 HP coming out of that. They were almost won fights, but it was just the minute things that TSM took advantage of to make them win those fights. And that's pretty much what's happening for the losing teams the entire time. It's not that they're doing anything wrong. It's just the other teams are really playing up to par and even more. They're just playing very well right now.
There's a lot of exceptional play this tournament so far, for sure. And this is probably going to be, like, I can't imagine this game not going to either side. I don't know which side it's going to go to. I mean, Dignitas has been a very strong team for a while. They've really, you know, built themselves up recently as an extremely high powerhouse. Scarra and Voyboy, really their star players. In the solos, Jatt's been really kind of crushing faces as a jungler as well, and certainly not to drop anything from Cutie Pie and Loco either. They've been around on the lineup for quite some time, but you know, they really have these you know, all-star lineups. And unfortunately, of course, Voyboy not making it out to this tournament, replaced by LoCicero. But you know, guys got a good Nasus under him, so we're going to see how that plays out. We see Curse. You know, they've also been around for a while, have been a scary team. And here we go. We are into the game. Dignitas going to be blue team spawning in the bottom left. They're going to get ready to go. We got Curse in the top right. And Jack is going to be on Morgana, and it's go time. What? What are you laughing at? Go time?
You don't see the chat box. Anyways, we are going to have this going out. Looks like Galio has gone with the jungle build, the safe jungle. He's going to get that cloth armor, 5 pots, but obviously not in the jungle. That's going to help him sustain in lane. That's an extra 1,000 HP that he's going to be able to have over time by pumping those pots down. And actually a nice feature that was just added is you can't double consume a pot. They will stack on top of each other and be used. So you can kind of not have to worry about that in lane. And it helps a lot right now because each one of these bars that you see over the champions' heads is 100 apiece. So if you know you just lost 2, you can take a pot, know that's going to be up back to full 4 bars if that's what you were at. So right now, those pots are really going to be helping to sustain in lane, and actually a lot of Dignitas has gone for the cloth armor 5 pot. 2 of them have, the rest boots in the pots. Obviously sustain in lane. You want to be able to stay in lane as long as possible. More experience, more chances for potential kills, potential ganks. It's really overall just the best thing you can do is stay in lane as long as possible and back when you're going to lose the least amount of XP.
Yep, absolutely. So we're going to see these setups right here. We have actually kind of interesting. They're actually doing a swap right here, double lift on Vayne, teaming up with Sona up top. They're going to do that same thing as before and try to zone out that Nasus.
Yep.
And Gal's going to be 1v2ing against...
Nasus might go bottom.
Oh, wow, it's going to be a double swap. That's hilarious. They're both singing the same thing.
Wow.
That's pretty smart. I like that.
Galio versus Nasus bottom.
Yep.
Ooh, blue push? Maybe? No?
No, they're going to sit in the brush. They're going to try to gank if they can. Yeah, Liquid sees what's nearby, sees nothing, and they can just jump this Ezreal for some easy damage early on. They can jump out, burst for about 150, and then maybe back off. And of course, Janna, a non-sustaining support, extremely powerful champion, but doesn't heal her teammates without that ultimate. So there's some interesting things there. Now Sidco actually being very, very afraid. Wants to see where the enemy champions are, playing very, very safely.
Oh, this is fantastic for them because Cutie Pie is thinking they're in the top bush, so he hovers the bottom bush a little bit more. It's exactly what they wanted. Very well played on the mentality of Curse there to do a little bit of starting damage. Janik does not have the constant heal that you can get from Sona, so that damage is going to stick for now until he starts using pots.
Yep, and Jatt is going to go through this jungle even more, doing a lot of damage here. Had some nice support from Zilean and Janna, his teammates giving him shields and such. And yet, here's the fight. Double Lift and Liquid well staying at top lane, last hitting minions. They're against Janna Ezreal, and that could be scary.
Wow, they're just going straight at it. Sid, TKO, and LoCicero actually hitting back and forth. Cicero taking quite a bit of damage there. The top lane getting pushed as well. A quite aggressive double lift and Liquid as NYJackie doing a very good job of staying in the face of Scarra and not worrying, playing very patient, understanding the timing of his bombs and getting it off on the last second. So Black Shield takes it, and then he has a little bit more after as well.
Yep, let's see what else they're going to do. They're going to drop down these minions as best they can, getting a little bit low. Double bomb goes off. Scarra getting a lot of gold out of that. Good play there. But Scarra's now running out of mana. He's going to be a little bit careful. He's going to recall immediately. Probably pick up a mana crystal. See how much money he's got. A zillion, yep, 463. Probably a mana crystal.
Bam.
And yes, I got it right. Go me. Double lift. And Liquid pushing through at the top lane still. Both teams pretty close in gold. Curse slightly ahead, but they've been pushing, so that's going to kind of cause that. Cicero actually back to his turret. Last hitting quite well, though. You're going to see then when he's not harassed so hard, he's getting a lot of last hits here. Already at 7.
Bottom lane, Nasus back to his lane, trying to get those Qs off. The turret taking a few of his kills. Mid lane are both at 100% HP. They will be able to just go at it right now. Nobody really trying to attack each other. They're going in. There's a bomb from Scarra. Jackie will probably throw the shield on her. Actually let that damage tick. Doesn't really need to worry about the shield.
Yeah, did shield at the exact last second. Didn't even see the animation. Just knows the timing so well. Push to his turret. Some pings off in the jungle. Nothing to be afraid of just yet.
Yeah, nobody went for fast jungle anything. They're kind of just doing their own thing. You know, Jatt has double buff. He hasn't decided to come out of the jungle yet. We'll see what skills he got maybe to go around the jungle. He does have a level in pillar at this point, at level 4. 2 Qs, a W, and an E. Bottom lane is back at it again, just farming as top lane would, just switching it up. They are just kind of doing the damage they can, but making sure they still get that creep score because we saw what a Galio can be. HotshotGG playing Galio.
Stop Lapaka. He's a full level ahead. This could be a fight. He's going to jump in onto Lapaka, and there he is. He's caught him, and a lot of damage going to be dealt here. There's a nice pillar. Lapaka not in great shape. He's going to flash. One more hit to get the kill, and there's first blood, but he's been hit by the dark fight. Jatt's not in great shape, but he's made it out. He's level 5, and he's actually stolen all the buffs away, so he's got a nice... Actually, his blue's about to end anyway. He actually didn't manage to refresh any of them. But wow, Double Lift taking a lot of pain to the face. Cutie Pie about to go for the kill. He's super low, and that is going to be a kill. Locust doing a great job there. Liquid not in great shape either. Cutie Pie staying on it. There's going to be another kill picked up for DIGNITAS. And the Q to the face. That's another kill picked up. Nice job there. Top lane picking up 2, and the push in from Jatt. And he's going to steal the red now. Oh, wow. This is quite the advantage here.
Rising Spell Force coming into play for Cutie Pie. Any other time, that would have been a regular auto attack speed. Rising Spell Force, as Phreak was saying, the passive for Ezreal, as he hits his skills, he does get a little bit more attack speed, and that is awesome for him. He was able to get off enough skills. A beautiful Mystic shot with his Q at the end of that one to take out Sona as that kill came up top. And it looks like they do have enough time here to back. Like they said, stay in lane for as long as they can. They're going to lose minimum amount of XP here with such a pushed wave, and they're going to be able to get back to lane safely.
Yeah, meanwhile, the bottom lane has not really come into factor in this game so far. That are actually not doing too much for him just yet, but he's going to keep farming for now. And, you know, the replacement's going okay because, hey, you know, Cutie Pie playing AD is going all right for him.
So as a placement for LoCicero, Boy, a very dominant character, did they place him in a different position because of that situation?
I think he's a solo top. I think Boy's normally a solo top. He's been playing a lot of Akali recently and things like that. So they've let PewDiePie play ranged AD, and he's been taking that role for himself for a while, and it's actually working pretty successfully. As we saw CLG talk earlier after our first best of 3, they said we're most afraid of Dignitas, but actually without Void, we're actually not so afraid anymore. But there's a lot of really good teams here. I mean, Curse with Dignitas going well for Dignitas so far, but this is really the who's who of North American League of Legends. You got Counterlogic Gaming, you got Epic Gamer, you've got Tiso Lamid, Dignitas or Curse both really have the claim to that 4th, 5th spot. Dignitas often that number 2, but without Void still. There's just a lot of scary people here. Unfortunately, V8, Complexity, Goose, not quite up to snuff just yet, but they still put out some close games. They're just not quite necessarily at that level sometimes. They just got outplayed today. But these are going to be just some really great games over the course of these 2 to 3 here, and tomorrow's going to be ridiculous. It's really anyone's game today and tomorrow at this point.
Junglers doing what they can to make their way through the jungle. Looks like red buff will be grabbed here by Lapaka as he takes that out. No, his red buff was taken, unfortunate. Yep. And it looks like he will be forced to move on to those golems after getting the small dragons, or small dragon minions, I should say. And we will see top lane is kind of getting pushed, just kind of hanging out in the bush. In the bush together.
Nice.
In the bush. And it looks like that lane is back, but they do have a ward there to assist them if they are to creep up in the lane. They've been able to do a lot of damage. Looks like they're going to switch it up here. And it looks like Nasus is going to go top, and we're going to send the support and AD down bottom. We'll have to see how this really plays out. That Nasus was taking quite a bit of damage from Galio. Now to put that up against the Vayne with no armor mitigation, especially the true damage from the W of Vayne, I think Nasus could take a little bit more damage in this top lane.
Yep, there's the pressure coming in as we're going to keep those minions down. I think he just feels safe at this point. Because I'm level 6, I can kite this Galio. I'm okay. Let's run, let's run this roamer now. Let's go roam as John a little bit. Ward goes down, dodges the Q. But yeah, at this point, with Ezreal, John, they could probably zone out this Galio. Some nice attacks there. PewDiePie doing a good job. Lots of plus AD here. Actually not even ranking that W yet. Sidko getting forced back a little bit. Has that shield on. Lapaka's nearby. They're still pushing in. Some good pressure here, actually. And yeah, they're going to use that to get themselves the dragon. That's a really good play there.
Dignitas doing a very nice job forcing him off. They know that Vayne is top and Morgana is middle with vision, so they clearly take that one. Very good job to initiate that dragon without even having to fight. And they will just head back to lane and do what they're doing. That's exactly how you want to be able to grab a dragon, just by pure positioning and not even having to use any skills other than to kill the dragon.
Yep, now Cicero can jump on a double lift. You can see the damage up. It's quite nice. A good pushback there by double lift, but still about to get cued in the face. More damage being dealt there. Has some sustain though, has health potions, and those 2 Doran's Blades mean 6% lifesteal. Means about 6 health per attack. It's not too bad right now.
It's going to help him out a little bit too. He has 2 levels above double lift. This is possibly, a reason that they did the switch. They weren't really worried about it. They knew that Galio was higher, but we'll put 2 against them. Double lift, or LoCicero rather, feels comfortable here, but he should not have that 3rd proc from the Silver Bolt. The Condemn, I believe, has been used. The Wither onto Vayne, and he played that perfectly. Didn't even have to flash out of the situation. Actually doesn't have flash, he has Ghost.
Yeah.
So he actually used that before.
Yep, did use Ghost ult, so that was pretty good, but he did burn Lapaka's ultimate, so you've got to wait a little while on that one. 47 seconds left on the ult there, and let's see if they can push on through onto this turret. Doing some good damage.
Teleport back from Nasus, nice job there. Yep. Gonna be able to keep the lane nice and safe, and that's one of the big things. They actually could have lost the turret right there because their top lane was playing teleport, actually bottom lane I should say. He was able to get there in time and stop that from happening. So 150 gold thwarted globally to the other team.
Yep, Galio and Nasus both running similar teleport, though Nasus blowing like cool, that means he will not show up to a fight anytime soon. But thankfully they have, of course, already taken Dragon, so not a big deal to not have that at this time.
Like the junglers both on the same side of the jungle, but on their own side of that top. We'll have to see where they go from here. We did just lose, no, he went back to base. I was gonna say lost vision on Warwick, but that's impossible in Spectator because it's awesome.
It's imposterous.
So we have Liquid up top. Can't really do much right now to LoCicero. He can just kind of do what he wants, get that 3rd power cord up and do a little bit more damage. LoCicero's not really worried about it though. Vayne coming back into lane, he will have to think about his actions now, and still getting gold for himself, so that's good. As long as he can keep that farm up, it's really going to help him, and he does just see that counter ward placed in the bush, so he's not going to be able to do much in that bush from now on.
Scarra tossing out bombs. Boom. And yeah, blue buff on Zillion, kind of nice. It's pretty useful. And now John is actually coming back to support And actually, they could do a lot of damage here because Sona can't really push Nasus away. And there's the way that they're going on a double lift. He's going to get good down. But he's got good positioning there. There's a dance coming off as well, but double lift at a half health. Xpecial going to take some damage, but be okay. And yeah, they've got double lift to half. Liquid will try to sustain, but is low on mana, so it won't be that much health being gained. He's only got about 2-3 more spell casts left. Xpecial's getting more beefy. This could be good
he
for
really
him.
is getting pretty beefy. He was taking quite a bit of damage as soon as he got into that lane, but his level advantage is really giving him some help there with taking damage from Vayne, having his armor scale up as he levels. Everybody's does. They gain a little bit more each time, and it really affects for him because he's 2 levels over Vayne right now. And Double Lift is trying to pierce through that armor that he has, and Double Lift hasn't gotten the attack damage for.
Yep, the shield's coming out a little bit late from John. It did not block that that damage output from Vayne, but doing okay. Let's see, we have Zilean coming back towards mid. No blue as it has timed out. Morgana's there as well. Jackie just continuing to spam down. But you know, despite the 3 kills and the dragons and such, you know, the game's not really kind of going farther away right now. It's still rather close. Scarra missing that kill, unfortunately, but yeah, Double Lift could get pushed down. Liquid is out of mana. They could just jump Double Lift right now, and he doesn't have the ability to get away very easily. Xpecial taking some damage, takes the last hit, getting hit by Double Lift, but they really could just go for the pressure here.
Yeah, they're being very cautious about the play. They kind of don't want to go into the ultimate on this one. Looking at Sona on the other side, she does not have Crescendo up, and she is very low on mana. So yeah, they should really initiate on this fight. Getting the Zephyr onto Double Lift, slowing him down a lot. Could have been another Wither on that from Nasus, and they would have had all the time in the world to keep attacking her. We'll have to see what they do. Very nice job getting the roll and attack damage on. We see Warwick coming up through the jungle. Trundle is in middle against Morgana right now. Everybody's kind of just doing their own thing in lane, getting their farm up, making sure that no towers are going down, and really just waiting for that chance to start the fight. Everybody's trying to itemize and build here. Not too many items that have been completed besides the wriggles for the junglers.
Scarra took a bunch of damage there. Morgana landed a great dark binding, just tossing him out with that golem buff. You see Scarra down to half health. Has the Rod of Ages though, so when he levels up right here, he'll get a lot of health back. But still, it's a bit scary.
Ooh, looks like Zilean speeding up towards top. Oh, he's going to be going for blue here.
Looks pretty safe. And yeah, that's going to be another blue for Scarra. It's going to be happy pants for them. And that time is going to blow up and give him some nice gold and a blue buff. So, again, both mid champions. Oh, nice shots there by Jackie. Again, some damage output. Doesn't want to dive because, again, Scarra is Zilean. You know, just ult and be safe.
That wasn't even because of a ward. That was because he knew what was happening. The timing in the game, Zilean went up towards the blue buff. AA could be coming back now.
Yeah, it's a really good play right there.
Saw him for like half a second throughout the binding.
That was really smart.
Looks like Sona trying to get back to lane here. Going to be placing some wards on her way back. A very nice pink ward in the bush she just walked through. Looks like they could have some wards. No, they're pinging to put a ward, so she's going to head down there, throw a ward in that bush. It's going to give him some nice vision, especially for any ganks coming around. And she actually goes, oh, not for the 1-2. She goes for the deeper ward that would be more for the blue.
Yep, we see Nasus still fighting against this Vayne. Vayne doing a good job of harassing him down. You can see taking some pain, has the Aegis already. Vayne in pretty happy shape. Not actually any big items yet, though. Look at her current gold. Vayne up to 1,500, so soon a BF sword if she's saving for it. Nasus just going to continue last hitting, but really could keep pressuring Double Lift. Maybe he's found that Double Lift is just too good at getting away from him. I'm not really sure. But, you know, if it were me without any sort of context, I would just keep trying to harass that. But Xpecial continuing to go for last hits here, just picking off these minions, using that Q. He gets up to plus 210. 70 minions.
Everybody's pretty much just moving out of their lanes. They see the dragon has spawned, and you can see Vayne has come all the way from top to leave Nasus alone. She's going to be taking middle. As you can just see everybody kind of accordion, just squeeze down to the bottom from where they were. The fight about to be initiated. Contaminate going down. We do see the ward teleport coming in. They can see that. Looks like they get the Wither down onto Warwick. He's not going to be doing too much damage there. He also has not used his ultimate. There it goes out, suppressing a lot going down. They are forcing Cutie Pie out of this fight. That AD cannot help. And Jatt is just taking a lot of damage. They finally focused down Vayne. They were pushing her around the entire fight, and it looks like they will now focus on the P.A.K.A. as they begin to spread out here. They're spreading themselves out thin. They got to be very careful. Alone, Scarra doing quite a bit of damage as they chase him out of the battle. Finally, the P.A.K.A. goes down as Warwick, and they are going to continue to push. I mean, look at Jatt. Jatt isn't even afraid. He still wants to get into this fight.
There's Scarra in the middle. Sinco, oh, nice damage there on a Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie's going to jump in on a Sinco. Sinco can almost get the kill. Will not quite get it. 14 health on Janna. Cutie Pie picks up that kill just in time. And, you know, we were talking earlier about getting Trundle against Soraka. Works the same with Galio, that armor MR buff. Problem is he cast it before Galio actually used Bulwark. So, you know, he still had a nice amount of armor MR. You saw Galio was alive for quite some time. I mean, they won the fight anyway, so who cares? But, you know, that small sort of increment of armor and magic resist can be gained by waiting a little bit for that bulwark usage. But either way, great play so far from these guys. Dignitas up 6 kills now, 23,000 gold versus pretty much 18,000 gold. So 5K to the lead, that's a pretty big deal.
So far in the lane game, everybody playing amazing. It seems that the team fights now kind of going in the favor of the Dignitas team as they came out really strong on that fight and they continue to push through. The lanes, however, no turrets have really been pushed too hard right now. They're continuing to stay solid in lanes, so it's the fights that are really coming up, which is odd because usually you see a bit of global gold before those type of fights. So these teams are just, their lane games are, you know, top notch right now, and it's really going to come down to who gets taken out in the river for that first push.
Yes, indeed. And you see Galio just staying about. Look at this build. It's like cloth armor, health crystal, mana crystal. I want stats now. And we'll eventually combine them into real items. But for now, just like spamming stats right now. Sidco trying to keep alive for his team. They do have the ability to team fight quite well. Again, those AoE ults are super powerful. They got a lot of down, but you know, Dignitas is really great at sort of picking out the single targets. You saw that Scarra got his ult off on himself right before that Warwick ult. So Warwick basically blew his ultimate on a champion they could have killed instead. As soon as they saw that blow, and they could have went for maybe Ezreal or Trundle even. I mean, Trundle's still not that farmed really. He could be killable.
Wow, very nice CV coming around the corner there as they try to get into position. That was awesome from Locust there. Sona gets found out, trying to come in with the crescendo. It looks like they will continue to farm top. Ezreal and Galio still bottom. Different little meta switch-ups we've seen throughout this weekend, or first day rather. We are going to see how they can continue to push this lane. Getting that third proc off, very nice damage from Vayne. Looks like Trundle and Warwick both in the jungle, not trying for any ganks right now. Like I said, the solid lane play just continuing to go back and forth. Everybody's just poking each other, but it seems like nothing's really being accomplished.
Yeah, they're pretty much keeping themselves nice and healthy. Cicero still spamming down these minions. Does have a Philo Stone right now, going for, looks like Sheet next, and here he's off on a double lift. This could be a lot of damage. The E goes down, he's taking some pain, but he's going to sustain back by Sona and just push on back. But the thing is, double lift's condemned costs 90 mana. He can only do this like 3-4 times and he runs out. So if I were Cicero, I would keep doing this. I would make him waste all that mana. And there it is again, and that's still on quota for 5 seconds. He's gonna keep going into this. There he's gonna ult and tumble, but he's still okay. And you know, now his contempt is back up, but he's blowing another cooldown. He's got a minute left on that one. And this is just, you know, yeah, Cicero spends some mana to do so, but he's got Philo Stone. He's got that regen. He can make this happen again. And there, Jatt's gonna find him again. Locust is there. He's gonna get stunned to the wall, but again, that cooldown is now up, and they can really press on a double lift. Some damage to Locust, but it's looking good.
Here. They are going to get a lot of damage on this turret. That Nasus is going to be able to Q every so often. Trundle doing a good amount of damage as well. And it looks like they will be able to take it. Yes, they will. That Q bringing up a huge amount of damage, which would have made Janna take at least one more shot. That lane is now pushed in. A great job here by Dignitas, able to take down the first turret on Curse. Double lift doesn't want any more to happen there, and he wants to show that he's still trying to be aggressive. But only Sona below him is still a pretty scary situation. They could be taken.
Yeah. Okay. We see Ezreal trying to last it against the turret, doing a pretty decent job of all that. See just zillion spamming those time bombs. All the players just going for gold, going for gold.
Going back for blue. Looks like that ward has actually wasted that they had right above them. They're going to be able to get this blue unscathed. A little bit of damage to Trundle, but nothing huge. They're going to get out of that one alive. Looks like Galio going back down to just farm. That's exactly what he should be doing. Really no need to initiate a fight right now if you don't have to force, or if you have to force it. So they are just going back to lane. Scarra back to middle, now has blue again, and then Nijaki rather, has blue himself. And it looks like Locust to go around and start placing some wards for his team. They need to, both of these teams are pretty much like mirror warding each other. It's pretty cool.
Really are, yeah. Let's look at the ward control here. Blue team, they've got one aggressive at blue, one aggressive up top. Meanwhile, oh look, aggressive at blue and aggressive at bottom. Yeah, they really are mirroring, you're right, Riv. And it's really making it very hard for them to press because they can kind of see these ganks come in. Nijaki getting a black shield. It's going to be early enough that time bomb should tick first. And yep, black shield blocks most of it.
I see Sona coming up behind here. Probably nothing really going to happen. Maven doesn't even have to throw out a heal. I believe Morgana is down. Just healed it. Yes. Talking to myself as well. Nice. And they have a Wither down onto Sid. Could they get some damage here? He did put Bulwark on, but wow, a nice Yuhn coming out of the hands of LoCicero. Trundle could not make it in time. Just a little too much distance. But look at that, less than half health. A few more attacks would have been an easy dive for them. So he's got to be very careful. We probably see Galio start to mitigate that damage now and start building a lot more defense. We can see he does have his cloth armors going for that frozen heart in the end, but that MR is really going to help him to stay tanky and do a lot of damage as well in the fight.
And they're using Ness as a turret killer. Look at that. He just shows up with Sheen and his farmed up Q plus 303 at 21 minutes, and he's just like, oh, is a turret? And just like destroys its face. So that's 2 turret kills, both headlined by LoCicero. That's actually proven to be really powerful for them, where, you know, okay, yeah, we're farming, we're kind of farming some more, oh god, he lost a turret. And, you know, normally you're not really afraid of like, oh, 2 people show up, we kind of have time, we can push back in. No, he's destroying turrets really, really hard. And it's working quite well for them because, meanwhile, they have Zilean, who's really hard to gank. They have, you know, Ezreal, Janna, who are very safe as well, and they're actually building advantages that way, which is very interesting. I've really not seen that sort of play style where they're kind of doing this, like, these semi-siege where they're like, we're going to link, but by the way, turret kill.
Yeah.
And it's working quite well.
There's also, Nasus has a pretty good build. He also has an Aegis to help out the team, as well as starting to build that Trinity for us. So he's going to be doing a lot of damage, as well as assisting the team with that aura as they get into these fights. Good damage there onto Liquid. He is forced to kind of out of that situation as no one else is there to babysit. And they are going to focus a little bit of damage on mid. They will push that out quite hard. And it looks like they're going to push bottom, possibly. No, it's actually timing the dragon attack. Here we go. Bam.
There it is. Dignitas about to go for their 3rd dragon, I believe. They're going to get caught, so let's see what they can do with this. Purple teams, they see them, and they're going to push on through. And here's the pressure. Galio's in front. They have the time to try to take this. Can they get this? Nope, they were going to drop that one, but here comes all the AoE damage out, but Liquid is low. There's a nice ult from Locust, who will drop down. Lepaka is low. Jatt is low as well. Double lift now getting fought by LoCicero. He's got to be afraid of that one. He's kind of alone. Could he flash over the wall? He can. PewDiePie picks up the kill into Lepaka. There's a revive from Scarra as well. They're still in decent shape. Nightjacky running away. He's got Black Shield on. There's the puddle. He's trying to get away from Jatt. There's some more flashes. Janna with a nice knockup. When it goes to these kills, Nightjacky getting low. That bulwark is not enough. He's going to drop down. There's a kill with the time bomb. And now up onto Sidco. Sidco not in great shape. Only one of 2 alive right now. 145 damage crit. Vayne still pushing in mid. Double is getting some minion kills. Maybe gets a turret out of it, but he's going to get caught right now by Janna Zilean.
Very nice attack there coming out of the hands of Dignitas. They are going to wither onto Vayne here as they come into this fight, condemned backwards, but hit into his team / side of the wall. And an absolute red bar of health does not mean you're alive. And that's what just happened to Vayne. Vayne goes down quite quickly there. And that fight was kind of like Dignitas ran away from an entire creep wave in middle, signifying they were going to Dragon. That really could have been approached a little bit better by Curse, knowing that was exactly the situation.
Yeah, they went in. They just did not have the damage up in the fight. Vayne got caught by Nasus. That was a huge deal right there.
Yeah.
They forced her to flash over the wall. Once Vayne is out of the fight, I mean, that path to get back in like that takes forever. It's really not going to work that well for you. And so then they just kind of got to clean up 5v4. You saw that they actually killed Lepaka just with the damage output from mostly Ezreal. You look at this build, and he's just not that durable yet. I mean, his armor is 103 ain't bad. You know, he's got 130 magic resist. He's got 1600 health, but like Ezreal's like way up there. Ezreal's got Trinity Force, BF Sword, cooldown boots, like level 14. Like he's like way up there in that game.
Continuous farming going on by both teams here as they make their way back to middle. Cicero and PewDiePie looking to make quick work of a turret, but they don't have any minions to go with, so they're going to be clearing that wave as they head down towards, nope, just toward mid. So they're continuing, even Nasus just continuing to ward. He actually has 4 wards. Wow, it's not very often you see like everybody on the team continuing to buy wards. Janna has wards, Trundle has wards, he has a ward and his Wriggle still, and Nasus has 3 more. So Dignitas on top of their game, doing things they need to do, plus and then some. Everybody is really contributing right now.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Here we have Ezreal fighting Vayne. I'm pretty sure Vayne, even though she's normally a really good 1v1er, I think Ezreal's so far ahead that he can just like kind of, oh yeah, look at that damage output. There's the E, there's a jump forward, another attack. Wow, double lift is so low. That's a dive in from Janna as well. A great job here, and they actually kept the turret alive. It's theirs. Like Vayne was going for it, and they were like, and baited with a low health turret, and now that's gonna let them do Baron. That's really smart. Wow, they pick up the kill. It's a 5v4, but they could go for it. Nasus can always TP. Yeah, his 700 teleport is up, so you know they're gonna get harassed. I mean, this could be a turnaround. Honestly, Curse could make this because they do have their ults, and they're gonna probably go for this. Liquid getting owned. It actually whips the ult entirely.
Galio ulti flash in for Morgana. No, LoCicero pushing Morgana out of the fight. No ulti coming out of the hands of her, and it looks like they will be able to get this one easy. LoCicero should not have deterred Nightjacky so much, especially with the Galio ult going down. But I guess the team wasn't in position. It's a lot easier to say than do. And they were kind of on the other side of mid. There was also a Baron to be had after that. So they really had to play their cards, and it wasn't in their favor, unfortunately. They were forced to back off of that one. But a great job by LoCicero. Even though the fight was going on, he knew he could stand in front of everybody coming from Wraiths and stop him, and they stopped Morgana, and that would have been a big ultimate along with Galio.
That's absolutely true. So, nice job overall making this one happen for them. Yeah, I have to say, there's just some small mistake here with that fight. Like, they had the 5-on-4. They could have gone in while they were still fighting Baron, and it just didn't quite work for him. It's just, it's too bad. Of course, Nasus could TP in so they could 5v4 in Dignitas' favor, certainly. But it seemed like, Sona kind of got in there and got caught because she wasn't really behind her team. Galio ultimate Morgana was far away. It just seemed like, certainly I think Dignitas did a really good job of separating them, of actually jumping on the event targets. It wasn't like they just threw away kills at them. They actually took the ones that they could get. But I just feel like, at this level of play, there must be some kind of better coordination that was available to Curse that they just slightly dropped the ball on. They could have done a little bit better at. It's a little bit too bad. But Dignitas not even having a death yet. Now 12,000 gold, and they're almost getting ready to push right now.
Yeah, they're playing an amazing game. I don't believe they have lost a turret yet. No, they haven't. We are 26, now 27 minutes into this game. Bottom turret actually was being
Finally
covered.
Just now.
Yep, and there we go. It looks like it's going to be one-on-one Vayne. Vayne passive is to run away.
Nice.
What? Oh,
that was a good
wow,
move.
LoCicero juked. I think his ankles are broken. He cannot catch up to that one. And it looks like Double Lift is going to make his way out of that. The CV is going to reveal where he is, but there's really no point to chase on it. And the fight down towards mid-turret here. A very nice bomb. Sidco could not make it out alive on that one. The Dark Binding goes down onto Jatt, not doing too much damage. They don't have a minion wave with them, so this is pretty much going to be a poke and hey, what's up game. We're just going to stand here at your turret, and they will be able to get a Nasus pushing bottom as well. So the split push now to come into play, playing on the mentality of Curse.
They're going to push on through. They see jumping on an Jack. You're doing a little bit of damage there. Spell immune now. Locust not in a good place. The ult only on one target though, and of course he can be revived by Zilean. No problems at all. So an unfortunate. Oh my gosh, that's damage. Oh, goodbye. Goodbye. You very much died, Double Lift. I'm sorry, but that one's going to hurt you. And they're going to push on through onto the turret. Scarra taking some turret damage. Going to be okay. They're going to keep pushing on through. And that is the surrender. So that's going to be GG and Dignitas taking that game pretty strongly.
Very strong. The Curse was saying you were getting double pushed right now. That Nasus was still able to farm. They switched it up and tried to play the different lanes, but they actually ended up sending what they didn't want, bottom.
Yeah,
so they could have, would have cost them a lot, but would it have been better for them to re-switch it back up? It is about 20 seconds that they would have lost lane XP, but it would have facilitated what they wanted in the beginning. So originally they had to deter from their main plan.
I don't think their lanes were that bad. I think, not switching was probably okay. Certainly Galio can't really kill an Ezreal once Ezreal's high enough up that he can sustain. But I think it was more just in the team fights that, I think the comps were fine. I think that the lanes were okay. I think the builds were all right, but they couldn't make the fights happen the way they wanted. And I don't know if it was just like really, really good positioning from Dignitas, but like I remember, there's the 3 kills at the very start of the game where they just like caught, the Ezreal Janna just caught Sona and Vayne at the top. They had caught Galio, or the first blood. The amazing push in from Jatt just like set the tone for the game. He's like, I'm a level ahead of you, and I just killed you. I'm gonna steal the red from your jungle. And he just like dominated that first fight. Warwick basically flashed away late. He thought he could get away, but he walked around the pillar instead of flashing it immediately. So he got caught. He dropped down. Morgana did not support in time. Just couldn't quite get there. Just ridiculously good moves from Jatt there. Set the tone, and then immediately solo top is just like, oh my gosh, damage. Blah. He just dropped that kid.
Yeah. And amazing to see is something you never see is, not to say anything about CRS that they did play badly, but 0s and 0s on either side. No kills or assists. Obviously, if you're not getting kills, you're not going to get assists. But at this level of play, for Dignitas to be able to pull away from each fight, understanding that they can go in with 100 HP, but not be the one that's going to be focused. Because they did that a lot. They continued to fight. We saw that Jatt went in with less than 300 health in a few fights right after Dragon. So they played very smart, the mindset in the game, understanding when the abilities of their opponents were being used, so they could come out and they could continue to punish once those abilities were not used on them.
Yeah, extremely strong play. And you can see even, some innovation there on the builds as well. I've really not seen this Nasus build very much, but it's like Ninja Tabby, Aegis Sheen, I forget the name of this one because I never buys it. Elisa's Miracle, and then Frozen Heart. It's like, I understand how all those items work. I understand like those are all really valuable, but like who sees Frozen Heart Nasus that often? Right? Like I understand he doesn't, need offense items to deal damage, and that Sheen's there for obvious reasons, but like that actual build is not one that you see very often. Especially the dodge boots is a really smart choice because he knows he's going to be most afraid of Vayne, just built pure like anti-physical, because Gallia's going to do some incidental damage, Morgana's going to do incidental damage, Warwick's going to do a little bit of incidental damage, but no one's going to actually like burst him as a mage. So he's like, I don't need MR, I'm just going to anti-Vayne, and it worked really, really well.
Yeah.
And so we're going to kick over to a commercial as we get ready for game 2, so stay tuned. See you after this break.
For this. I never asked to be shown how human I was.
It's my time. What truth will I find in my world?
Or how much more I could become.
Rated M for mature.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. We are in here for game 2 of Dignitas versus Curse. Jatt has made the game, he is in there. LoCicero is joining up as well. We are getting underway pretty soon into game 2, and this, if Dignitas wins, will be the final game of the night.
Yes.
I think Curse can bring it back. I know they're a strong team. Certainly, sure, that first game was the most lopsided of the games we've seen so far. Not even a kill from Curse Gaming, but I think it was just a couple of missteps, a couple of really, really good plays that you're not going to see every time that I think Curse can really pull this one back. I know they're a strong team. They definitely have the chance here. Dignitas, of course, put on a great showing, but I'm pulling for. I know they have the chance. They've got a lot of really, really, really strong players. And so I think we're going to see Curse bring this one back. That's what I'm rooting for. It's what I'm kind of seeing happen. I love when games go to all 3. When a match goes to the full best of 3, I always like having all those close games, having more to cast and more to show. So I'm just hoping for Curse Gaming.
Yeah, they have what it takes. I remember at Raleigh, they were able to come out strong. First game they had was against TSM, and they obliterated TSM, which really thought about that, and TSM was able to come back and play their original game. But Curse has what it takes to take a team off guard, and they really have the gameplay of what it takes to be at this caliber and this level. So we're definitely going to see better gameplay from them this time. I think things were switched up for them last time. I don't think we'll see any of the lane switching. I think we're going to have regular lanes by these guys. I may be wrong. Not that they're not regular and not that they don't know how to play those lanes, but I think they're going to go back to their regular, what they feel comfortable with, and we'll see if that happens for this next game. Waiting for Dignitas here to jump into the game, and whoever they just had an amazing one. Coming off of that, their adrenaline must be pumping. Yeah. Because I'm sure they feel amazing by letting 0 kills go. I mean, for a fact that, it happened and it could happen in any game, the fact that it did happen is really just a confidence boost. And that's huge to have, especially on LAN, because we've talked about the setting. It's different. You're against other people. Your emotions are running. And I even talked to some of the StarCraft players. They're like, when you get on stage and you play in that booth, everybody's skill level's up here, but it's brought to down here. So you still have to play at your best skill level because of those nerves and because of your environment and people standing around you, taking pictures. It's not, like I said, you sitting in your room and your mom yelling at you. So it really does almost put another wall in front of you to play with. So we'll have to see if Dignitas can continue to carry over that wall, and we'll see if Curse can break through that.
Yeah, I think they have a good chance here. I really, really do. They have so much skill in that team. All these players are varying levels of all-stars here. I mean, this is it's good teams. It's good players. They have a really good chance here. Of course, they're one of the invited teams. I mean, they can really put on a showing here, and I expect them to. I expect them to actually get a kill at the very least, but I really expect them to get the game win here. The stories of the matches have been, a lot of these teams are not with their full lineups. Dignitas losing out on Voyboy. Otherwise, such a fearsome team. But not to take anything from LoCicero, but starting lineup is starting lineup. But I think we're going to see Curse do a little bit better with their bans, a little bit better with their picks. I think letting Dignitas get that Zillion was actually a really big problem from last time, and he won the lane, and he actually made them win a lot of fights. The only reason they didn't get any kills was because they got revived by Zillion every time. And so you could have them drop that. You get rid of that champion, and it seems Zillion is like the North American champion all-star where everyone loves playing that guy because he makes things happen for your team. So you might see him get dropped out, and you'll see what happens the rest of this. So we're waiting on the 5th from Dignitas to come in. That's going to be, Cutie Pie is going to join in there. That's the AD player for the team. And we're going to see if they can make good things happen. Yeah, we are ready up here. Take it away. So hopefully they will start this game. We'll get into the picks and bans very, very shortly.
Awesome. Possibly our final match of the day. We've had a lot of 2-0s. So coming into tomorrow, there's going to be some amazing matchups of who can place into those final matchup. And we're going to see amazing matches going on. A lot of these games, as we said, going quick. We're going to see if Curse can really change up what happened last match. Again, we see Scarra being banned out right there. Dignitas on the first ban, Sidco to come up with the next one.
Yeah, so Soraka, Kog'Maw again. I think that's a repeat ban there. I think we're going to expect to see that Udyr banned out from Jatt, and I really expect to see them to get rid of Zilean as well, because that was such a problem. Again, the Cassiopeia aimed again. And there's a Kate. No, I guess they're just repeating the bans
fast
again.
bans.
Yeah, they're just like, all right, Kate's gone, Kate's gone, Kate's gone. Maybe they leave Udyr and Zilean in. They make him only take one, and they grab the other. That's a possibility. If you don't ban all the All-Stars, then you get to take one for yourselves. The Lee Sin ban, yeah. I mean, if I were Curse right now, I would not leave only one of Udyr and Zilean. So there's the Trundle ban. I expect the Udyr pickup. I really do. But that said, Nocturne, Gangplank also really good pickups. And let's see, I'm expecting Zilean. I just am. I think that they're not going to let themselves not take Zilean here. That it was such a force. Zilean I think is undefeated in the tournament so far.
Yeah.
It's such a sought-after champion that, yeah, Lepaka's probably really good with Udyr, but like,
there it is.
Yeah, okay, I'm wrong. Udyr's the grab. I would really expect Zilean at this point. That'd be a mistake not to do that. I would think. Yeah, there's a Zilean.
Very smart there. So much harass from last game. They are definitely not going to let Dignitas grab that again.
Is there any like ranged AD that they're really going to shoot for, or like a solo top that's going to really dominate here?
I'm sure. They could go with the Ashe, but Vayne brings a lot of utility to the game. They will go for Sona. Yeah.
So yeah, they're just picking the sustaining supports right here. Grab the Sona because Soraka's gone. Apparently, Liquid just really wants to play that Sona. They have a lot of haste here with the Zilean plus Sona. They can really initiate from range. They can really run across the map really quickly. They can certainly catch a champion unaware if they do it right. So still a good possibility here.
Waiting for that lock-in. They could be choosing here, and they will choose differently. They go for Ezreal. So they know that they possibly want Janna or Sona for their build right here. Ezreal would have been nice, or Janna would have been nice there, but she is for any AD with her shield.
Yep. So with Caitlyn and Kog'Maw gone, the two sort of primary long-range champions, they pick Ezreal as that Mystic Shot again has that long-range ability. So right now they're a very safe team. They can kind of get away from a lot of initiates, but at the same time they can also haste like Galio's in, and Galio's actually gone through 3 picks so far. Huh. I mean, Galio didn't win the game for Curse last time, but I mean, as long as you have the damage output, maybe you can make it happen.
We'll have to see. This is quite a long pick for these for both teams. Actually, coming out of that game, I think Dignitas feels that game was maybe a mix-up for Curse. Even themselves, they're still playing very careful here.
Yeah.
They're not just throwing their picks away. They understand that Curse understands what happened. A lot of understanding there, and Curse is kind of picking against Dignitas right now. You always should, but they're really focusing on that. So Dignitas is taking their time. They know that Curse is going to come out a lot stronger in this matchup.
That's what I expected. Yeah.
There we go. And they are going to go with Morgana instead of that Vayne. So now the Vayne is open, but they have their AD, so they don't have to worry about picking Vayne now. But that Morgana was awesome for them because that's what they had last time on Nijaki.
Yep, and LoCicero loves playing Morgana. It's one of the few champions he really plays constantly. It's basically Morgana, Nasus, and Pantheon are his champions. So you give him one of the champions he's comfortable with. That's going to be really good. Lepaka going to not go Warwick. Seems to not work very well for them last time. So now going for the Gangplank, and yep, there's the Janna. So the supports have been grabbed, and so it's going to be basically a bait fest for who's going to get the last solo top. And it's actually, I think this is really smart. Whereas Curse is like, okay, go pick your solo top. We're going to counter pick. They're basically going for that specifically because they know, Morgana's going to be good. They've got Zilean to fight against that, so it's a mirror match from last time of Zilean versus Morgana. But now it's like, okay, who's your solo top? If you go like Akali, Garen can hard counter that. Rumble, actually we haven't seen very much, but we see EU still play Rumble a little bit as a really good solo top champion. So we're going to see, what it's going to be. They can even switch, like Udyr to solo top and give him a different jungler. I think unlikely, but
yeah, I was saying if they throw that in there and put somebody else in, but wow,
Poppy,
right?
Interesting. Okay.
Fair enough.
That actually might be for LoCicero. I think he plays that champion too.
They don't have any range yet, and they need to fix that. So
they
we're
could
gonna
grab
go
Vayne
for the pick. Oh yeah, for sure.
Or they could do a babysat Poppy. They really could just do like an AD champion top, like Jarvan, and run like Poppy Sona bot. Yep, there it is. Yep, there's the AD solo, and oh, there. Oh, I wanted to see. I really did want to see Poppy. I'm glad to see Talon. I love Talon. He's such a great champion. I love those assassin types, and Corki's a good pick here. Corki is definitely strong. Is very safe against a team like Gangplank and whatever sort of is up top there.
Yeah, right. I say they have no range and they grab some of the longest in the game.
But the weird thing about Talon is he's counterable in lane, and I'm surprised they put this with the definite solo top still out there to be picked.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
no.
what a troll.
Trolling me
what
is
a
double
troll.
lift. Double lift be trolling.
All right, so you did say Nightjacky had quite a rise. We'll have to see what he can do in middle, so it's going to be Rise
he can
versus
shut
Morgana.
down Talon hard. He can completely shut down Talon.
This is true.
Like, really,
You're like, you want this to happen. That's what I just heard.
Like, both those, well, I mean, so I want Curse to win because I won game 3, and I'm just like, I saw Talon like get almost picked like 2-3 times. Like, come on, Talon. And I like wanted that Rise to come out there, so oh my gosh, but it's like Jatt gets to play his own champion, he gets to play Udyr, LoCicero gets his Morgana. I'm really, really happy to see this Talon being played. Scarra loves these like slightly underappreciated guys here, where it's like, Talon, Katarina, guys like this. And the thing is, with a Morgana pick, could have been Katarina. I mean, look, there's like no stuns on that team. Their one stun is Janna. You black shield that and you're like, by the way, cat ult.
That's true, you keep spinning in Rune Prison.
You keep spinning in Rune Prison, man. That team has no stuns. I would totally pick Cat in this lineup. That said, I'm not as good as these players.
We got 50 seconds until this game starts here at IPL3 Origins. We have League of Legends going on. It started today, Saturday. Amazing.
Good.
It's going on until tomorrow. They've had StarCraft going on for the past 2 days. Amazing matches in and out. A lot of the tops being pushed out. A lot of the people that thought were going to do amazing. But now we have the League of Legends action premiering here. We did this morning. We had some Epic versus V8. Epic moving on that one. All of the games have been 2-0s. Unexpectedly, everybody coming out really strong. There's usually some falters by some teams in the first day. But CLG coming out in their game against Goose, 2-0 as well. In the best out of 3. TSM taking Complexity in a best of 3, 2-0 as well. And now 1-0 Dignitas to continue that role for the teams of winning and possibly going 2-0 here versus Curse. Now a new lineup for Curse. Not too good of a game for him last time, but they definitely rethought this one, and their mentality coming into this game a lot stronger. I don't think we're going to see anything chance. Probably won't be any too much jungle invasion. Like you said, there really isn't a lot of CC on that team, and they'd be going up against a pretty hard first level fight.
Yeah, and the cool things here is actually you've got like a almost full reversal lineup. You've got the Zillion, Janna, Ezreal, which were on Dignitas last time, switching over. The Sona, back on the other side, Morgana as well. Udyr not banned, of course, instant grab there. So a couple of changes, couple of actually, copy and paste and reversals. So we'll see if this works out quite well. I'm just gonna watch Talon all game though. I'm just basically it's gonna be like Teemo. I'm just gonna like double click him and just like zoom in, just watch and just wait for him to kill stuff. And I'm actually really excited for this one. Talon is fun to watch, dude. Talon does cool stuff.
Oh, I looked down at Double Lift and I was totally expecting to see Blitzcrank, and I just got sad again. Like, sadness.
At least we did see Darius play Singed. Well, you didn't. You did. Darius did get Singed up there in that game 2 of Epic.
That's always fun. He's always like, just let me play Singed. In the Darius voice.
And pretty much that voice, too.
In the Darius voice.
I really want to play Singed, guys. Singed is a really fun champion. Oh, man, I just got first blood. I'm so excited right now.
All right. He's like, can't you hear it in my voice?
Yeah. Be back playing 800 by 600 windowed mode. That's the Darius way. Even on land, he like goes windowed mode, shrinks down the resolution, turns all the settings to bottom. It's the Darius way, man. Camera locked, everything.
I actually went and looked at his build, and I said his Twitter is Sir Dies a lot, and my room pages think Sir Dies a lot, and you can absolutely troll the hell out of people with that build. Like, I have not lost the top lane with that build. I don't know what he did or mathematics he did to figure that rune page out, but it works really well.
Cool. And just FYI, the word of the game is going to be y'all. I've decided that. The word of the game is y'all.
All right.
Y''ALL. All right. So, 2 of you at home are going to laugh at that because you'll know what I'm referring to. Anyway, so I do obscure jokes is what I do. I'm hilarious. Okay, Zillion, Ezreal, Janna, Gangplank, Sailor Gangplank, and Scholar Rise. They line up for Curse. Quite powerful there. We see Scarra boots 3 potions on Talon. Here's Corki. Here is Morgana. A lot of these players are playing champions that they main. This could be quite interesting. These are champions these guys just like to play. Not even just lineup specific, just like I like playing this champion. It's super powerful, and we shall see.
So it looks like Udyr has gone for his skill first, so that's going to be a little bit more difficult for the CC on the first fight. Like I said, though, I don't think Curse has any intentions of doing this. Throwing a little party between mid turrets here. Kind of just waiting to see if they get a ward. Janna's making sure Wraiths don't get taken. A very smart idea, even especially because, you know, you expect Dignitas to be very scary right now. You expect them to push. A nice ward there is going to counter a little bit early, but she could have stood there for that Wraith and saved that ward for a little bit later. It's going to be useful still.
Yep, they might position themselves somewhere else. Maybe
Right.
Jana wants to come down and help another aggression. But they've got the anti-push ward down like that, another anti-push ward coming down for Dignitas. So both players playing safely against these jungle invasions. I think the wards could almost spot each other if it weren't for the brush right there. So we'll see how that plays out. Double lift, face checking a little bit with the Q, learning his lesson.
Nuh-uh.
And they've even got a clairvoyance down. Like he's totally like not gonna hit a brush.
It's like I don't trust you. That CV may not be working. Let me fire a Q shot.
Good work. So there's LoPaka in there, has used the raise morale, going for these kills onto these jungle minions. Doing a pretty good job of all this, of course. 25 gold picked up, and going to run away for the blue, not taking any more damage. He'll clear those out later.
All right, Jackie making his way to lane. It looks like they're giving quite a bit of help here. They took Wraiths, or rather Wolves, and now they're waiting for him to do quite a bit of damage. Nice job by Scarra getting out of the way of that one. He's going to be able to smite it as soon as he leaves range, not to steal any experience from the jungle. And looks like Inkblink is actually just finishing his blue. Oh no, he did Wolves as well. So they're kind of on the same path right now. Bottom lanes, duking it out. They did get the CV down there to make sure nothing tricky is going on. Janna is in the bush, and they're going to be able to farm up easily. We'll go up top and see this lane we've been talking about. We have Jackie versus Scarra. It looks like they will leave Zillion to middle.
Yep, so yeah, Scarra versus Zillion at versus Rise at top. Going to be a little bit scary for him. As I said, that's going to be a pretty good counter lane. Cicero fighting Sidco. A lot of damage coming out here. Good black shield, going to keep himself alive. Did not actually take any bomb damage because of that. Scar going to keep running about. He's got to be a little bit afraid using that rake to farm minions, but of course not in great shape here because he's got to be very afraid of Rise's burst combo. And you see Rise back to full mana. That mana crystal, of course, giving him a lot of damage. Has a point in E as well, so that spell flux going to be nice and scary. Cicero going to keep standing in mid as best he can.
A little bit more health on Morgana's side. Looks like she may have some HP per levels or something. She is definitely increasing a little bit more, and that's really going to help her in lane. You know, the bomb that Sidco thinks is going to do all that damage will do the same amount of damage, but she is not going to lose the amount of health he thinks compared to what he has, or what she thinks she has. Yeah, you know, you get it.
Don't worry, I understand.
It's there.
We're good. We're good. I got you.
So that's really going to help her out. Good room build there. It will help her sustain in lane as well, as we can see that, you know, Zillion's health is going down. As we go to the jungles, looks like reds have been grabbed, and the blue grabbed here by LoPaka, just kind of chilling out. Scarra's like, I am staring straight at you. I know you're in that bush. LoPaka just goes ahead, walks away from that situation, and they're going to continue to farm that lane. But actually, there are no wards down there. Scarra's play is just, I guess, looks like there was a ward there.
Good guesses there.
Right.
He's actually last hitting quite well, even despite this aggression. You can see that Scar's last hit's 13, Rise only 10, but he's got this minion wave to deal with, so might get much better in the very near future. Actually doing a great job listening to the Look at all these. He's almost been getting all of them. So he's actually tied that one pretty much back up, 11 to 13. Scar going to come through, take down as much as he can. Going to keep pushing that to the turret. They're doing a good job of that. Look at that. The damage output is quite nice. Scar taking some attacks there, but should probably have health regen points, I would assume.
Bit of an invasion here. Jatt running into the jungle. They do have a CV up, and he does see that the CV is up. LoPaka just viewing that eye over the side of his red buff.
Careful.
Could get pinched here. Looks like
he's going to
hit.
Sidco not in great shape. LoPaka can push back. They could really just jump Sidco.
Wow.
And Talon's coming by to help out with Jatt. This is going to be good. Rise coming down as well. He's going to have a 3v3 fight in the jungle unless Morgana doesn't show up. Rise is there. And there's Blast. They're going to go for it. Then burst onto Jatt. Jatt down to half health. A lot of damage out. He's going to flash away, but the bomb is on his face. And there's the kill. First blood picked up by LoPaka. Revenge has happened. And now Jackie going to drop down.
Wow.
Scarra very, very, very low, and he will fall as well. That's 2 kills picked up. 1 traded, though. Cicero will flash Lol, but Curse Gaming taking that one over. Double buff on LoPaka. Says, thank you very much, Jatt. I will grab those buffs, and now I'm very happy. And he's, he's 2 kills, 2 assists on each of Zillion and Rise, so nice stuff there.
That was really well played, and actually Dignitas had a lot of time to react to that. They had a lot of time to react. And as they were coming in, they kind of just waited there. and they went on for the attack. They did a very nice job of doing that. It was really, Dignitas took too much time to do that. Having 2 people there, having your bottom lane and middle lane visible, you know there's only 2 people in your jungle. They felt perfectly fine taking that fight on, and Curse really didn't even worry about playing cautious on that. They knew they were going to come out on top by sheer numbers. So really, already their gameplay has changed. They're a little bit more aggressive. We still haven't seen Lepaka come out of the jungle too much to do any kills here, but he also didn't with Warwick until the team fight. So we'll have to see if he utilizes that differently with Gangplank, possibly a bottom push. They are kind of pushed up quite far, and PewDiePie would be able to take a good amount of damage here as his healer just left.
Yeah, that's going to be nice there. PewDiePie should be afraid a little bit of Jana Ezreal. If they knew that Sona was gone, they could really push in and get... Oh, wow, a Q, he walks into it. Oh, PewDiePie. And they've got the ward there. Actually, they should know that Sona's gone because they had that ward in the brush. I'm surprised they're not actually pushing in right now. Maybe they're afraid of the minion wall. But PewDiePie doing a great job pushing to the turret. It's going to recall from that. It's a really smart move there. They've got, they basically kept Curse Gaming busy with that. Double's going to maybe walk forward. Will he go for the Q? He's actually not going to stop that recall. I think that's a mistake to not mess with him a little bit. But Scarra is 5. Nightjackie is actually 6. Rise came out quite ahead in that fight, so Scarra must be afraid, taking a lot of damage here. He's gotten those 2 longswords here, and wow, the Q spam. Just so strong, and Nightjackie, of course, has that Tear of the Goddess. Gonna be really happy about that. Nice rate coming out, and Scarra just more and more taking this damage here.
Yeah, it really helps him. Scarra doesn't want to jump onto him. You are going to be silenced for a little bit, but he's going to be able to prison, walk a few steps away, and do the damage he needs to do. So yeah, like you said, Nightjackie playing a very good Rise in his lane right now. Talon really can't do too much about that. We do have wards being placed all over just the bottom bushes. It looks like they're being utilized quite a bit here in this matchup, and they just don't want anything to chance. They're going to get all the vision that they can. Clearing out a quick minion wave there with his ulti. Looks like they will be backing on this one. Doublelift looking to grab some items.
Indeed. You see Scarra going back up to the lane, has some new potions and a ward, but nothing that's really going to beef him up against this Rise. If I were him, I actually would have grabbed a Null Magic Mantle instead of one of the longswords, just to try to keep alive in that lane, be able to actually play some aggression. But he probably knows better than I do. But it's just this Rise is scary the whole time. Look at that. He walks up, takes 200 damage, walks up, takes 200 damage. It's going to repeat for a long time. Those Rise without boots, maybe he can do some cool things to him.
And that Tear of the Goddess is only going to give him more and more mana, so it's really in his favor right now. That Brutalizer trying to be developed by Scarra is going to do a lot of damage and could take Nightjackie off guard. Nightjackie just has so much mobility to get out of something, to make his way back to the turret and be safe in the situation. So we do have an Udyr, however, coming up top. Jatt looking to make some presence in top lane. He makes his way in. He is going all the way back around. Looks like, I don't want to fight right now. I saw he was pushed close to his turret. I'll see if the golems are there, which they are not. And this is not, you can't just dive a Rise. It's not going to work. He can stun you up. The turret's going to start slapping you in the face. Not something you want to have happen. They're going to be cautious about this. They want possibly to get Scarra Rune Prison right outside of that range. That'd be an easy dive for him. But it's probably like they're going to back off.
Curse for Dragon. Chris doing a great job, but they've actually been caught. It's going to be a little bit scary. They got it down low. They probably won't leave at this point. There's the ult coming out. Doublelift trying to get away from PewDiePie and everyone else. Actually dodges some of that damage. Great job there, but here comes Cicero. Could they get the damage up? But no, flash from everyone. Cicero now extremely low. Could they pick this up? Lepaka getting extremely close to dead, but he's been zillion ulted. Cicero will drop down. Chris picked up another kill. Sidco at like 12 health being alive, and now PewDiePie might fall. Lepaka!
Oh, wow, great stun. Great stun coming out of the hands of Jatt on that one. They were able to take down Gangplank before he took down PewDiePie. Very nice job there. Lepaka staying in. I thought after that zillion he would have got himself out. Yeah, but he went for the kill. If you know you're going to die, does he? Yes, he does. So he could have flashed out. But I say, if you know you're going to die, do as much damage as you can, but he definitely had a way out of that fight.
Wow, Scarra really spamming down these minions. Actually jumped in there, went for Rake and his ult as well, just to clear the minion wave, just to make it harder for Nightjackie to do anything, and actually his recall right away. So he's got Brutalizer almost for sure. You're gonna pick that one up, and he gets the Null Magic Mantle as well. So he's nice and riced.
Awesome.
And you can see how much gold he has. Just 13 left over, so exactly enough to go recall, pick up those items. And it's gonna make him very scary against Rise. Rise only with 42 armor, an extra 15, of course, armor pen right here because the Brutalizer is quite valuable there.
Yeah, it's going to help him out, plus giving him cooldowns, and that's very helpful because he has that cat-like Shunpo with the silence involved, and if you are CC'd, he is going to do more damage even, so very nice from him there. We do see the ward going down. That was pinged that he put one down there, and very nice job as they know exactly what their opposing team is doing, and that's how you counter See, we do have a Zilean being forced to time himself and go down. He does have the speed, but it's going to be a 2v1. Janna coming up to give some assistance here. Can't exactly heal him, and it
nice
looks
shot.
like he may go down. His ulti is up, but will he use it for himself? And he does use it on himself. However, it's going to be a 3v3 situation now. As he comes back up, Lepaka's like, sorry, dude. I think you're taking a little bit too much damage. Heads off. Janna's also forced out. The Valkyrie over the wall, quickly coming out with some attacks, and a very nice job by Corki. The explosion on that attack, I believe it's the 4th attack that he shoots out, will do a lot more damage and have a bit of an AoE to it. Very nice job there. We're going to see if they can be forced off of this turret by the Gangplank ult.
Yep, they're going to keep the turret most likely alive. Well, actually, yeah, there we go. They've got rid of the rest of those minions, so yep, Locust will get forced back. They're going to be okay. He's on a half health, but again, when they have that Sona in there, that sustain is nice. They're going to go for it again. Liquid will try to shield the turret, maybe toss another Q out, but they're not in good shape now. They will lose that turret. And Dignitas back into this game, 3-3 the kill score, and they've gotten the turrets. Now they're winning in gold. Finally, first turret of the game, though they have not gotten the dragons. But Scarra now doing great against Nijaki up top. Scarra.
So much more presence from Curse in this game. It's just unbelievable to what they played last game. It seems like they just allowed TSM the entire map, and Curse is just doing a very good job of coming out. They did just lose a turret, but they are able to come back, or they did just take a turret rather. So they're playing very well. Global gold to them early. They didn't get any global gold until about 19 minutes into the game, or 20 minutes into the game last time. So already they're on the up and up. It's 14K, 14.8 to 14.5. So this game is within inches for either team.
Yep, and actually Ezreal is the most farmed champion on the map right now, so
Nice.
that's going to be good for Curse. He's actually got a significant gold advantage over that Corki. Of course, Corki has a lot of good area of effect damage that could always be scary. You've got to be a little bit wary of how that plays out. But yeah, 3,500 gold versus 3,600. It's only 100 difference, but hey, you know, that might just make a difference.
If it's all to one person, hell yeah.
You never know.
So we'll see, still top. Scarra doing what he can to farm. Doesn't want to get too pushed, but that Q obviously will push your lane quite hard. He's going to be getting that going back. Looks like he may have some gold that he wants to buy, as he does. So he doesn't worry that his
Likely
lane's getting
Mertrex.
pushed up too far. Yep. You see Zilean coming back down into lane. Morgana just hanging out. Everybody's just doing what they can to farm right now. Really no initiations. Items are being purchased. Any big completions yet? We do not have too many. Obviously, jungle has the Wriggles. Udyr does not have his Wriggles yet, or a Moderate, so he's been doing a lot of attacking in lane, coming out, getting kills, and assisting in the ganks rather than going for his own jungle. But still, you know, either or helps as long as you can do your job.
Yep, so Lepaka making his way back into the jungle. Only 300 gold down this team. Yeah, it's going to be a really, really close game. Scarra actually getting 2 more long swords. It could be Hex Drinker. That makes sense, actually. Getting Hex Drinker against this champion comp that he's facing. And yeah, so not Mertrex, but Hex Drinker could be quite convenient. Going to be a lot of bonus damage there, and of course a nice amount of durability against Ryze and Co. So quite smart.
A donation of blue buff over to Morgana. She's also going to throw a ward down into her river. It looks like Zilean was going top. He wanted to assist in the fight. Starts moving away too much. He's silenced, but he just gets out of the silence in time. Thank God for no, he doesn't even have Merc Treads. He was just able to break that.
It's a 1 second silence only,
Yep.
so yeah.
All right. That
Did
was
burn
huge.
Flash, but
he did have to burn Flash. Successful gank is successful. We'll have to see if they
Jatt
can
did as well.
go
so.
ahead and take this turret out. Doesn't look like they're going to have to take too much damage from Ryze. He could throw out a Spell Flux with the overdrive on, but they're still going to be able to go ahead and take this.
Scarra could burst him. There's the ult in from Gangplank. A lot of damage being dealt here. Jatt down a half, and here comes Lepaka. They could go for this. Jatt taking a lot of damage. He's still chasing on down. He's going to have that Rune Prison soon. There it is. Spell Flux coming out. That's 1 kill. Can they chase down Undertale? And Zilean has come by, and that's going to be scary. Can he burst Ryze? Can he do it? It's going to be close. He's got to catch him. Nice job there. Curse picking up 2 kills. They lost the turret for it, but they can counterattack with this.
Yeah, they did a very nice job there. They may have lost the turret, but they stood strong, and they knew that they were going to be able to take some, get some kills off of that. So it's pretty much like just trading back the gold. It wasn't global, but they were able to get enough back to kind of not make that hurt as much. So we're going to see Morgana coming out. Very nice Dark Binding, just straight through the bush with no vision, able to take that out, unless there was a CV there that I missed. Looks like everybody's going to be backing in this situation when they really could just absolutely turn on Morgana right now.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I mean, like, she's safe with Black Shield and all that, but like realistically, that's a champion you can kill.
Bottom lane getting pushed quite hard. They are forced back behind the turret.
Yep. Cicero's going to make it out. And let's see. Oh, Dignitas are in position for Dragon. Yep, we just coming by. Corki's staying there, and there it is. They're not going to get there in time. It's going to be a dragon for Dignitas. Nice job. Much better timing by them. They read this position quite well. Liquid knows he can't help this.
And they are going to be able to get that nice gold for themselves. 190 gold around. Udyr picking up the extra 25 from the initial kill on Dragon. Looks like they will start to head back into their jungle. They do have good counter wards from Curse's side, which is really allowing them to do a lot of the things that they have been. It's 5-3 in their favor right now, and or 3-5 in the favor of Dignitas, that is. We'll have to see what they can do.
Yeah, Dignitas is winning despite having less kills because they are getting those dragons and turrets. They're up 2 turrets to 0, so that's a big deal. Let's see, who is the most farmed in the game? Looks like 4,700 on Ezreal, 49. Corki's actually overtaken there, so Corki, and that's of course just the global gold income, and you got 2 turrets and an extra dragon or so. Corki's gonna be nice and beefy. You can see he's most of the way to Trinity Force, has 2 of the 3 pieces. Ezreal not in great shape, gotta be careful. But they can actually jump. Oh, Lopaka's right there. This could be huge. There's the ult gonna push them both in. Loca's probably gonna drop. There's one. Now can they kill Udyr? He's nice and tanky. Scarra's coming by. Scarra could own them. Here comes Scarra. Doublelift not in great shape. Oh, Corki missed the Valkyrie, but still, the rocket's coming out, and that's gonna be a kill. Nice pickup by Scarra. They trade 1 for 1. Udyr did not fall, so that's a good trade right there.
That was a lot of damage he just took. That turtle form absolutely keeping him alive, doing a very nice job of waiting for his team to come back. And again, you know, that's something that Curse does not want to see, that 3 of their members could not take out an Udyr, and that gets quite scary in the late game if Udyr is tanky now and they're not able to do that damage. If he can continue to sustain that tank, no matter what they build, he's going to be able to do that every time. Yep. We'll have to see if they can shut him down anytime soon. The lanes are being pushed. More gold in favor of Dignitas goes down
nice
there.
Shot.
Yes, just missed.
All right, they're gonna retreat. He's actually working towards that Glacial Shroud's gonna have it soon. Spam those abilities, getting some nice gold out of this. See how far he is. He's up to 5,000 gold, so he's not too bad, but Corki's just ahead. They do know that they're nearby. They see that there are 4 in mid. This could be scary. Let's see what they can do with this. Dignitas getting ready to push through. Yep, Scar's got some nice damage here. Able to one-shot cast your minions with Rake. See what else they can do.
So, you know, this is what kind of could hurt Curse there. No, they're rotating over to the side. They're doing a really nice job. They're going to defend their jungle. They had a lot bottom. Janna was actually going bottom as well. That was going to put 3 down there. So they really need to reposition themselves, what they're trying to do. A little too late on that one, but they do have the right idea. And we'll see if they can capitalize off this. It looks like they kind of got Sitco a little bit there, but not enough to really initiate on. They're going to move out of this one after taking red. Now Udyr and Corki potentially, if they get hits, can slow somebody, and that's really going to hurt in a fight when you can do that to just about everybody.
Oh yeah, for sure. They have really good chasing right now with this comp. I mean, Scarra can run in there, of course. Is a giant AoE slow. They have, you know, Udyr's a great chase. Corki can chase, plus the red buff, as you said. You know, great on both these guys. So that said, I mean, Curse has really good mobility. They have the Janna passive. They have Gangplank's raise morale. They have, you know, Zillion speed buff. Ezreal can kind of get across the map really quickly. He has that global as well. So we're gonna see how this plays out. Right now, the Morgana gonna be donated blue buff. It's gonna be really, really good for her.
Looks like she gets that quite easily, and they will kind of be forcing their way. Oh, no. It looks like there was just a ward at Baron. Liquid was trying to clear that out. Nice Oracle's work right now. He's going to find another one, take that out. A little bit of gold for himself for buying Oracles. It'd be nice to pay that off. And they are going to get back into the game here as they move to mid. We do have 3 members of Dignitas right now. Not just about milling about, making sure they are not making sure. Yeah, making sure that the minions don't get up to the turret. And like I said, these teams just having very good turret control and lane control the entire game.
2 levels of difference, but I think with Cutie Pie having more items, this could be really, really scary for Doublelift.
Yep.
1v1 at the turret. And Doublelift with some good Qs, but I'm just not quite sure. Corki's a very scary champion.
Yeah, not too much vision right now. They both kind of have that escape plus chase ability, Valkyrie and Arcane Shift. And neither one, I think Arcane Shift has a little bit longer of a cooldown, so we'll have to see if there was a chase. I think Corki would be able to come out on top of that with the Gelbin.
And Arcane Shift down to 10 actually. He's been ranking it up, so that cooldown's a little bit better there. Sitco dodging that Dark Binding. Curse still around.
And they're pinging on Corki down bottom. They just don't want him to farm. But they do ping that, and then they're kind of pinging towards Dragon. Like, should we force this? There's somebody bottom. What can we do here? We're really probably not going to be able to take it here at 20 minutes. Everybody's a little low, and they don't have the damage for it. Yeah, you think they have the damage?
With Scarra up top, they can easily 5v4. Scarra doesn't have TP.
This is true.
Yeah, Corki's shoving bot. Like, Scarra's up top. They can easily get this 1 turret at least. I know Rise is not a great turret killer, but they should really go for this. But Ezreal's actually, oh, Sidco, you're in bad shape. You're in really bad shape.
Jatt leaving nothing to chance there, and he just runs in everything to chance, rather.
That's harsh. The Zilean and John ult is gonna be a really bad fight because he's gonna get one-shotted by Scarra basically, and yeah, they're gonna pressure Baron because of this.
Oh, good find by Locust, takes out that ward, and yeah, they have to pressure Baron, especially after that. Like you said,
oh, wow.
2 ultis down, it makes such a change in the fight. Now they're not gonna be able to displace anybody. They're really not gonna be able to save anybody. So it's gonna be up to the initial damage and then the cooldowns right after that. There we go.
Actually, time bomb's good. Scar's actually a little bit low, so. Now Scar's a little bit afraid. He's down to half health, and yep, now they got a recall. That was a great little poke there. Zilean got his time bombs off. I really feel like if Scarra wanted to, I think they had the vision. He could have just like jumped onto Zilean and bursted him and tried to get away, and just traded that out. I think that actually would have been worthwhile to do.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because it was like a guaranteed kill and a chance to live, and then you're like, oh, if we got that kill, we have Baron. And it's like a 50-50 trade, but you know,
it would
you
have been
lose
that
nothing.
Lee Sin moment. Q out Ian, or Q out WN.
More or less.
Right. So here we go. Looks like Blue is going to be traded off here. Sidco going to be able to take that for himself, throwing down the bombs. A little bit of help from Doublelift there. Doublelift has actually a pretty nice health steal as he does have that Vampiric Scepter. He's going to be building the Bloodthirster, continuing to do damage. Almost steals that from Sidco, but he is able to get it. Looks like they're all kind of converging in the same spot here. Dragon. Did that spawn? Yes. Is it up?
Nope,
it is up.
now.
And they will be able to go for that in just a few
Wards
seconds
everywhere.
here as they try to force this fight.
Ooh, Liquid's got to be afraid. He knows stuff's nearby. There's a ward right there, though, is a scary thing. And they're a little bit separated, right? They're 3 on one side, 2 on the other. They have to go in, and if they get the coordination right, they'll make this happen. And Jatt is a little bad shape. Oh, it looks like Scarra in the front. Nijaki getting low. This is a really good fight for them. Doublelift taking a ton of damage. Cutie Pie going to go for the pain. Udyr has dropped, and now it's Doublelift trying to get away. He's going to make it okay. Dignitas, Cutie Pie taking a lot of damage. Lopaka behind him. Can he get the kill in time? One more shot. Won't quite kill Cutie Pie. There's Ezreal coming in. Doublelift, nice job there. Time up comes off. And now Scarra trying to run away. He's actually lost his Hex Drinker shield. More damage coming in from Nijaki. And actually, there's only the only one alive. And yes, they picked up that last kill. Curse loses 2. They pick up 5. Wonderful job by Curse Gaming. 6-11. And now they have free reign over the dragon. And I'm pretty sure they're going to like that.
That was a really awesome fight. Even though the Dignitas knew it was coming, they really fumbled during that fight. As Jatt tried to get out, he actually flashed with a bomb on his head and with 100 health left. You're going down, I would have just taken that. That's a long time to wait for flash. Now they get a free dragon. They just got an ace. Like I said, Curse definitely changed. Oh no, it's going to reset.
You need Rise to show back up and kill it.
There we go. Looks like it will go down for the...
A lot of the time bomb. That's scary. You don't want to let that happen. I know they're trying to like get back in time to stop Baron, but like you got to get the dragon first, man. It's okay.
Doing a great job there, Curse, a new mentality into this game and a definite adrenaline rush from that power play. And they're going to come out. They will be going for Baron. Does this ace trade that for Baron? They had to waste their cooldowns and take a lot of damage to make that fight happen. Could that work against them here? And it looks like they will be able to get back in time, and they will be able to stop Dignitas twice.
Not yet, not yet.
2 words in one. Well, they
Locust
may be able
low,
to.
no oracles,
Dignitas not giving up as easily as he did last time.
Yeah, this is scary. Sidco's ult. Oh, wow, the damage. He's got his ult up, though. They could go for this. Taking a lot of damage. He's got to cast it soon. It's going to be on Lopaka. Here comes the damage, but Jatt is in front. Jatt taking a lot of damage, getting away. He's got a time up in his face. He's going to probably drop down. Looks like Cutie Pie's going to drop down as well. Lopaka has revived. Now LoCicero in the front. LoCicero taking a ton of damage, but has the Zonya's used. Now Jackie gets stunned. He's trying to get away, but Gangplank in the fray right there. This is burst damage coming out. Jackie picks up that kill. Now Scar's trying to run away. The ult comes off. It's going to be some good damage out, but Doublelift's going to take some pain. His W's not up yet. Yeah, Loki's going to get away. Looks like they picked 3 and actually only lost 1.
That talent ulti just shredded their team so much. I thought they were going to die.
They can't Baron off this, but
no.
It doesn't really matter at this point. Ezreal trying to get blue. There you go.
That seems to happen a lot in this game. It's resetting for him. Unfortunate. It's always that situation. But they're able to get it. Great job and great fights. Curse turning this game around 100%. And right now, after these are happening, they're kind of gaining their ground. The fights are coming down to where they are at 100 HP and they're not able to do much after this. A lot of these fights from them from now on have to be with a turret and have to be with a dragon. They need to capitalize off of these big attacks.
Yep. And I just want to point out that Nijaki Rise 5-1-4. Being a bit of a fanboy right now, but he's carrying that game, and I want to see a game 3, so that Rise. Oh man, it's like it's Teemo all over again. Just gonna follow him around all game. I said it was gonna be Scarra's talent, but you know, one of these guys is winning, so I'm a fair weather fan, if nothing else. All right, Liquid 112, clearing wards, and he walks past a ward. There you go. Good job, John.
Give him a round of applause.
25
golf
gold.
clap ward kill.
Apparently it's like the wizard clap. It's like on the wrist or something. I don't know. I've been told that's like the wizard clap.
Wizards can't clap their hands together?
Well, I don't know. They just like do this like wrist thing. I don't really read or watch Harry Potter, but I've been told
from PewDiePie here. Oh, you were told? Did you visit
by
Hogwarts?
other writers. No, other writers are like freaking giant Harry Potter fans. Like, no. The golf clap is the thing of the past. If you're a real nerd, you do the wizard clap. Apparently that's a thing.
Fair enough. I'll remember this.
I'm trusting them.
Looks like Curse is being pushed back. Not pushed back, but they're choosing to go back into their jungle right now as they are just kind of following this choo-choo train of Dignitas making its way through the jungle. They're like, what's up? We're just going around. Loco line. And back out of the jungle. They're like, hey, they don't have anything. We don't have anything. I guess we can't farm right now. We'll wait for the next fight.
Yeah, they did not land a CV in time, so Chris could not faithfully chase that without getting blindsided by Dark Bindings and such. So they have lost some of their jungle to the rampaging Dignitas team. And the thing is, despite all these fights that are so amazing, they're only up 1,000 gold. I mean, they were behind. They've been kind of fighting neck and neck. Certainly, Nijak is going to get even more farmed, and he's soon going to upgrade to Archangels or Manamune probably. He's got the Banshee's Veil. He's going to get Frozen Heart soon. That's going to help a lot against Scarra. And we're going to see if they can get anything else. I don't see an Aegis on this team. That would help a lot against Scarra as well, giving that whole team that nice 18 armor, really drop down some of his damage, because he's all flat penetration. So you buff those up a little bit, and you get a lot more out of it.
Right, we'll see. Oh, Corky coming in from the side, but he gets prisoned up. I don't know what he was thinking. He just kind of got out there to do some damage. Not know what he was thinking that was bad, but it wasn't going to do too much, so it was more of a waste of a cooldown. Yeah. Let's just, I guess, the poke and poke, but you do what you got to do. As he moves back into the jungle, looks like their blue may be up here as we see two converging on that. Going to go ahead and donate that off to Sidco. To see Dignitas is like, hey, we got jungle creeps too. Let's try to farm something since we push these lanes so much, and they're trying to get that farm as much as possible. And that's something you actually have to watch out for. Dignitas, if they were to push a lot, yeah, they're doing good and they're taking turrets, but you're also feeding your minion waves into the other team. So with that pressure, you got to continue to pressure so they cannot just farm what you're giving to them. And they've been doing a pretty good job. Curse coming up on the big fights, however, but they also need to take that advantage of the fight and start hitting some turrets.
Yeah, the really cool thing here is Leplaka's, I think he's actually doing a really, really smart build. He maxed Raise Morale and then maxed Parlay. So he's like heavy physical damage, because when you're against like Morgana and like, look at the Udyr stacking MR, Aegis, Wits End, Mercury Treads, physical damage is actually going to be really, really good here. And so he's got as much physical damage as possible. Of course, he's going to let that Ezreal auto attack do a ton of damage here. The Janna shield, of course, adding a bunch as well. And they see Corky's far, so Baron. Right? That's purple ping Baron. They're like, yo guys, we know that one of their main fighters is far. They can have that ward get cleared out. They've got to be a little bit afraid here. Scarra takes some damage, but they're really pushing for Baron, and they've got it down to half. And Corky's still far. They have a really good chance of getting this Baron properly, and let's see if they can get it. It's going to be scary. It's down to half. They know what's going on, and they've caught Jatt a little bit, but Jatt is not the target they want. The ult goes off. Leplaka's taken that ult from Zilean. He's going to push through really hard, but Lepaka going to get caught alone. There's LoCicero for the ult. This could turn the game right now. A perfect ult from Morgana. They've only gotten one stun, but there's, oh my gosh, that was amazing from Scarra. Going to pick up 1, 2, and
stun.
3.
Beautiful crescendo.
Wow, they just picked up 4 kills in a row. That was amazing. And Dignitas almost giving themselves a free Baron. Nice push in from Dignitas.
Yeah, they weren't even doing Baron for that long, and I was expecting that to be a big fight in favor of Curse. You said it was at half health. It's like, that's a lot of damage onto Baron. But it looks like they could be forced off here. Actually, Rise coming in, going for the Spell Flux, trying to take Baron for his team, and they are not able to get it. A nice quick Q there, able to take down Rise and able to re-ace the team, grabbing Baron.
Yeah, nice job. Dignitas really taking that one. We're still, despite all that, only up 2,000 gold. We've seen those advantages come back and forth a couple of times, but they got a full ace plus Baron. That is a huge momentum swing. They can take turrets. You see up top, they've got a lot of minions here. They could go for it. This dragon is up right now. And yeah, I think, Curse, they had a good idea with Corky's far. Let's bait them, but I'm thinking Dignitas did a great job. They actually, basically they got too aggressive. Lepaka ran in there, took a Zilean ult, and he let the Zilean ult time out. Because they ran away properly. They were far enough back. They didn't take a full fight. And I mean, Dignitas had such a great control there. They bought enough time for Corky. They should know, they're not going to take that full fight. They need to get Corky in there. And it worked so incredibly well. There's the dragon dropping down. 41.3 to 38.0 thousands of gold. It's working quite nicely.
It's really helping them out. We're cresting 30 minutes into this game, holding true to their defense, but finally losing a turret just a few minutes ago. Dignitas loses their first in middle. It is the outer line of turrets absolutely crushed down. All 3 of them for Curse right now. Not too bad. Sometimes it's actually easier to farm at your second turret if you're being pushed really hard. And like I said, Dignitas needs to keep up that pressure to not allow Curse to start farming so much. Dignitas has actually kind of taken everything back into their favor, as Phreak said here, with that Baron, a dragon, Dragon and the turrets. They're just doing a very nice job. Good job up top. You know, Ezreal realizing that he has to start doing work for his team, and they could do some split pushing now, especially with his ability to escape. And we're going to see Red going to Gangplank here as they continue to get set up and reinitiate themselves back for a fight here. They're kind of down after that one, and they don't want to initiate something they don't have to at this point, so they're going to make sure it happens the right way as it did before when they were really able to get that ace. And you can see how much just the few seconds of the beginning of the fight really matters of the outcome.
Yeah, it does. And actually, unfortunately, Zillion's a little bit poor. I was checking out the gold incomes, and Zillion for a solo is actually quite under-farmed. It's actually equal with the enemy jungler, so... and you know, Zillion does not really scale the hardest end of the game. Still does not have death cap. Look at that. It's like Rod of Ages boots and an elixir. Like, he really needs some more AP there to really start carrying this game. That front-loaded burst from those time bombs are huge. If you can drop 2 onto Scarra, you can really make that person die. But Scarra stacking the 80 has a blither, so now probably the next item, as he has a elixir of fortitude, is probably going to be a last whisper. That seems like a likely choice. Could of course be wrong, but oh, the pocket getting dropped right there. Going to eat some oranges. It's going to be K. And let's see what they can do. There's a little bit of pressure coming in. Double F versus Jatt. And let's see.
Pretty good harass. Jatt rather staying in between Doublelift and his team, so he just can't get through the jungle. He can go towards the wall of his base and pass that way. It takes a little bit longer. He probably would have rather come around the side, help his team to pinch, but now they're forced to go back to their turrets. He did get that bottom lane push, so that helped. They're doing the Gangplank ulti, possibly deter them from taking the turret. He's trying to clear that minion wave. Nice Tormented Soil under Nagaki. Not too much damage, but he took a little bit of front end there. And we are going to see if they can continue to push this lane. They do not have minions anywhere near them as they push up the lane, so it looks like they may just camp this one out for a second and continue the pressure. No reason not to. That turret has about 30% health left.
Yes, indeed. They're going to keep pushing on through. That turret's taking a little bit of pain. That turtle shell doing a good job keeping Jatt alive. They're going to pressure in. This could be a turret kill for sure. And it is going to be, so they're going to keep moving on forward. This is a turret they have to hold. It's against Baron buff, it's going to make it hard, but I think they really want to hold this turret specifically. But the Stain is so good with the Baron buff plus Sona. They're going to push in for it. They have the Janna shield going down. There's the Ezreal ult. Hits them pretty hard, but again, they can keep sustaining. They should save those AoEs for the actual team fights, because those are going to get sustained right back. You see, the Ezreal ult has pushed through, but look, they're almost all full health again. And he's got to wait for the cooldown this time. Dark Binding will miss. They're going to keep pushing forward.
So much poke, everybody just throwing out the abilities they know they're going to have ready for the next fight. You want to do that as much as possible. Try and get the damage down that you can. That's the poke, and here we go, going to the fight. Tormented Soil onto Nijaki, as well as the Dark Binding. Nothing really initiated off that. Cutie Pie taking a bit of damage. They don't like the way the poke is going. They're going to head out on this one. We're kind of wasting some time here, and we're not really gaining any ground. So let's go ahead, grab their buffs, take their jungle out, and then we'll do what we need to do.
Yeah, that's really smart. They're going to take the blue. They do know it's there, though. Zion's going to try to come down, but it's going to be too little too late. Looks like Corki going to take that one over. He's got Trinity Force and a Last Whisper. Nice and beefy there. A lot of damage output available. Zillion going to just try to kill these things with time bombs. Pocket going to try to kill these off as well.
There we go. Nice farm down bottom. They're going to go ahead and get that lane pushed. That bottom turret quite beefy, and that top turret taken down. So they're only missing 2 still. No, 4 turrets rather, as they took down the second middle turret. And they're going to be going for those inhibitors next. Curse, not going to give up so easily on this game. They've seen what they can do, and this is definitely their chance to stay in the tournament. So they are all out in this one, giving everything and leaving it on the field for this matchup, hopefully bringing into a third game to keep themselves in it. But if Dignitas is able to pick up this game, they will be one of the many teams to go 2-0 on these best of 3s for the weekend.
Yes, indeed. It's still very, very close. 4,000 gold. Actually, the separations have been growing a little bit, but anything less than 10% is really not a big deal. When you got 40,000 gold, 4,000 is not really a big deal. So, you know, the game neck and neck, really wish Zillion could get some real items under his belt. Looks like he's just spamming blasting wands, trying to get himself some ability power, trying to get more useful into this match. I mean, it could be a Riley's, could be a Void Staff, a lot of things it could really build into right now. But yeah, he's just not the powerhouse you'd expect him to be. That death cap, you'd really want one by 35 minutes. He just doesn't have it, and that really scares me.
Yeah, it's definitely something you'd expect to have. Those are usually, depending on your builds, a rush item, at least a 24-minute item, 20-minute item. But at 30 minutes, you're a little far behind. Definitely want to get something like that out there and be able to help your team. We'll see Udyr and LoCicero in middle, kind of buddy in power and numbers right now. They know they can be safe if they're going around, and that combination can pretty much take out any one person if they get into a 2v1 situation. So they feel very comfortable with that. Quick Valkyrie over the wall by Corky. They did see him down there. A few wards, so Curse is still staying on their game, so to speak, that they're remembering to ward. They're not giving up the little things, which will really add and mount to the big things. So very good job by them to keep their momentum up. They're still continuing to get the oracles, even though it costs money they not need to spend, but really it's a return on that payment that you get from the oracles is winning the game, so it definitely pays for itself.
Seems like that's useful.
Yeah.
I hear winning the game is a good thing to do in League of Legends, especially in tournaments. Oh, they're going to start pressuring. They know that Ryze and Zilean are out of position. They're going to go right away for that turret. Doublelift makes it up the cliff, but he's got to be careful. The rest of his team is not there. Jatt doing a very good job being disruptive, stopping Janna's entrance in, and they could dive this turret right now, and they're going to do that. They've got Zilean nearby. They're going to actually have to pull back. Nice Dark Binding to block Sidco, keep him from chasing in. Magic can come in there. Scarra could take a lot of pain right here. There's a lot of damage coming out. Scarra must ult and get away. Lepongod going to chase in. This could be a great job for them. And he's going to get the ult. Soda's going to ult as well. But Locust now in the front of everything could drop down. There's the flash, but the Rune Prison. That's going to be one goal. But Lepongod, that's going to end soon. They've got to be careful. Yep, that has ended. Zilean made Gangplank not take focus fire, and they killed the enemy Sona.
That was quite scary. I thought Sidco was just out of range, and Lepongod was kind of not paying attention to where he was, but he was able to get that ult off on him. And you saw everybody was like, we probably shouldn't attack that anymore because he's only going to come back with more health. A great job there. Were they able to take one down? Yep. But again, they're going for Dragon. All right, I can't see again. They were able to force something on that and actually grab something from the kills. So they're really starting to capitalize on the points they need to. It's going to start mounting, but very slowly for them. They definitely have some work to do to get back into this.
Yeah, the one thing is Sona, I think she was probably wearing an Oracle at the time. I would assume so.
Yeah,
most supports do.
She was. They chased her.
Yeah, so that kill was actually worth more than you'd expect. The Dragon, of course, worth about 1,000 gold total. Kill's worth about 500 with an assist, and another 400 on top with the Oracles. So, and now that Locust actually is poor, he actually can't afford a new one. Is trying to get that Spell Vamp book. He's got a Hextech Revolver, wants to finish that completion. And if he finishes Will of the Ancient, it's going to be a huge boost to Scarra's sustainability. He used a lot of damage there. Corey's going to like it a lot. The mages, of course, Morgana, Udyr, both going to like that quite a bit. So I'm going to really like that ability if we can get it. But
I don't know, they're kind of forcing, baiting the Dragon here. They're going to see if they can get Dignitas to move up into this fight. I don't think they have too much vision. Wow.
Did Locust see him?
I don't think so.
They're just going for it.
Oh, they are going to run out here. They don't really have vision of the other team, but they're going to fully reveal that they were there. And say, I guess not.
They didn't really know.
Kind of anticlimactic, but they did want something to happen there. I think you were right. They did see him, and they kind of just bolted out of the bush on that.
Yeah, I think he was going up just to ward, but still, that was very nearly like a really good gank. Oh, no, they're gonna catch him. They're gonna catch Udyr. Maybe. No, he runs fast. Guy runs quickly, man.
Even with those big wooden sandals on. It looks like he gets slowed down a little bit right there. He is going to take a little bit of damage. Wow. Actually, no damage whatsoever. Nice. Black shield and his own.
Yep. All right. This is scary. Doublelift needs to not get caught. If he gets caught, it's game.
Yeah.
Dodges the Dark Binding.
That was like a pre-eminent arcane shift.
I don't want to get hit. I really don't want to get hit. All right, it's close. Oh, they're going to go for another blue steal. This is nice. The last time they stole blue, they still lost the team fight afterwards. So there's a gangplank. Nope. Cicero gets it. Ezreal comes by. He has to flash away. Lepongod's in there. QT is kind of isolated. This could be really good for them. Cicero's been caught, but he's going to Zonia's. Liquid almost about to die. And Nijak is in the middle. Nijak is not in good shape. He's going to catch the ult. There's Scarra. Lepongod's about to fall. That's one kill. Sidco's low. Sidco drops. Jackie's alone. This is bad for him. He's going to try to kill Cicero. He's going to be close. Will not get that kill. 3 in a row picked up. Everyone else super low.
Very nice catch off guard by them. They were able to, pretty much Janna was down to low health instantly. She wasn't able to come in and shield anybody on the team. No use of that utility she has there. Ezreal was kind of just pushed out of the fight as well. You can see low HP, 150 for each of those. And great 3 kills as they went in for that.
Yep. Low HP, low Cicero. All right, and using Zonia to keep himself alive in that fight. Head desk right there. Of course, really bad pun. Liquid should not go for this. Scarra could one-shot him. I mean, he could try to let Q steal, but it's not going to happen. There's the ward. Q's too early.
It's would have been one heck of a damage on her Hurricane if she took that one out.
That'd be hilarious.
So it looks Looks like they feel safe about this. Going to go ahead and back Morgana full HP. She has blue. LoCicero is going to give some harass in mid and make sure the minions don't get anywhere close to their side of the map or crossing that river.
Yep, 8,000 gold the difference now. It's starting to build.
It is indeed starting to build. It's almost like Curse has given Dignitas too much time to figure out the gameplay.
They really did. Like the core builds have been completed now. You see that Morgana has Zonias and Rabidins. You see Locust just has a spell vamp book now. Scarra got that Bloodthirst. Like, look at all those damage items that Scarra has now. He's like really beefy right now. Cutie Pie's got a huge build now behind as well. Double Lift actually has a good build as well, sure. Lapaka's kind of halfway through. He's not full tanky. Nijack's got his full build, but like Sidco still in death cap. And
Scarra getting caught out of position here. Will they be able to attack him? But he quickly gets out with a flash onto Zilean. Look at the damage he did though. Very nice there, and that will be detrimental in a fight. Looks like they will be able to take down another turret, almost equaling the turrets out here if they can grab one more. Very nice back and forth game between these two right now. The team fights, however, going in the favor of Dignitas, but we have seen complete aces in favor of Curse. That was about 5 to 10 minutes ago, so the builds have changed since then, and the aggression of Dignitas has definitely been upped a few levels as they continue to push here. Instantly going for this turret. It looks like he wants to take it down, but he can't get out in time. He gets the Rune Prison on. The Gangplank ulti to slow. Grog Soak Blade also slowing him down there, and it looks like they will try to take this fight out big time. Looks like Morgana not taking too much damage. A very nice black shield that lasts for a good 600 damage right there, keeping her quite alive. And they will be forced to back. And they did have to lose Udyr in that one, but they got a lot of damage on that turret. They're probably going to be able to go for an inhibitor attack next time. And it looks like they may start poking it towards a Baron here. However, it is down, so they will not.
Yep, Dragon can spawn at some point. I forget the timing on that one. I was going to head towards bottom, get some farm done there. He is level 18. That's a big deal. Jackie, of course, 18, doing a good job. How's an upgrade here? The Goddess probably could still go for a Void Staff. I think he's going to need one. Let's see what they end up doing with this, though. That's getting a lot of gold.
Looks like Dragon could be about
still
to
red.
spawn. Where are they heading?
They still red. That's good. They actually traded buffs this way. The blue was stolen a while ago, but Ezra now has red. That's really important. John putting a couple of wards down, so when they go for the red, they'll see him and they'll know the timing and they'll know the location of those enemy champions. That's going to be a big deal.
Looks like you saw somebody just ping that turret out there. Like, somebody could probably go up and hit that. Maybe Udyr, but they're not going to leave that to chance right now. They don't really have too much vision. They can't see Janna. She just backed. They do know Ezreal is bottom farming a bit, but it looks like they are clicking on this. Let's get a CV there. They want to know who's there. See, they feel pretty confident about this. They only see 3, but that's enough of them for them to see. The other 2 aren't going to be able to do enough damage. They feel confident of their play right now. They know it's going to make them back, and that's exactly where they are. All 5 are in base. They'll be able to see that with vision of minions at once they get to that point. But really just controlling the jungle right now. Dignitas doing a great job of throwing down some wards and clearing some out. Sona actually not with that oracles, but they are able to pick up red. Very nice job by Scarra. Looks like we are going to have a top lane push here, and this tower will pretty much go down.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Dignitas. Jatt taking the damage, doesn't really care if he does so, but it's a turret kill. And keep pushing on through. QT5's going to make sure he keeps enough missiles right now. Only got 3 in the inventory. It's going to be a little bit scary. A little bit of damage on Jatt. Not a lot of lasting impact, though. Double Lifter, a little bit of harassment. Missing a couple of Qs still. Dignitas could definitely push through. There's no turret in mid, so they could just jump right up the base. More pressure onto Jatt. Jatt taking a fair amount of damage, but gotta be careful.
This is where they have to be careful. Curse, we just saw one time before, Gangplank did run out without that turret there and did fight off their base. They may go for it again if they find that initiation, but it also could hurt them a lot if they don't do it right. Zilean has to be sure to stay next to that Lapaka. Hopefully Gangplank can stay alive, and you can see them. They're actually keeping that, wow, a lot of damage there coming out of Dark Binding. They're kind of keeping a good distance from each other, making sure that he can always get that ult on Lapaka, Rise, or Ezreal really. Not really going to want to use it for Janna. Janna's going to keep herself out of the fight anyways, so that should not have to occur. A good poke game here. A lot of wards going out. Everybody's still, like I said, doing their job. And there we go. A few cooldowns onto Jatt. The ulti will go off. He catches 3 in it, but it's just 2 spread out here. I do not think Dignitas will be able to get a kill or curse on this one. Everybody's kind of trading damage, but not too much. It was a very nice job there. But however, Dignitas now knows they have the Gangplank ulti down, and they will be able to go in for a fight a little bit safer.
Pretty good for them. They're going to be nice and happy with that one. They have created a couple of ultimates though. Scarra's still up, Locust still up, Loci. Yeah, everyone actually has ults for Dignitas, but Curse has lost just 2 actually. They've lost Gangplank and Ezreal's, and they're going to take down a dragon. That's going to be another nice little buff for them. Going to bring them up to almost 10,000 gold in the lead. You're going to see as that takes in 63,000 versus 55,000.
That is That's definitely going to be helping them. The items are being finished. Wits End on Udyr as an Aegis as well with a Spirit Visage, so he's going for everything. I believe he's going for that Randuin's Omen next, so that'll also help to just keep everybody in the fight that he wants in the fight by hitting those active items. There are active items in this game as well. When you get to those builds and you get your full items, sometimes it has an activation. You can press that button and the slot it is in, and that is going to be very advantageous. The one he is building will slow everybody around him, and that really helps for someone like Udyr, who can continue to CC and continue his team's fight. A lot of the other items are finished builds. See that Zhonya's on Morgana, keeps her alive during her ultimate. Very complementary to that, and a lot of good items just all around the board for Dignitas. However, there are great items as well on the other side. We do see the Frozen Mallet into, I can't remember the name, Atma's build for the damage there due to the amount of HP that Gangplank has. So everybody's really into that full item build right now. They got to figure out what is going to turn the tide of this battle. Curse is starting to lose those fights. They got to figure out how to mitigate what is happening and return that damage in the fight to Dignitas, because it's going to be a big one next time, and it could be the final one.
That Baron must be soon, because they're really holding around it. They were pinging a lot because Scarra was at bottom. They're still holding around that location. Maybe they're trying to bait mini waves. I'm not quite sure, but they're staying again in that brush, moving back down towards the bottom jungle. I think they want to steal a buff that comes up soon. There's a Clairvoyance coming down. I think they want to like get a random gimmicky kill, but that ward sees them, and they don't have the oracles in there yet. They've been spotted here. They're like, oh, they've got it warded. This is bad. And they're running as fast as they can. Dark Binding will just barely tag onto the Banshee's Veil. It was almost harassed out by the Corki, but not quite. Ward goes down. Locust does have that, wow, a just giant stack of wards, but does have an oracles again. They're gonna mill right back in. Oh, Night takes that one to the face. Gotta be careful. Wards again being cleared. Nice by Curse. They're playing that really smart. They know a couple are far away, so they're clearing out wards. They're doing a really good job of that, but you know, Locust has a ton of wards right now, so oh, this is smart. They're going around to the side. They're sitting in cute little spots. This is so dangerous, Lapaka. Please don't initiate that. You're probably going to die if you do that.
Oh, wow. CV's up. They try to go for blue here. The initiation down onto Rise. He still stands in the fight, though, looking for an ulti from Zilean, but he does not find it. Zilean is pushed out of the fight for his team right now. Can he get back in? And they do get it off. I believe Zilean's ulti is down. No, it is not. He did not get to use it in the fight. And Dignitas is making quick work of this baited Baron from Curse Gaming right now. Doublelift being chased down. He will be able to shift. He can continue to hit his, there it is, as he continues to hit his abilities. His E will go down, and he can arcane shift faster, keeping himself alive there. But a huge advantage on that fight coming out of the hands of Dignitas. They're not going to be able to go for Baron. Oh my gosh, Scarra taking a huge amount of damage from a Mystic Shot there. But they will be able to make it out of this fight. That's pretty scary there for Curse Gaming, as they are kind of toying with
you are in bad shape. Black Shield goes off. Doublelift not able to CC him. He's trying to get away. He misses it. He's gotten shielded again. Can Jana CC him away? Looks like it's not going to be the case. He jukes the Dark Binding. Maybe he can sustain enough. Oh, he goes over the wall. He can maybe kill Jatt.
Wow.
Scar got some damage output. Oh my gosh. That sustain was just enough.
Oh man, that was crazy. An awesome bind, or an awesome dodge on the Dark Binding LoCicero throughout. And we can see that the lanes are kind of giving a little bit of trouble now. It's Dignitas. It's not going to be too much of a worry for them, but this is really going to help on Curse's side. It's going to give them a little bit of time to regroup. Maybe they can get some jungle in here, get their buffs down for themselves so they're not stolen, and wait for that. Is now Baron is now up. Could be forced once again.
Yeah, they had a good initial fight. They got 3 kills for 2. Ultimately, you know, Dignitas came out ahead there. 10,000 gold, actually 9,000 gold is the difference. Locust, I believe they did kill Locust, so it's a new oracles to be bought there. That's pretty powerful. And let's just see, it's still just neck and neck. The Void Staff been picked up. I mean, Rise is scaling into this game quite well. Probably the most carry type of the carries here. He's pretty durable. He's doing a lot of damage here. Scarra doing a great job, though. Double Bloodthirster now. So much sustain on him because of this. And that's just a very big deal, of course. 405 attack damage. It's massive.
It's not that much.
Eventually, even sell Brutalizer, or at least upgrade to to Yomu's.
That would be kind of crazy.
Almost death cap. Zilean almost has death cap. Oh my gosh. He'll finally be useful again.
50-minute death cap OP.
Nerf, please.
Looks like we have a little bit of a gathering here. Cicero.
Oh, you don't have vision, guys. Be careful.
Oh, looks like Scarra trying to waste a few of the Banshee's Veils there. Actually, it would only be on Rise.
That's worth it, though.
Yeah, it is definitely
Rise.
worth it. A lot of minions hitting onto those, super minions rather, hitting on their minions as they push into enemy base. Going to be able to do a lot of damage. They take a lot and can also do a lot of damage to the squishy champions. So you got to be very careful and really pay attention to when your base is being battered on by those super minions. It looks like we do have a war going out here. That CV over the wall, they are making sure, okay guys, we did just get CV'd. Be sure you're not in that area. Just play it safe for now. We're up. We don't need to chance anything.
Yep. Curse needs to keep mid push. If they have to defend their base, they're going to lose Baron. They have to stay near mid. They have to stay relevant because Baron died in about 12 seconds to the Dignitas team. They've got so much damage output. They're going to go for blue. That's risky. If they take blue, they have a chance to go for Baron. They have no ward coverage. They have no idea where they're going. They know that a couple are here, but the thing is, like, theoretically, like,
yeah, they're going for
Udyr
it.
plus Sona can pretty much duo Baron. And yep, they know. Look at this. They have no vision. They know. They're pinging it. Look at that. It's just dropping so quickly.
Yeah, they were able to get that down again. You know, Curse kind of leaving the lane with a lot of minions there. That's absolute visual for the other team. Can they get the steal on it? And they do not steal it. It goes to Dignitas. Will they continue to pursue the fight on this one? Super minion just hanging out in the middle of the river there as he's chasing down. He wants to pursue these kills as much as Dignitas does. Double lift, taking a lot of damage. CC down. He is slowed and absolutely dropped there. Cutthroat, great job by Talon, and it looks like they will force this fight into the base of Curse. Curse needs to stay alive on this one, and they definitely need to keep people alive like Zillion, Rise, and Lapaka. Janna can fall, but they need to keep that damage up to deter them from taking turrets. They're going to go around and have their way with these outer inhibitor turrets, taking down the inhibitors as well. A very good position for Dignitas right now after a very long game.
Scarra, but that Black Shield kept Rise from doing anything back onto Scarra. Nice job there. That Morgana Black Shield doing amazing things right there. And it just lets him initiate and do really cool things. And Dignitas really poised to take this game over. They have to go ahead and go down here and take that turret. They actually can't fight it. There's a turret in the way. It's kind of invincible still, guys. There we go. He's going to go up towards that inhibitor. Yeah, they have a really good chance here. They're fifth, still 20 seconds away, and the burst damage, super massive. Sitko not in great shape. There's a Sona dance. Sitko could fall. He ults in time, but it's still a 5v4. Lapaka about to fall. He's going to flash away. Sitko trying to get away from Morgana. Could take some damage here. There's the... No, doesn't land the stun. Jatt gets the turret. Now the inhibitor. 3 inhibs down. They do some damage to LoCicero, but again, Black Shield, kind of a big deal. And Sona takes that one down. A lot of damage being dealt there.
Wow, Ezreal now up. Can he get back into the fray with his team here? Looks like NY Jackie had to go back to quickly get some HP back, but they're doing so much damage, and there's a gigantic minion wave coming into the base right now from both mid and that bottom lane, and it looks like this may be another 2-0 on the day. GG to Dignitas coming out very strong in their games. Cursed having an awesome game in the beginning of this one, just really showing that they can stand true, but that late game going to Dignitas, a very nice job, and definitely put your hands together for all these teams today.
Wow.
IPL3 Origins, some absolutely awesome League of Legends matches.
Absolutely amazing games. That was an amazingly close game. It's great that the first game was 0 kills, second game was like ridiculous close.
Yeah. Right?
They were up by 1 kill at the end.
Yeah, it goes to show you. I was like, Curse doesn't play like that. They may have had a bad game. Dignitas also playing very well. But Curse was, they did turn it around and they did play a very good game that time. It was that, as I said, they could get the kills, but every time coming out of those kills, they were so low in HP, they weren't able to work anything off of it other than a dragon and then backing. Yeah, which kind of hurts.
Oh yeah, it hurts a lot. But a bunch of really, really close fights. I mean, they had it in their grasp a little bit for a while, but neither team ran away with it for quite some time. Then finally, it just felt like a couple of kind of mistaken positions, and then just giant capitalization from the other team. It would be like Curse would be like, oh gosh, they're baroning, someone overextend, dead. And they did that a couple of times, and it finally snowballed the victory. And for Dignitas, they got like 2 to 3 barons, and they needed that to finally get ahead in the game. It was still close the entire way through. Great job by Dignitas. They really showed that they deserved to win this game both times. They did extremely well. You see, giant scores: Scarra 11 and 3. Actually, he was the main carry there. 1 and 5 on Udyr, 3 and 3, 2 and 4, 3 and 4. He had the big numbers right there. So the 6 and 4 on Rise, 6 and 5 on Gangplank, 6 and 4 on Ezreal. So you had a couple of star players there on both sides. They couldn't really completely overtake that game. No one could really take over the game from Curse, but you saw from Scarra had a little bit of a scary start, but then he really just sort of bounced towards the front of that game. Yeah. The early Hextrigger keeping him alive through those fights, the early Brutalizer, giving him a lot of early burst damage. And that's what it took to get that game. 52 minutes in total. 15,000 gold to most of the champions in the game. Even the supports broke 10K.
Yeah, it was an amazing game. Definitely one of the longest games we saw today, and hopefully it's pretty much going to be every game we see tomorrow, knowing that these teams are coming out, gunning for that top position. They know that CLG's still in it, TSM's still in it, Dignitas still in it, and Epic. Pretty much the teams we see all the time. But it's awesome to see, like I said, that these other teams are coming into the light and see how that they fare. And a big thing, as we said, the LAN experience coming into these games is absolutely huge. And coming from China right now, all the top teams that just won, they are pretty much on their game. So there's not much you can do about that when you're pitted, David versus Goliath, and Goliath dodges the rock.
Yeah.
Doesn't help.
Dodging that slingshot, yeah. So, wonderful job by these guys. So we're going to kick it over to a commercial and the interview with the winning team. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
In a top-secret facility, some of the brightest minds gathered in the dead of night. Their mission, to redefine technology as we know it.
We've managed to unlock it, but how will people handle this much power?
AMD FX CPUs, the epic returns. Introducing the AMD FX 8-core processor, the world's first 8-core desktop processor, unlocked out of the box. With an extra burst of speed when you need it most, with AMD Turbo Core technology. And ultimate power for all your demanding content creation needs. Introducing Vision FX technology. When you combine the power of an AMD FX 8-core processor with the world's fastest graphics card, the AMD Radeon HD 6990 graphics card, put your graphics to the test and revel in lifelike imagery. AMD's second generation of DirectX 11 capable graphics. All that you know is about to change. Get 8 cores in your system.
Hi, my name is Sumi, and I'm here at IGN Pro League 3 Origins at Atlantic City. I'm here in Bally's at the League of Legends stage, and I have with me Team Dignitas, who actually took the win 2-0 versus Curse. So I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, why the emphasis on Baron? What made you guys chase after Baron so much?
Well, we had a hangover from the last game where we won so convincingly. And the first couple times we went to Baron, we were kind of overestimating how strong we were. The gold was really even as far as I can tell going into those Barons, and we, A, underestimated how strong they were, and B, overestimated our damage on Baron. So we just kind of made that mistake a couple times until we figured it out.
Okay, cool. Next question. So after you guys gained your advantage, lost your advantage, both teams actually put emphasis on farming as opposed to pushing. Why?
Why? Well, I don't know. It's gold. It's easy to get. So we just decided we weren't really far ahead. So we decided just to hang back and farm and keep wards up. Oh, no. That was
the whole reason. Sorry. Yeah, Locust, good answer. No, the whole reason that we did that is we recognized that we were behind, and we wanted them to engage on us because when the Gangplank ult got used and the Zillion ult got used in that one Baron fight, we were able to turn it around. There's no way we would have won a fight if we were the ones engaging. We needed them to burn skills on us before we could win a fight. So that's why we're just farming.
All right, cool. So for my final question, in the second game, Team Curse actually picked champions that you guys picked in last game. How did that affect your picks?
We actually kind of got all the champions we were going for. We really liked picking Uter first, and I played awful, so that was good. And the rest of that, their Ez Janna was actually quite strong, and we got baited into the Uter pick a little bit by giving them Zillion, and that was really smart on their part.
All right, awesome, cool. All right, so that actually concludes the games for today. So we're going to go to a commercial, and then, yeah.
Hey guys, come back to the stream real quick. Just gonna give you guys a quick update on the end of the day and the beginning of the next day. So, of course, we have 4 teams advancing. Counterlogic Gaming, Team Dignitas, Epic Gamer, and Team Solo Mid are all going to be going head-to-head tomorrow for the semifinals and the finals. The conclusion of this League of Legends tournament will be happening tomorrow. We're going live 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1900 Central European summertime. There we go, got it right. Basically, it's in, I don't know, let me do the math real quick. Let's see if it's at 1 p.m. and it's about 7 now. So subtract 6 hours and then tomorrow. So that's when it is. So do the math on that. You'll sure to get it right. I certainly did kind of. But tune in then. We're going to be back with the last 4 teams. Best of 3, single elim. The top 4 teams of the day going to be battling it out again against CLG, Dignitas, Epic, and Solo Mid. Going to be some great games. So tune in 24 minus 6 is 18. 18 hours. Show up then.
2 1 2 2 2 2. 2 1 2 2 2 2. 2 1 2 2 2 2. 2 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 2. 2 1 2 2. 1 2 2 2 2. 2 2 1 2 1 2 2 2 2. 1
It's sad.